Welcome to the In Season podcast, rated R for language.
None of us are doctors or neurologists. Things you're about to hear are opinions of people living with epilepsy or seizures. These are firsthand experiences. Epilepsy can cause speech problems, and medications are hard to pronounce, so please bear with me. Epilepsy can cause bad memory, so some stories will be repeated. I'm Pookie. Get ready. Is it really safe to be alone? Yesterday, my roommates came home to find the table cracked, the wall dented, and I have a black eye and I bit my tongue. I'm getting a lot of caregiver hours a month, but I am alone at least 16 hours a day. And sometimes when the aura comes on and I wonder if this is the time, I die alone or really injure myself. It's not safe to be alone. Some of us can't help it because we don't have the support that others have, but it's not safe to be alone. I'm going to read this again since Rachel's here. It says, is it really safe to be alone? Yesterday, my roommate came home and to find the table cracked, the wall dented, and I have a black eye and bent tongue. I'm getting a lot of caregiver hours a month, but I'm alone at least 16 hours a day. And sometimes when the aura comes on, I wonder if this is the time I'm going to die alone or really injure myself. I don't suggest being alone. Like me, sometimes can't force people to not be there. To be there for you. So sometimes you just gotta live with what you're going through. And we're going through a lot. Rachel, what do you think about, you live alone?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, you could definitely answer this person. Is it safe to be alone? Do you suggest being alone?
I think it just kind of depends on your situation, obviously. I don't know. I think me personally, I kind of know my situation. I know my body. I feel okay. I don't feel scared.
Oh, good. Sometimes I don't necessarily feel scared, but when I feel like maybe I should be like trying to stay somewhere safe, I'll sit like in the middle of the bed, get like a bad vibe, or I'm just not feeling good that day. When no one's here, I'll sit in the middle of the bed until my sister comes home or something.
Yeah, for sure. Same. I'll definitely, if I'm feeling off, just sit down. I'll just sit down the whole day.
Yeah. Rick, since you do stay alone sometimes, you think it's really safe?
Is Rick here?
Rick's not here yet. I meant to say Jeff. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I was fine with it. I got lonely at times. I got lonely all the time. But that wouldn't happen now because I have you all. I didn't think it was not safe. Probably not the ideal situation for somebody with epilepsy, but I didn't feel I wasn't safe.
Yeah, also you have nocturnal seizures too, so.
Yes. That's part of the reason why I felt safe.
Yeah. I understand that.
For me, it was, I didn't leave the house mostly the day after I woke up and had a seizure the night before. I just wouldn't leave the house that day. But other than that, it was okay.
I got one here. Does anyone else treat their epilepsy like, fuck it, you only live once? I get a lot of crazy looks because I am kind of like, fuck it, you only live once with my epilepsy. I take meds and I try not to have seizures, but I also do what I want to do. without letting epilepsy stop me. Like I'm gonna rock climb next week with a friend, and they're like, "Dude, you can die," but I'm like, "Fuck it, I want to climb." I bike commute because it's a good way to get around and enjoy it. Even though my family tells me it's unsafe, my family tells me I shouldn't live alone, and I'm like, "Fuck it." In the comments, somebody says, "Yeah, life is too short. I'd rather die doing what I enjoy versus living in fear." I've heard that before. What do you say, Jason?
For me, like I would just I would completely say I would live alone. I mean, like I'll live alone. I mean, like well, I mean, like I mean, I don't know what the situation is, but like I have like but like I have like but I have like mean parents and stuff like that. So like for me, like for me, like I would live alone. So I can't blame the person. Well, I mean, I mean, like, but it also depends on like what the person is taking for the medicine.
Would you go rock climbing?
I would,
Yeah, I
but I would
wouldn't
have to
say.
go with a helmet.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Take some precautions, and you can do anything. Say don't let much hold you back, but I mean, be careful and don't do things that obviously could kill you. I mean, rock climbing.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
you could die. A helmet won't help you if you fall from too high.
oh yeah, just like I heard someone on the news. I heard someone on the news like the other day that like a person died like at least like 70 feet from like rock climbing.
Uh, I
I
don't
forgot
hear a
the
lot of
article
rock
though.
climbing stories, but I hear it's. Well, no, I seen a documentary where a few people were doing it together, and a few people died. Earthquake during the climbing. Uh, yeah,
Um,
it's rough.
oh yeah, not fun.
Uh, Someone says, "How do I cope anymore?" I don't mean to be like cry for help. This isn't a hotline. I just feel so lost. I keep getting medicine. I think it's getting better with BAM seizure, BAM seizure. What am I doing with my life anymore? I feel helpless, always on edge. Am I doomed? I bit my lips. My legs feel numb and shaky. Thank God it happened in my bed, so I didn't bump my head. I don't want to go in and out of hospitals, test EEGs, and I just want someone who feels my pain or something like that. I don't know. Um, how do I cope? Sometimes I make a few jokes every now and then. Sometimes maybe you got to do a few things or find some hobbies. Yeah, like sometimes I paint or do a little arts and crafts, editing videos, stuff like that. Stuff to keep me busy so I don't think about epilepsy so much. I mean, unless you had a seizure that day. Otherwise, coping is okay with me just being by myself, making myself laugh, and so on. How do you guys cope?
Since I'm a musician, I'm a musician, like I would cope by writing songs. And I'll by writing songs and then go on a walk.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I would say that too. Sometimes getting out a little bit, go sit by the pool, stuff like that. Just go out and get some sunlight. Sometimes that feels good. Sitting in the house, it'll mess with you.
Okay, I cope by just chilling out and listening to music and putting one front in front of the other.
Yeah, I was gonna say you said that last time. I like how you said that. The
Yeah,
one
it
foot in front of the
is.
other. Anyone else wonder why we have to pay ambulance or hospital bills when someone else calls them? A few times I've had seizures in public, and 911 was called, so ambulance, ER, etc. Now I fully understand and appreciate how a random person would call. I would probably call myself, but then again, But then again, now I owe thousands because of what someone else did. Again, I fully understand someone calling, but I wonder about the cost. Like I woke up in the ER knowing I'll have to pay and I have insurance. I'm in no way trying to say that the person who called should be charged or anything involving Good Samaritan. Just think about it all the time in terms of the money. No, I don't wonder because I usually wake up. If someone's not going to take me to the hospital, I'm waking up wherever I'm at, maybe at home or somewhere, or with friends or family. But yeah, I do. I feel that person. Was this person always sending me to the hospital? Luckily, I have health insurance and I can get to the hospital and there and have everything handled with my health insurance. Other than that, yeah, we really don't have choices for Good Samaritans. And hey,
Hey, everybody.
hey, Mark, I got a question for you. How do
Yeah,
you cope?
cope. That's kind of a broad question. Is there any sort of context?
Um, okay, the question was, how do I cope anymore? I don't mean to be like, cry for help. This isn't a hotline. I just feel so lost. I keep getting medicine. I think it's, I keep getting medicine. I think it's getting better. Then bam, seizure. What am I doing with my life anymore? I feel helpless, always on edge. Am I doomed? I bit my lip. My legs feel numb and shaky. Thank God it happened in my bed. So I didn't butt my head. I don't want to go out. I don't want to go out in and out of hospitals, test EEGs. I just don't want someone, I just want someone who feels my pain or something like that. I don't know. How do you cope?
Well, I mean, that very last ending, the wrap up to their question sounds like they should, dial into the Zoom meeting here, you know, meet some people, talk to, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Broadly, I think having a hobby um was kind of helpful. I used to be kind of really down and yeah, I guess feeling kind of similar, like I don't have anything to do except wait for the next doctor appointment. Um, so I started gardening and I mean it's relaxing, it's rewarding, it gives me something to get up and check on in the kid, get that. Something to check up on in the morning, in addition to the cats. Um, but I mean, yeah, it's I grow pepper plants. So I've got like a dozen or so, maybe a bit more than a dozen different varieties of peppers that I'm growing right now. Um, Bonsai, I'm turning a couple of them into little bonsai plants. So that's another, kind of third term hobby, something that's not just immediate and, like collecting or something, but taking care of a living thing, I think specifically has been an extra level of rewarding to the hobby. So, um, yeah, find some people who talk to you, like can relate to you to talk to, and um, uh, grow some hot peppers or, find something else. I don't even eat the, like, all the peppers, like the spicy food. I saw like the sensory sensitivities from, the autism spectrum. Sometimes the chewing, it really, the texture of the pepper fruit itself, I can't handle, but like making them into hot sauces, but I can't make enough hot sauce and eat enough hot sauce to keep up with the plants that I'm growing. So, um, yeah, I don't know. Another problem to figure out later, but
You make like homemade hot sauce?
um, yeah, sometimes we don't make it frequently enough to keep up with all the peppers that I grow, though. Last year, I ended up filling um an entire freezer with um just pepper fruit, mostly Scotch bonnets, but like I think there were about 6 or 7 gallon-sized freezer bags absolutely packed full with peppers just frozen in the freezer that I wasn't able to keep up with. Um, Gave them over to a friend. Hopefully he'll be able to use some of them quickly enough. He's growing some peppers of his own though, so he better really like them. I'm gonna have some ghosts coming up for him soon, so yeah.
Hey, Melissa, there was a question is how do you cope?
Ugh. Hold on. Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I was on the whole time. How do I cope? Um, well, I go to therapy. That helps. Um, I try to do like keep up with some hobbies. I am learning to crochet, which is really hard to learn a new hobby when it's like a lot of skill involved. So, I feel like I've been really working my brain. I try to exercise when I can. I don't know. That's what I do.
Those things to make you happy. I understand that because, yeah. The next one says, anyone else get them from fast temperature change? So for context, I get semi-regular, probably 4 or 5 a day, absent seizures due to a TBI in my youth. I'm baking cookies at the moment, and I walked from the kitchen where I checked the oven to the living room where there's a good air conditioner, and it caused me to seize. Does anyone else get this similar experience? I don't, but suggestions for this person. It absolutely sucks because you have to. Well, we don't have to cook because most of us don't, but that sucks to be able to not cook because you have to stay from in front of a stove and then you got to go in the living room. And yeah, I understand this person. And yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah, that
Anyone
was
else?
luckily I don't like cooking, so it wouldn't be a huge problem for me, but if they live alone, it would be really hard. Like you'd have to cook for yourself.
Yeah. Jeff, what do you think?
Uh, I'm having a lot of trouble hearing.
Oh,
So it's probably something, I don't know if it's my earbuds or what, but I'm gonna eat lunch in a few minutes and then I'll take the earbuds out I just want to have them so I can listen more
Gotcha.
until I. But I can barely hear anybody. Uh, I heard Mark makes hot sauce, which is very interesting. Mark, do you have a recipe for that?
I've been working on trying to make a Caribbean style jerk hot sauce. So what I've been working on so far is heavy on the Scotch bonnets, um, smoking them on some allspice wood and cedar planks, and um, yeah, some allspice berries, some Worcestershire sauce. Um, what else? Smoke some ginger on there with the peppers. Um, and there's some cinnamon and some garlic, and uh, toss it all up in a blender, and yeah, toss some wings in it and throw them on the grill.
Thanks a
Nice.
lot. That sounds great. I'll see you guys in a while.
You made it sound so much easier than it probably is.
Yeah, it's basically an entire afternoon, but an entire afternoon over at my friend's house outside. It's a good way to spend a summer day, or I guess late summer, early fall, by the time the plants are fruiting, the fresh peppers off the plants.
Yeah, that makes me want to have a garden now that you say that. Like growing stuff sounds fun.
I've grown in containers, these grow bags, the same sort of like grow bag containers that cannabis growers use indoors, and they work great for peppers. I have them out on a screened-in porch around the pool. So I don't have a whole bunch of space outside, like to plant them into the ground, but they do really well in some containers.
Melissa, you do any gardening? No.
I have some indoor plants that I try not to kill. And sometimes I'm successful with that, but I don't really garden. We don't have a big yard or anything.
Yeah, I want to start growing something. I was thinking about getting like one of those little plants that don't need too much light.
Yeah.
All right. None of us drive that I know of, but this one says driving as a trigger.
I've
I have not driven any appreciable distances for a few years since my diagnosis. I will make occasional short runs for groceries or Home Depot, etc. My wife does all the highway driving or pulling our camper. She loves to drive, so we're good. Yesterday, I needed to drop off my Jeep for my son to use while visiting. It was a 2-hour trip, which I made it with no issue. No way around this one. At my last visit, my neurologist was generally agreeable to my driving. I've been well controlled for quite a while, with only minimal focal flickers, occasionally in clusters. She explained I should simply pull off the road at first signs, then wait it out, or call for a ride home. Question: I understand the risk of driving if a seizure happens. My question is there anything while driving that might itself be a trigger? Yesterday, I was really paying attention while driving and thought maybe the effect of roadway passing by before me could have caused some reaction, but did not go anywhere. My only issue over these few years as a passenger has been a handful of what's it, deja vu instances, not recognizing a roadway that should have been familiar, then a couple focals while driving through a tunnel with regularly spaced out lights, strobe effect, but nothing like that lately. Anyone with observations to offer? There was this one time I was driving and I was going through the mountains and I was just like, there's like another 15 to 20 minutes through these mountains. So I decided to get out and let my girlfriend at the time drive. And I think that was a good idea because I was a little bit nervous because I was thinking about it as we were coming up to it. It was like, this is going to be like 15-minute drive through the mountains and there won't be any lanes on the side. And just thinking about it on the way had me thinking, okay, let's just get out and let her drive. When I shouldn't have been driving in the first place because I have epilepsy. Um,
That seems weird to me that his neurologist would tell him that it's okay and just pull over to the side of the road. I've had neurologists tell me you shouldn't be driving. One of my neurologists threatened to report me.
mm,
So I don't know why his neurologist would say that, especially if he has focals and he doesn't know when they're going to happen. But at the same time, I understand the need for driving if you live in a place where they don't have good transportation. I would especially feel nervous about a 2-hour drive.
Mark?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell. I'm not sure I'm understanding everything they're writing correctly, but it sounds like they're still having these vocals. Um, I mean, it started out with, can you think of anything about driving? It might be triggers. I mean, there's a lot of stuff. I mean, how busy is the traffic where he is? I mean, just random road rage from doesn't even need to be him. Somebody else could just get randomly angry, start. I mean, that's stressful as hell. Um, Somebody else could rear end you, and what would have been just a normal, fender bender is stressful. And I mean, if an airbag goes off, that sucks. It's stressful. It smells bad. There's a lot of different like sensory things about that that could be possible seizure triggers. Um, I mean, it's not just about the operating of the vehicle. There's a lot of other what ifs that could be. They said that they were, didn't they say at some point there was something that they had some photosensitive seizures or something like that? I mean, I'm not,
Um,
like something from flashing
uh,
roadway lights or the overhead or
yeah, I think they said
Like a
something about,
tunnel.
go ahead.
I think they said like they were driving in a tunnel and the headlights in there.
Yeah, it said, my only issue over these past few years is a handful of deja vu instances not recognizing a roadway that that should have been familiar, then a couple focals while driving through a tunnel with regularly spaced lights, strobe effect, but nothing like that lately. Yeah, there's a lot of things I just
How
don't suggest
lately?
driving.
That's, I mean, I don't know. If I was this person, I just wouldn't drive. Err on the side of caution as much as it sucks, but it's a lot easier to get daily conveniences here, you know, where I am without having the driver's license. So I don't know. It's
Yeah, I started ordering online grocery and they can deliver it to me. It's a little bit more expensive, but I don't have to drive, so they'll
Yeah,
give me a grocery, like $200 worth of groceries and they'll deliver it.
I use Instacart, so yeah, I can do that. Get food from fast food restaurants. So there's that. Um, yeah, I don't drive anymore, so that I do. I order stuff a lot. I pretty much order everything.
Yeah.
I think the last time I've been to the store before yesterday was like it was a while back because, like I said, I order everything. Then you get these little discounts and stuff when you use Instacart. So there's that also. You spend so much percentage off and stuff. And yeah, and they give me money when they're late. So there's that also. Jason, you there? Rachel, you there? Anybody there?
I'm here.
All right.
Yep, I'm here.
Okay. It says life preserver. Anything makes swimming safe. Hello and happy Tuesday. As I passed a lake while on the bus, as I can't drive, I thought how pretty that lake is. Is it a beach, a pier, a swimming area? And I can't even go within 10 feet of any of it. My first, second, and third thought is never bother again. But I swam in pools, lakes, beaches, etc. all my life and enjoy near water and whatnot. So is anything safe about swimming? Not for an epileptic, because anything can happen. Once you have a seizure in the water, I'm not gonna say it's over for sure, but yeah, a life jacket might help. But I don't know. It's gonna be hard for someone to get to you while you're flailing in the water. And um, anyone suggest swimming? Any of you guys still swim?
I'm a swim instructor. That's my
Yeah.
business.
Oh,
I teach swim, adults, right? Yeah,
nice.
so yeah, a little flip the switch there. I've had to stop doing that for a while, but I just had surgery, right, a couple weeks ago, hoping to mitigate those nasty things that we all have. So great question. It goes kind of back to Pookie, that, you know, what do you give up? What do you not give up when you have epilepsy? Do you give up driving? Do you give up skydiving? What do you give up? Swimming is a mental and physical outlet for me, especially for a lot of people too. So it's a really hard thing to give up. Absolutely. PFDs are important personal flotation devices. Those can save you, right? They save anybody. And it's very important to wear those if you have seizures. Also bright colored swimsuits. So like a neon green. So you're well to be spotted. Also, if you are tell people, especially if you're in a public pool, go tell the lifeguard, hey, I have epilepsy, I have seizures. So then they can spot you out even a little bit more. Some PFDs, you can pull something. So I actually wear one. I carry one when I'm in the pool teaching. So if I start to feel something, I'm going to pull that. But I also don't teach. I don't swim when something feels off. I will not do that. I don't think people should have to give up things. I mean, the same thing as a shower, a bath. My first seizure, my neurologist said, don't swim, don't take baths, and don't lift weights. Those are all three things that I love. So, you kind of work your way around those things, I think. I don't think you should have to give up everything that you love, including swimming, because it's a spiritual, it's a mental, it's everything. But yeah, PFDs, bright swimsuits, communicate, tell, carry a whistle, be loud. If
Yeah.
something's going down, not you, hopefully though, it's going down. No jokes. That was not a joke.
You ever like seen a seizure in the water, or you ever have a seizure in the water?
No,
You ever had a seizure at work?
no.
Oh, good. I've had a seizure at every job I've been having,
Mhm.
so just stop having to work.
Yeah, I hear you. I've had to pause for a while too. So I'm going back though soon. Waiting for seeing my neurosurgeon this week to release me, get my staples out. But yeah, I'm hoping and praying that I go back because it's something everybody needs to learn how to do. And just because I have a disability doesn't mean that I should stop doing what I love doing and helping people.
Right.
So I encourage people. I mean, I'm not saying go out and swim, but I'm saying do what you can to help yourself in those instances.
Yeah, you can do everything with precautions, of course.
Right.
And maybe if that person doesn't feel comfortable, they could sit on the beach, like on the side and stick their legs in, or sit on, like, some pools have stairs where you walk in, they just sit on the stairs and they're still like near the water, but like not in it if they don't feel comfortable.
I put my
Yeah.
feet in every now and then.
Yeah. I live at the
But
beach, so I could just go sit on the side or stick my legs in up to my, my knees or whatever.
you said you live at the beach?
Well, I'm in Florida, so yeah.
Beaches everywhere.
I'm in Florida too.
Hey, I'm
So
in
it's just
Florida as well.
There's
Uh,
gonna be a rocket going up this afternoon, I think, and hold on, let me check it's scheduled for about 5 o'clock.
is it loud?
Where it goes off, it's pretty loud. Where I'm at, like north of Orlando. And you can still actually hear it all the way over as far as Orlando. It's kind of quiet. You got to listen for it and hope that there aren't planes going overhead. But there's like a deep rumble. But right about a minute after the launch, it appears up over the tree line at the horizon. And the coolest thing is the Falcon 9s when they go up around dusk at sunset, when it's late enough that the sun has gone down over at the Cape and it's like setting over near where I'm at. And the rocket will go up into like past that um sunset shadow line. So it's all like the dark, or in the dark part you can see the flame trail, and then when it gets up further, the rocket itself is illuminated. You can see the white rocket, which is, I mean, essentially a tower flying up. So but then at the stage separation, they fire all the control thrusters to maneuver it around. And when they do those around that time and land the booster back at Cape Canaveral, you can see it doing like the twist, the flip over, and firing all the um, yeah, they get lit up. It's pretty crazy how big those you know, they're not rocket engines, but it's hard to or it's easy to forget how big that push is that they give. But yeah, 1 hour and 11 minutes. It's gonna go up. It's gonna
I
go
never,
up.
I never seen one.
Yeah.
There's a place out here that they closed, and they said they won't do it anymore there. But I never got to see one. Besides the
The
internet.
Vandenberg Space Force Base over there in California.
Never seen it. I think they have. There's a place. There's a NASA at it's like an army base, I think.
Yeah, Vandenberg.
Yeah.
Vandenberg Space Force Base. They launch SpaceX launches rockets from over there. But you should look up the visibility chart because the further up the rocket goes, the further away it can be seen. So if you're anywhere kind of within the general vicinity, like if you look at a map of the Florida Peninsula, um, like they've got circles further and further around that show, 30 seconds after launch, you can see it above the horizon here. 1 minute after the launch, you can see it here. 2 minutes after the launch. And some of the bigger rockets, like the Falcon Heavies that go and put the rockets all the way up into like a geostationary orbit, like the GPS satellites. Those can be visible all the way up as far as New York, as like,
Wow.
at night, like a little dot of little kind of flame colored, kerosene flame colored dot in the night sky. So, yeah, check those maps, or I could, hold on, let me see. I might be able to find them, drop it in the chat. But
Hey,
you
Jeff.
might be within an area that you could see a rocket if you're anywhere kind of around that base over in California.
Yeah, I don't think. Well, where I'm staying at, I don't stay near it, but I know where it is. Jeff, you got something?
Yeah, the rockets that go up from SpaceX, when I'm in the desert, I see them as soon as they clear the tree line. I see them going up and coming down.
Oh,
And
nice.
if you're into that stuff, it's fascinating. I love those launches, and they're really great to watch. And the ones coming down are, for an old guy like me who remembers the moon launch, the ones coming down are just crazy that they could do that, with such precision.
Yeah, I
It's
seen a video with Elon Musk, like his just like goes down and it props itself back up. I seen that one. It was on the internet, but yeah, that was cool. Like, why do they do so many launches? What's up there that they need to launch for? Are they taking food to somebody or something?
Here's the thing. They launched a lot for the during the fires for Starlink, uh, extra Starlink satellites for the phones. But every launch they make, they can take a tax deduction for research and development of every rocket that they produce. So it's not costing them anything. And for each one, they learned something.
They're
Okay, so
they're looking to lease a new location here in Florida to go from 60 launches a year to 120 next year. So that's like one every 3 days. That's nuts. They want to build a new landing pad to land them back here. I mean, the sonic booms are they're pretty cool, but that often, that might get a little obnoxious for people living out close enough to hear it, you know. Ba-bum, ba-bum.
If you're that close, yes,
Yeah,
it
yeah,
will
my
get
sister is
obnoxious.
that close, and my family wants to move out and be over near my sister. So I don't know. I might be moving over, living that close in the future. So we'll see. I like rockets, and if I'm that close, that means it's that much more likely that I could go and get like a front row seat for one of the big ones. They
Yeah,
want to launch the Starship, the Super Heavy here from here in Cape Canaveral too. So that will be really cool if they build the chopstick catchy tower thing for the landings and stuff, and they stop blowing things up.
Yeah, that is. I was never so much interested in rockets until you said that. Like, I want to see one, like with my own eyes. I was gonna Google it, but that's nothing like what you're talking about. Like, if you can get a video, that would be dope. Um, you ever made a video or took a picture?
Oh.
I imagine people thinking like, "What is that?" Like people who aren't near it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little from as far as I am, it's like a little. It's not a speck of light. You can see it's elongated. And you
Mm,
can see that the length of the fire trail is about the same length as the rocket itself,
mm.
which is pretty pretty damn impressive. But the um, it leaves a smoke trail behind it also. So whenever it goes up, you see that, and then you see the smoke trail. So I think that, since that persists so much longer after the rocket, that probably gets more people wondering, what the heck is that if they're not paying attention? Because the rocket launch itself is only about um, 3 to 5 minutes that it's visible from here.
I have a
I
bunch
still
of
haven't found the
pictures
map
of
of
those.
the visibility. Sorry to interrupt.
Go
I,
ahead, Jeff.
I think I was interrupting you. I have a bunch of pictures of them going up, and I think one or two coming down. It's they're interesting.
Yeah, you guys make me want to Google it because how
Okay,
interesting you make it sound. Um, is anyone here on Vimpat or Adderall?
I am on Vimpat. I used to be on Adderall, but I had to stop as soon as the seizures were documented.
Okay,
Is
I'm on
there?
the cosamide. That's the same as Vimpet, isn't it?
I think so.
Yes. Yeah, I guess I should say I'm on lacosamide, the generic. I'm not on the name brand, but Vimpat, yeah, same thing.
Okay, there's something here. It says, "Does anyone take generic Vimpat or Adderall?" I'm just wondering because I am epileptic and I take Vimpat 150 milligrams twice a day, but I have recently taken Adderall for my ADHD and it helped me so much. It went from nonstop chatter to focus and clarity with energy, and my work ethic skyrocketed, but I am afraid because I want to be safe. So here's the backstory. When I was 14, I was hit by a car and I suffered traumatic brain injury, scarring the left lobe of my brain. From 14 to 18. I was prescribed Adderall for ADHD. I didn't really take it often back then and never really have since. Anyway, fast forward to age 24. I had my seizure throughout the years. Oh, fast forward to 24 years, age 24, I had my first seizure. Throughout the years, I have had multiple seizures and some pretty bad ones, but that was all going on when I was smoking weed and drinking alcohol often. Now I'm sober and I have been seizure free for over 2 years. I just turned 30. I still take Vimpat almost every day, but now I'm not stressed, anxious, or depressed. I got myself out of that mindset along with becoming sober from drinking and smoking. Anyway, fast forward to a few days ago. I took an Adderall, 30 milligrams, extended release, and it was like night and day. Everything became I felt normal. I felt cleared. I no longer felt a million thoughts racing through my mind constantly. I felt peace. Is my question is, do any of you safely take your medication for seizures and also take Adderall safely under a doctor's supervision? How does that work? Hey, Kevin.
How's it going? How's everyone doing?
You take Vimpat?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. I forgot which one you were taking, but yeah. This last one was about someone who took Vimpat, and yeah.
I think the neurologist would know. I mean, that's a common combination. I think people with epilepsy are more likely to have ADHDs from what I read. And 'cause sometimes I question if I have ADHD or I don't know. But I've read that some people are able to take stimulant ADHD drugs, but maybe some people can and some people can't. I mean, it's like anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was taken off of the Adderall, excuse me, the Adderall after the diagnosis, and the prescriber said he refuses to reissue that Adderall prescription unless he gets a letter okaying it from, my epileptologist. And I've yet to get that letter. I don't know. I know the risks. I don't know if I kind of would accept them or not, because without the Adderall, I'm really like, it adds an extra level of uselessness to the epilepsy med fog. But there have been non-stimulant ADHD meds offered. I think Strattera was one of them. I had been on Strattera a long time ago before the epilepsy, so I haven't tried it in combination with the glucosamide. But um, that was one, and that might be an option to discuss. That might be easier to um, convince your doctors to test out. Pookie, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. I started talking and reading. So I got one here. It says, how many hours of sleep do you get a night? I genuinely cannot believe it. I went to my doctor today and they asked me how much hours of sleep I get. I only get between 3 to 7 hours. 7 if I'm really lucky, though. It's very hard for me to stay asleep, not fall asleep. And he said, with my condition and how my epilepsy is, I should be getting at least 7 to 9 a night. I couldn't believe it. LOL. Like that's not gonna happen. So how many hours do you guys get a night? And how are you supposed how many hours do you get a night and how many are you supposed to be getting? My doctor didn't set a specific time. He just said get some rest. I didn't really, like he said, his doctor told him 7 to 9. Yeah, I just take it upon myself. Like, you need to get some rest when I need to, I guess. When I feel like I need rest, I get rest. Which is often nap time, most of the time, nap a lot. Especially when I'm not doing anything, sitting too long or doing nothing. I get ready to take a nap.
Well, I guess I would say how much sleep depends on how I plan my day out. Like I said, everything depends on. I always talk about my routine, and if I eat dinner around 10 or 11, take my medicine at midnight, and I fall asleep sometime a little after that. Um, uh, no liquids after midnight, so I don't have to wake up and go to the bathroom. I can get in a good 8 hours plus, actually, with a good routine. But if that's all screwed up, you know, I'll have to wake up and, you know, I only get 5 hours, and I can't survive without, under 7 or 8 hours. So that means I'll have to take another nap during the day, and it gets all messed up. And so I have to get 8 hours of sleep during the day in chunks or whatever. So
Jason, Melissa, how much sleep do you guys need?
I typically sleep about 9 hours. That's my average. Sometimes less, sometimes more, but I'm pretty strict about my bedtime. I like go to bed approximately the same time every day. And I was working at the school where my kids work, and so I had to get up really early. And I was having a lot more seizures. I think there's other reasons why, but I think because I was having to wake up so early was one of the factors. So I'm gonna have to quit my job for next school year. Um, but yeah, if I don't get my sleep, then I'm 100% off like the whole day, and I have to take a nap. And I think the only reason why I stay asleep is because all my medication makes me sleep. But I've also been taking magnesium at night, and that helps you sleep well too.
What does magnesium do other than to help with sleep?
Uh, I don't know. It does a lot of things. I don't know off the top of my head.
I gotta look it up. Jason, how many hours of sleep do you need? On average, I sleep, since I have insomnia, I try to get like 10, maybe more. Yeah.
For me, I would have to get like at least like 8 hours of sleep because like I have to get 8 hours of sleep because like for me like my sleep schedule would be like completely like on and off, and like, and people be want me to, and my people be wanting me to party and stuff like that, but I don't really have time for all that because like due to the seizures and stuff like that. So like I would get like 8 hours of sleep, but like normally for but like normal for me, like lately, like my sleeping schedule would get I would get like 5 to 6 hours of sleep. And like I would say it's pretty bad, but like I would say it's pretty bad for like when I try to sleep like for 5 hours. But but on the average, I would at least get like 8 hours of sleep because because my brain can't really function that well if I don't get like 8 hours of sleep.
Jeff, how about you? How much sleep do you need on average?
Sleep? Is that like I remember sleep. I get like 4 to 6 hours, I guess.
Mm.
But I'm up, up and down constantly. So Of the 6 hours, maybe I sleep 4.5. I haven't slept in years.
Oh, wow.
There. It's just the way it is. I mean, I have a lot of back pain and other pains, so I just don't sleep. Ex- Except when I'm in the desert, I sleep pretty well. But I never get eight. I mean, I haven't gotten 8 hours since I was a kid.
I make sure I get 8 to 10.
Yeah, I wish.
Yeah, my dad, he's always like, sleep the day away. You can't sleep 13 hours a day because I guess he thinks when I take my night dose at 10, then I go right to sleep, which is not ever happened. It's when he goes to sleep. It says, has anyone had an adult onset laughing seizures? I was only getting simple partial seizures, but in the last month or so, I think they've changed, and now I believe I'm getting gelastic laughing seizures daily. I read that these are most common in children, and I can't find a whole lot about them starting in adulthood. I don't laugh loudly, it's just kind of quiet giggling, but it happens multiple times a day and involuntary, and honestly freaks me out. I even do it while falling asleep and waking up. Has anyone had these start in adulthood? One in the comments says, I'm nearly 20, and sometimes I'll have randomly giggle laugh without knowing why. And someone else said, I'm 22 and I've had a couple of these in the past few months. They kind of came out of nowhere, but mine were constant, intense laughter until I passed out alongside other seizure movements rather than small bursts. I've heard about the laughing ones, but I never experienced it. And I think my stepsister does that. She has the laughing ones, and then everybody's like, oh, well, she's going to have a seizure, you guys.
I'd never heard of that before, so
Never?
it's new to me, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I've never heard of it, but nothing surprises me at this point, you know?
Great.
So,
Yeah, it says gelastic seizures. So there's so many different kinds. I guess when I smoke, I get giggly, but that's different. Yeah, those seizures, I'm usually laughing with someone. Um, Someone said trigger and seizure days apart. Has anyone experienced where seizures start when the body begins to come down from its flight mode? I've noticed when tracking my son's seizures that the only substantial event took place 2 or 3 days before the onset of his grand mal seizures. Example, his birthday is on the 21st. Once all the excitement dies down, then the seizure hits on the 23rd. Christmas happens, seizure always on the 26th. Now I'm finding he's making it through exams finally, but seizure happens 3 days after he finishes when he finally begins to relax. I brought this up with neurologist, and she writes down the dates and events and says, makes sense, but I keep forgetting to ask about if it delays seizures are a thing. I'd say yes because, uh, well, I've had a seizure and then like went somewhere and then had a TC. So I don't know if that's delayed. I just kind of have a weird vibe and then I'm going off wandering places and then I have a TC. Um, Not days apart though. I've never felt them days apart. I've had the postical headache for a whole 24 hours, but it never led to an actual TC or nothing that I can remember. Ladies and gentlemen.
I can't think of that happening to me, but I mean, sometimes it feels like my seizure comes out of nowhere, and I don't remember things well, so I don't know if something happened 3 days before that is affecting me that day, because I easily forget what I did yesterday, so.
Yeah, I forgot yesterday too. So okay. It says constant aura with no seizure. So a few years ago, I developed absent seizures. It was a bad for a period of time, but I haven't had one in a while, up until the past week. I basically am in a constant state of having that feeling that I'm going to seize, but nothing happens. I don't know if I should be worried or not. Has this happened to anyone, and any advice? Um, I've heard this question asked before, aura with no seizure, but the aura is a seizure. So, um, yeah, if the aura is a seizure, um, they say aura with no seizure. You guys get those?
I mean, like you said, aura with no seizure. If aura is a seizure, then there is no such thing as aura without a seizure. It's all just seizure, right? Just a different type.
Okay. Um, oh my. So it's something else here. It says strange eye movement. A forward of warning. It's a long post, and I'm non-native speaker. Some background. I suffered my first seizure when I was about 21 years old, shortly after I was diagnosed with gray matter heritopia as likely cause. I've gone through 2 or 3 more episodes in following 4 years and got my medication kind of locked in, but then seizures were medication kind of, oh, then seizures were replaced by nystagmus, eye moving side to side, uncontrollable for several minutes. Combined with dizziness, strangely, it wakes me up almost every time I lie down for a short nap. Napping is quite common for me as my body reacts strongly to atmospheric pressure changes. From my observation, seizures might be connected to my blood pressure, as I suffered a seizure in a hot bath after a stressful day. I am not triggered by light or hyperventilation. I like to know if anyone had their seizures replaced by tics or eye twitching, as in my case. Neurologist pointed me to consult my optician, eye doctor, who in turn said it shouldn't be connected to seizures in any way. Feel free to ask anything, but has anyone experienced this? The eye twitching, I have got it. I didn't know it was anything until coming here. I didn't know it was a thing. I thought the eye twitching was just maybe a headache or a precursor or something, just something bad. And yeah, I went to see what's it called? The eye doctor, and they also said I have what's it called? Glaucoma in my right eye. Kevin, you look like you had something to say.
Actually blind in my left eye,
Whoa.
but it's not from seizures. It's from something else. Like I got kicked in the left eye.
Ooh.
Long story. Um, but the eye twitching, I think I might. It's hard because I don't know if I'm doing it, but I think I've been told. Uh, I blink a lot, but um, yeah, it's hard because all these little things we do, we don't notice them, but other people do. I think I think my mom might have told me that I do a lot of things before seizures that she picks up on, and I think yeah, eye twitching might be one of them. So, yeah, it's
This one might be specifically for you, Kevin, because I heard you tell me you take these. So it says, I'd like to hear from people who have switched from Keppra to Depakote. JME currently on 1,000 milligrams twice daily of Keppra, up from 750 because after a fairly long seizure-free streak, I had another recently after not sleeping enough or taking my meds too late or something. I've had to switch neuros a few times after my main dumped me and my insurance has changed and I just didn't like some of them. So I've heard conflicting. They had a D instead of an F. I've heard conflicting opinions. I tried a switch to Depakote before a while ago to try to reduce mood issues. Not sure if it was Keppra or just life calls. And I stopped the switch because Depakote made me extra pingy. How do I feel before seizures? But my new neuro really recommended it because I also have gotten ADHD that I don't medicate for anymore, but has gotten a lot worse since taking Keppra. And so I'm having a hard time sleeping, which says Depakote will help with. Has anyone switched from Keppra to Depakote?
yeah. I was talking again with bringing up my mom again about all the drugs I've been on, and I've only actually been on 4 or 5 drugs my entire life. And Keppra, I went from Depakote to Keppra, and I had a horrible reaction with Keppra. But that was 2008, and I was not. The seizures were really bad, and uh, and I did not have a good neurologist then. And so what he did was he took me off Depakote. I was just on one medicine, and this neurologist was giving me sample packets of. He wasn't giving me a prescription. He was just giving me packets of Keppra, and just saying, just take a few of these a day. And so it wasn't like he was not a very good doctor. Um, so I was just taking whatever, like 3, 4 pills a day. I had no idea how much I was taking. So, and I just went on a tear for ages. And so I had to come off that. So I went on Depakote, and to control my myoclonic seizures, I went on to Pyramid. Um, so that really helped with the seizures. Um, I've been on Depakote most of my life, uh, and recently I added clobazam. So I would say it's very effective, but there are side effects that you have to be aware of, such as if you have difficulty concentrating, uh, Depakote will make that worse.
Okay. Good. Something here. It says, how long to mentally feel normal again after a seizure? It's been 2 weeks since my last set of focal seizures, and I still don't feel like myself. WTF? This happened to anyone else? Usually I'm back within a day or two. Um, yeah, the mentally normal thing, it's happened to me. It's taken like a day, but never a day or two or a week or anything like that. Um, there's just that little foggy like the day after to still remind me that, you just had a seizure. There's that part that sticks around. So Anyone?
I would say, yeah, give or take 24 hours, 24, maybe 36, but yeah, that sounds about right.
I had one not too long ago, but I only have tonic-clonics. And I fell over and I think I may have gotten a concussion and I didn't get it checked out. But it took me a week, at least a week to get over that one. That was a bad one though. And I may have had a concussion, so that could have added to it, but I don't know. Did they mention what type of seizure?
No, they didn't.
So it depends on what kind of seizure they had and if they were injured or I don't know. Or
Yeah,
maybe
and
they're
actually,
maybe
go
they're
ahead.
having multiples and they don't realize they're having multiple seizures. I don't know.
Okay. Got one. It says, did anybody dislocate their shoulder during a seizure? I've heard people say this before. I had my first epileptic seizure this past Saturday, seeing a neurologist tomorrow to see what can be done. I'm already taking Keppra since Tuesday. Unfortunately, I dislocated my right shoulder during a seizure. Posterior dislocation. I had assumed it came from a fall and me landing on my arm, but after doing some research, it dawned on me that it was actually from my shoulder muscles tensing up. Just goes to show how much force is involved during a seizure. So yeah, I actually dislocated my shoulder just using the force of my muscles. Has this happened to anyone else? Yeah, but the people who explained it to me, I don't think they said anything about like falling or anything. Yeah, they haven't. They didn't really explain it, but I've heard people say that their seizures they've woke up with um, shoulder out of place and stuff. You're on mute, Melissa.
I was talking to my son.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Anyone advice for this person? Just get some few words of encouragement.
I guess M would say get a nanny cam, you know, but if you want to know more about your seizures, um, but let's see, encouragement. Just be careful before your seizures. Yeah, listen to your body, your auras, and let's get to a safe place forward. And because you don't want to take a nasty spill or anything. Try to, you know, sit down or something, lay down. That's um, the only advice I can give. You know, just watch out for yourself. Listen to your body.
Okay. I got something else here. It says, please help. I was in a relationship. I ended up in the hospital because of a really bad seizure. He told me it was my fault and I was trying to ruin his fun. We broke up. I just want to feel love. I feel like I'll never find love or someone who can put up with my seizures. I constantly feel like a burden to others. I know I'm only 22. I feel like I will never find love and the unconditional support I crave so bad. Um, uh, person asks for support. I leave people. If you can't deal with it, then I'm not gonna stick around and just wait for you to leave me. Um,
I can't believe that person said you ruined my fun. That's really big red flag and BS and run far away from that person because that's ridiculous. My husband does get irritated with me sometimes, like if I forgot to take my medicine, but he would drop everything and take care of me, even if he's like irritated, because he gets irritated because he wants me to be safe, not because he's actually mad at me as a person. But he'll drive me, take me to hospital, he'll tell me to sit down, sit down, sit down. He will take the day off work if he feels like he needs to. Even if he's not feeling excited about doing all that stuff, he just does it without question. Like the other day, I got up and before him and I made like some kind of weird sound. He didn't like it. And the next thing I know, he was jumping out of bed and he was like, "What's going on? What's going on?" And he's like, it's ingrained in him to like take care of me and to be there for me, you know? So and when we first got together, he was like, "I didn't know really how I felt about, being with somebody with epilepsy, but I don't know, we just figured it out." I mean, we've been married 16 years. So,
Oh, nice.
I
So just
mean, it's might be hard to find somebody, harder, but I don't doubt that they can find somebody.
did you have epilepsy before your relationship?
Yeah, I got epilepsy in 2007 and we got married in 2009. So when we started dating, um, yeah, I already had it. But at first it wasn't that bad. I'd have a seizure like once a year or something, and it was usually because I forgot my medicine or I was drinking too much. But now I don't drink anymore and I'm a lot better at taking my medicine. So right now it's just hormones and it's something I can't help really. So he doesn't really get upset like he used to get mad at me because I can control drinking and I can control taking my medicine. But yeah, I already had epilepsy.
I think this person's better off without that guy.
Yeah, I agree.
Sounds like it. Yeah. And God, you're only 22. I know we don't like to bring up age a lot, but God, you got so much time to
Yeah.
find a person of quality. You'll be fine.
Yeah, I was 30 when we got married, so there's plenty of time.
I was 37.
You guys are lucky. You guys have long relationships. Yeah, I've had a relationship that lasted 9 years, but I don't think I even had epilepsy in high school. So actually, I did, but okay, yeah, everything's coming back to me as soon as I say things.
Yeah.
Hi, Lufa. Oh, she came and left.
Yeah.
Um, so, I'm sorry, I wasn't ready, you guys. Another one says the guy I'm dating says I'm overreacting about my epilepsy. Oh man. So I started dating a guy and apparently he thinks I talk too much about my epilepsy and that I'm overreacting. My epilepsy is under control right now and it's been for a few years. I don't drink, don't smoke, don't do drugs, and don't drink caffeine because I don't want to trigger a seizure. But even if I have my seizures under control, I always feel I have the sword of Damocles over my head and that at any moment, my meds could stop working and I could have a seizure. I'm not constantly thinking about it, but it's a looming feeling that's always in the background, even if seizures are under control. I don't feel I'm completely normal besides the med side effect, and sometimes I think that I could have died last time. I've had a lot of seizures, one after the other that doctors couldn't stop. If I had been home alone, he doesn't seem to grasp the severity of TCs or how scary focals could be. I'm starting to doubt myself and thinking maybe I am exaggerating, and I should just loosen up, be happy with my seizures, be happy that my seizures are under control, and just live my life. What do you think? With epilepsy, I leave situations where I don't feel comfortable, and if you're not comfortable with my epilepsy, I had to go because there could be situations where I could really hurt myself, and if you just don't like my seizures and you don't want to be around it, I got a feeling for people want to walk away when you're doing stuff. It just sounds horrible, but yeah, I'm
If
not.
they can't accept things that scare you or frighten you, I mean, they aren't accepting of who you are. And if they can't accept all of you, then you shouldn't be with them. I don't know. Epilepsy is a big deal. And sometimes I talk about it a lot, and other times I don't. And I just can't imagine having a partner who just can't, who would tell me to be quiet about it. You know what I mean? Like, stop talking about it. It just, that's not a good person. In my view.
Yeah.
Hi, Tom.
Tom. Hey, Tom, I got a question. How do you cope?
What?
How do you cope
With what?
with epilepsy?
Oh. It's life.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem. How do I cope?
Oh my. A lot of these support ones are mainly relationship wise. This one says spouses weaponize my incompetence. My husband has a deliberate incompetence towards my medical needs. If I need meds picked up, he will forget which ones and how much, and have to call me even though they've been the same meds for years. If I have a seizure, he will walk away and wait for it to be over. And if others ask if I need assistance, he'll say no, it'll stop soon. If I seize in the middle of the night, he gets up and leaves the room. And then the next day, I normally get in trouble for disturbing his sleep and making him tired from work. Or if I seize during the day, I'm possible when he gets home. And if I tell him I would like some affection, he will fall asleep in the bed next to me, watching a movie or something, but not comfort me in any meaningful way. We go to the medical appointments and they ask him what my seizures look like, and he doesn't know. I can't drive, and he takes me to my appointments, but he always running late or got caught in traffic or held up at work. I'll ask for practical things like ice pack or heat pack or a drink if I'm caught in bed, and he'll forget or say, yeah, coming. And then half an hour or longer will go by while he plays video games or watches TV. He'll leave for work without checking on me and has left me incredibly ill after a full night of seizures that he knew about. And then when he gets home the next evening and I'm still in a bad way and he hasn't checked in 24 hours, he always gaslighting me, telling me I'm reading too much into it and he's just tired. But it is like I don't exist. He's a very selfish man in his personal life, and he's never been selfish with me until I got sick. Of course, we were already married by then, but I just want to know if I need him or need someone that I have his support, that he won't just leave me seizing one day because he's running late for work and assumes I'll stop, and then doesn't check in, and that'll be our last moments together. It's like living alone, except I'm supposed to not be alone. I meant to be with my husband. The for better or worse, death do us part, love of my life guy, and he simply doesn't care or doesn't want to care or something. Opinions, ladies and gentlemen? That
Leave.
sucks.
Just leave.
Just run away.
Also, I wonder if she's had a direct conversation instead of just like, oh, I don't like this or I don't like that. But be direct and upfront about all of it in one conversation and see how he responds. And then if he's still like if he's still dismissive or whatever, then I mean I might start to think about leaving. And who knows how long have they been together? To
It didn't say.
I mean, especially if it's only been a couple years, then what's the point? I don't know. Your spouse should value you.
Yeah, you're the only female here to give us that advice. You guys have advice for this woman?
You heard mine. I mean, who wants to live with somebody that doesn't love you
Yeah.
and that would treat you that way?
Right. I was just saying that, like a person who I'd leave a person who I think might leave me, and then the next post is someone who left this person alone during that time.
Yeah, and it's not safe if he's just totally leaving when she's having a seizure and he isn't able to explain to the doctor what her seizures look like. That doesn't sound like a safe thing. Like,
It sounds like living alone.
yeah.
Yeah,
It's
especially because
worse
he
than living
tells.
alone.
Say that again?
It's worse than living alone.
Yeah, I can only imagine. Yeah. But yeah, like the part about her saying that he tells other people she'll be okay, give her a minute. That's crazy. Like I've never even heard that like from any of my family. I wouldn't say everyone's the best supporters, but I've never heard anyone say, "Oh, just give him a second." The next one says, "How do you guys live like this? I don't know how I'm supposed to live my whole life as an epileptic. My mom told me year after year when I was young I would grow out of it. I'm 22 and still have them. Every single day revolves around taking my medication with food, or I'll get violently ill for 12 hours. It's the worst thing ever. How am I supposed to go on my whole life never being able to get anywhere? And to make matters worse, my boyfriend keeps making excuses and he won't get his license. He works too much. Nobody will teach him. He's too scared, blah, blah, blah. It just upsets me so much because he has the privilege of being able to drive and I don't. He has the ability to finally let me feel like I have some sort of control. I'm just so angry right now. How am I ever going to live my life if I will never be able to be independent? I feel like death is less of a punishment than living in society where transportation is a must. How do you live like this? It took some time. I always tell people it takes time. I've been dealing with this for 20 years, so it gets better with time. This person is 22, so you're in the fun part of your life, just able to drink and all that, and then and then you can't drive. I know how I can't drive be, but it's just like time. You get better with time. Some things you just get used to. Oh, hey, Lufa. Um, you got anything?
I don't know. The only thing I could say for me is it took a while for me to adjust but I was like in my 20s when I got it. But maybe she's having a hard time adjusting, or I don't know if it's a girl, but adjusting to the taking care, managing it as an adult on her own. Like maybe her mom was taking care of everything, and now that she has to take care of it herself or themselves, it's like a big shock. I think you just adjust to it.
What? Got something here else. It says, ever been accused of faking your seizures? Personally, I think maybe once, or maybe told I was overreacting a little bit, but um, never really thrown out there like, oh, you're a fake or whatever the case. But I've been told maybe like a little overreacting. It says today, my neurology appointment, my neurologist asked me if I'm making myself have a partial seizure by thinking of one and then causing it, or if I'm having panic attacks and calling them seizures instead. All of us, all of this started because I had a grand mal seizure and found out in the hospital the episodes I was having daily, 6 times a day prior to grand mal, were partial seizures. All of my EEGs, MRIs, and blood tests have been healthy and normal. And during my appointment, I began to cry because he wasn't listening to me. He then asked if it's panic attacks I'm thinking or seizures. Have y'all experienced this? After he walked away, I broke down crying and had to be escorted into a room to calm down. I'm just feeling so lost. He said, well, you don't have cancer, so it's not as bad as it could be. I'm aware, I'm thankful, but I still miss my old life. I feel miserable. Yeah, personally, I haven't been accused, but you guys got something to say for this person? This was recent, so they might see it.
I can't believe a doctor would say, at least it's not cancer. That was like a shocking thing to me because I don't know. If a doctor started speaking to me like that, I would be looking for a new doctor. It's
Cancer
hard
can
enough
be
to deal with
cured.
it.
Epilepsy can't. That's
Well, the doctor actually did say that to me when I was younger at 12. He said something
Yeah, well,
similar. He said it could be epilepsy, it could be cancer. We'll see.
Wow. Cancer can cause seizures?
Well, I had um, my first seizure, and like what they said, I think you come back for the what is it, the brain scan, and he said, well, it could be a tumor. We'll see. See you later. Bye. I was like, what? Okay. And
Yeah.
I feel like he was very nonchalant about it.
Okay.
But, but as far as the person's question goes, um, what was the person's questions? I want to address that because I want to leave him hanging.
Basically, have you ever been accused of faking seizures?
Oh, maybe once in college. I think I mentioned that I had myoclonic seizures and my leg would kick, and I told the person I was told my teacher I was having seizures, and the student I wasn't kicking their chair. I was just my leg was jerking, and it's like that's not a seizure. I'm like, yes, it is. I okay. Well,
I've also been accused of faking the myoclonic seizures. Also, sorry, I'm like at the pool, but I'm hot and sweaty. Sorry.
It's all right. Yeah, remember that? Remember that day? Oh my goodness.
I just for the it took until I had a seizure for my myoclonic seizures to actually and my epilepsy to actually get acknowledged to have like not an actual seizure but like a tonic-clonic seizure in order to finally have recognition brought to my diagnosis. So unfortunately I think it just takes some really big steps. Like for me, it was having the seizure in the neurologist's office. So
Um,
But definitely
Yes,
ask for a different doctor because that's like a kind of a crazy comparison to be bringing out and stuff.
right. Ooh, that one's pretty long. My cry for help says, my cry for help, 23-year-old male. I am completely broken down and so upset. Each and every day, I feel so bad and let down by the change this has made on my life. 3 years ago, I was diagnosed with epilepsy from a breakthrough grand mal seizure. I hid for such a long time from even my family and my friends. I eventually went to the doctors and have been on Depakote since. I have thankfully only had one breakthrough grand mal seizure since while being switched from Depakote to Keppra this last summer. After that, up until now, the doctors have decided to keep me on Depakote. Overall, I'm thankful and I am so grateful that I do not have it worse, but I feel like every day nothing has changed. I still feel this feeling, like weird feeling every single day. I'm not sure how to describe it. Like describe it like a weak feeling in my body or something of that nature that makes me feel jittery, anxious when I wake up or when I'm tired, or even if I'm not tired, the medicine makes me tired and makes me feel the feeling. My triggers are sleep deprivation, and strenuous activity. I recently found out that Depakote is not keeping me seizure free, and I'm having absence seizures, which is what I had when I was younger, which I eventually grew out of. I don't know. I'm just worried and scared that I won't be able to work, and I'm scared that I won't be able to pursue the career in sales I dreamed of. I'm sorry. Pursue the sales I dreamed of. I am so heartbroken. They have recently decided to try me back on ethosuximide, which is what I took as a child, which helped extremely. So right now I am taking that and Depakote and going to the EEG soon to see if that helped. But I still feel weird. I don't feel right. I just need some assurance. I need someone to just give me some advice or anything really. I don't know what routes there are. And I know they said if ethosuximide doesn't work, they are going to try me on Keppra again because last time the dosage was way too low. Please, if you're reading this or come across this, give me some help. You guys heard that? Your turn.
I mean, it sounds like they're just starting to get like settled into their life with epilepsy. I mean, it's more of a process, like a oh kitty cat. It's more of a waiting game almost, like a it's kind of a game you have to play. I don't know how to describe it, but I guess as someone who's 20, like it's it's hard to accept that you're disabled in a way that holds you back from being young, like your peers. And that's just a hard thing to accept, like at the end of the day, for any chronic illness, for anyone that's young. That's just a hard thing. But if it makes that person feel any better, then it's not just us in the epilepsy community that feel that way. It's just all of us that are chronically ill, that are just held back from being the age that we are just because of what we have. But that's why we have communities like this, and it's why it's good to find outlets and sources and groups where you feel connected and things that occupy your mind and help you throughout the day.
Well put.
I wanted to drive my entire life and I can't drive at all ever. So that used to be my biggest dream. So but my next best thing is a jet ski. So I mean It's all about finding alternatives and, working with your body and with your illness and not against it.
Yeah.
As a side note, ethosuximide is also called Zerontin. And that my son has absent seizures and that's what he takes. I forgot the
Okay.
question because I was thinking about, you got distracted and thinking about that.
Um, yeah, kind of moved on to another question. I can't find the other one though. Anyone remember that one? No. Here's a good one. It says sexsomnia and epilepsy. Hi, everyone. I was diagnosed with epilepsy following one nocturnal seizure, tonic-clonic, in November last year. Had an EEG earlier this year, about 3 months ago, which was indicative of predisposition to epilepsy, frontal temporal lobe transients. I didn't actually receive a clear diagnosis until I saw my neurologist. I hadn't, but anyway, so the gist is frontal-ish seizure activity, been on lamotrigine since 2025 in March, and working up to 75 milligrams 2 times a day. I had terrible headaches following this seizure in November, and they continue to be present more often than not. Over the last week, 2 occasions, my partner has told me during my sleep I started to be irritable in my sleep, restless, and then wank myself off for a period of like 5 seconds while flaccid. Completely bizarre. So I was looking into it and came across sexsomnia. Has anyone else experienced this before? Some stuff online suggests that seizures can often be mistaken for sexsomnia and epileptics. Some advice would be appreciated and some banter to keep it light. It's just kind of scary. I'm wondering what happens if it's not just self-touching. My partner is super understanding and found it hilarious the first time, but it's not something I want to carry on with.
I have
It's
nothing to
that
add to
I'm
that.
not.
Yeah, I don't really know what.
I've never heard of that before.
Yeah, I don't really know what to add to that.
And
That might be something to look into.
get a nanny cam would be the popular suggestion.
Good thing the partner's understanding.
If you guys could send nanny cam suggestions, that would be great, by the way. Just a sidebar, sorry.
Yeah, there you can see those clamp arms beginning to open up.
Yeah, the internet has nothing about sexsomnia.
Now, propellers
Oh,
countdown, and that's intentional.
Maybe their medicine's making them have really vivid dreams. I know mine sometimes make me have very active dreams. But I don't know about sexsomnia.
I looked up ChatGPT really quick. It's
Referred to as engine chill.
what is it here? Sexomnia or sexsomnia is a type of parasomnia, which means it's an abnormal behavior that happens during sleep. People with sexomnia engage in sexual behaviors while they are asleep and usually have no memory of doing so. Common behaviors include masturbation, sexual vocalizations, fondling or initiating sex with a partner, in some cases, full sexual intercourse. Have fun with that.
right.
So is it related to sleepwalking at all then? Kind of, I mean, parasomnia, so it's in the same category. Cause I mean, if that's the case, I do have a history of sleepwalking as a child.
Yes.
And I had heard, I knew that certain behaviors, like seeming somewhat complex seeming behaviors, can actually be carried out while fully asleep, apparently while I would, get up out of bed and come out into the living room and kitchen or something in the middle of the night, and my parents would say that it looked like I was really distressed and like I was looking for something, looking around.
Well, yeah, that is the
And
key word. It happens during sleep. Parasomnia
yeah,
happens during sleep.
I used to
yeah.
sleepwalk as a child, and one time my mom caught me outside at nighttime, and
Mm.
she came and she was like, "What are you doing?" And I said, "I'm looking for socks." And I was asleep the whole time. And then another time when I was little, I was starting a bath for my baby doll, and I just turned on the hot water only. And so the bathtub was running, and my mom didn't notice that I was up and doing stuff until I was like yelling because I was trying to get into the bathtub. So you can do like
Yeah, some
it's
pretty
complex.
complex,
Yeah.
scary stuff. Yeah.
My mom was afraid she'd have to put the knives up.
Rockets going up in less than a minute, just side note, anybody in visual range or want to watch it on the SpaceX YouTube thing or something. They're launching the Falcon 9.
So let's sit back and watch.
30 seconds. I gotta go. I gotta go out on the front porch. I'll be right back.
Um, so it said, no. Grew up thinking I was just broken. Turns out it was epilepsy. I'm honestly trying to feel less alone right now. Since I was 8, I've had these strange episodes, fear out of nowhere, confusion, feeling like I wasn't real. I'd asked to go to the hospital, but every time they'd ask me to run a quick check, say I was fine, and send me home. Eventually, everyone around me assumed I was just being dramatic and a spoiled, overly sensitive kid. And I started believing that too. At 15, the psychiatric labels started: bipolar, OCD, PTSD, one after another. Nothing ever quite fit, but I kept hoping something would eventually explain what I was going through. It wasn't until I turned 20 that I was finally diagnosed with focal impaired awareness seizures, non lesional left temporal lobe. It was confirmed through EEGs that moment changed everything and nothing at the same time. It explained so much, but it didn't undo the years of confusion and self-doubt. It's been almost a year since the diagnosis. The brain fog is better, the memory is improving, but emotionally, I feel like something inside me is still buried. Like I lost years of knowing who I was supposed to be. Has anyone else been through this? Has epilepsy or misdiagnosis or stolen parts of who you are? I just feel the need to feel seen.
I think they kind of summed up when they said what's done has been done. You can't undo not knowing for so long, but even the misdiagnosis just kind of makes it worse because then they were being treated for something they probably didn't have. A lot of those antipsychotics can definitely have residual effects and side effects that were probably just totally unnecessary. But I guess my only advice for this person would be, instead of focusing on that, try and just find some joy in being on the right track now.
Go ahead, Toaster.
Stay positive. There's always another hope. And as someone who was misdiagnosed as a teenager with panic attacks, which were honestly just my post seizure self, I wasn't diagnosed until I was in labor. And so I've had epilepsy for over 20 years without knowing it. Well, I knew it for 10 of it, for about a decade now. But and finally knowing exactly what is going on is a great thing, because then you can jump tracks, if that makes any sense. It was able to jump tracks to, okay, let's find a different medication, one that targeted seizures and not, oh, depression. I mean, you still might have depression, that they're still okay. But I mean, no, crap, I don't know where I'm going with this. Never mind.
Hi, Toaster, you have a cookie for me?
Always for you. Well, actually, not right now. I don't.
Oh, shucks.
Yeah, my mom says that the first thing I have to bake is a raspberry tart.
Yeah,
I just
that
moved
sounds
in
good too.
to a new house. It's great.
I got some blueberry muffins yesterday. I'm gonna make today. Well, probably not today because I'll be here. But yeah,
Munchies.
I have a comment for that person. I've never been through that before, misdiagnosis, but I know if you're around people that have never seen an absent seizure, they might not know what it looks like. My son was diagnosed, he was about 7 or 8, and the only reason why he was diagnosed is because I have epilepsy and I knew about it. And I told my husband, I was like, I think he's having absent seizures. He's like, no, you're crazy. But I was like sure of it. I was like, no, that is what is going on. So I got him a referral to a neurologist, and bam, the EEG, abnormal brain waves. So I feel like my son's lucky that, in a way, whatever you want to think, that I knew what it looked like. Because if you're not around people that know what it looks like, I am sure you would go years without being diagnosed. And that's unfortunate, but I mean, I don't think you can necessarily blame the people around you, but you can still be mad at them if they're telling you you're being overly dramatic and being dismissive of the things you're saying. You can still be mad about that, but I don't know if being mad about them for not recognizing it is helpful. And I think that person should know that we all see them and that it's okay. They'll be okay. Even if it sucks.
right. The next one says, is my epilepsy and medication the reasons why I've gotten incredibly stupid? I can barely form a full, coherent sentence. I make mistakes constantly while typing. My brain and motor functions are seemingly always misaligned. I feel like I cannot learn anything new anymore. I simply cannot process and store new information for long-term use. Is it my epilepsy and medication? Is it a combination of the four mentioned things combined with my long-term untreated depression? I'm just tired of being perceived as a moron by people that don't know what I suffer from. Well, I'm tired of feeling like a moron myself. I used to be relatively intelligent. People would sometimes tell me how intelligent I seemed based on how I spoke. That simply doesn't happen anymore. And I am always the dumbest person in any given room. I can see how it would make you feel stupid because it'll like slur our speech. It slurs my speech sometimes, and sometimes it makes my words all jumble around and stuff. But yeah, I think it's a combination of the medication and epilepsy. Yeah.
Well, they can remember how they were before the meds. So if they're taking meds for a couple different conditions, this kind of sounds like a one step at a time case, where if you suspect it's the meds, try to switch that first. If this is one where I would tell them to start by writing things down. Back when you remember yourself being intelligent, what's changed since then? And that could be lifestyle changes or medication or both, and just kind of go down the list, see if you can try switching it up and what makes a difference.
Yes.
Melissa?
I was just gonna say that one of the most helpful things for me has been coming to these Zoom meetings, because I had the same exact feeling. I was embarrassed. I was ashamed of myself because I would forget words that I have used commonly before. And I would forget my train of thought, and I would forget memories that happened in the past, and coming here and seeing other people that also have a similar thing going on makes me feel less embarrassed and ashamed about it, because there's other people. It's not just you. I used to feel like this really smart person. I was like in all advanced classes in high school, and I could debate people, and I was very nerdy, but I'm still very nerdy, and I might not be able to debate you, but I can still think things. I might not be able to put words together to explain what I'm thinking, but like Kate said, maybe writing stuff down could be helpful, and it'll trigger memories and ideas.
Toaster?
Well, it's intelligence and knowledge are two separate things, and they are often confused. But Kate pointed out that yes, we have the knowledge buried in there, but more intelligent us would have been able to put it together coherently. So that's also true. I'm not very good at putting things together coherently unless it's writing on paper. Well, or typing, technically. Well, I even talk to myself.
I talk to
Yeah.
myself sometimes.
Yeah, we all do.
Sometimes I have to talk to myself to remember things. I got to say it out loud.
Yeah.
That was
also
the best part today of walking around with the service dog in the mall, because I had to keep track of what stores we were supposed to go to and then where we were going to meet at. And I'm, telling this to the dog, but yeah, that's what I was saying. Good girl, he'll keep up. We got this store, then Bed Bath, then yeah.
I'm
So
sorry, this sounds like a brainstorm scene.
exactly. That's exactly what was going on. And then picture being left at the food court with like the toddler and the handful of quarters, and I'm handing him quarters, he's feeding the machine, and about $3 later I realized none of these machines are working. Yeah, so he was in the rocket pushing the buttons, it's lighting up, but it wasn't moving, it wasn't doing what it was supposed to do.
That
And
rocket ain't flying.
oh no, I'm sitting there and hearing another mother pass telling her daughter, oh no, baby, those don't work. You know that. So I stopped shuffling through all these dimes and pennies, and I'm looking around like, oh shit, did I seriously just do that? Sure enough, and that's where the dog got a hold of something she wasn't supposed to, hoping it was just a French fry, but I don't know. Yeah, we all talk out loud, so it's definitely a way to keep things straight.
Yep. I was going to say everything was like it's a mixture of the medications, because I just had to show my mom today that the new medicines I'm on, how they really affect the cognitive and the motor skills. of everything, but it's also in terms of if you had a lot of grand mals or tonic-clonics, you're depriving, well, you're not depriving, the epilepsy is depriving your brain oxygen. So every time that happens, you're getting a little bit brain damage too. So it's a mixture of both.
Do you think like concussions would add to that? Because I've had concussions from having
Yes.
seizure. Okay.
CTE is a big thing. And from what I was told, CTE can't be diagnosed until you're dead. But that's what happens with a lot of football players.
That's what I think's going on with my dad.
Yeah.
He
It's
get horrible, horrible migraines.
it's a brain degeneration, basically. And what these medicines can do to us, basically CTE does on its own.
Explains why me and my dad are so much alike.
Yeah.
We just thought it was the ADHD. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'd learned something new.
That's all of it.
Yeah.
If I can show you an example, just look up the football player Antonio Brown and you'll see how throughout his career, how he has changed from his aggressions and his moods and everything. And you can definitely tell that he has CTE, and I remember the hit that might have did it too. So
Let me guess. Sports?
Yeah, he's a football player.
Yeah.
No, I
Football
meant
players
you.
are probably
Wait, do you have CTE?
Who, me?
Yeah, I forgot.
No, I don't. I
Oh, okay.
would like to donate my brain
Yeah, me
for
too.
CTE studies. So
My body's going to Duke University. Paperwork's already signed.
yeah,
Yeah, I'm donating my
I would like.
How did you sign up for that? That's really, I've always wanted to be studied and, contribute to science as much as I can. And
You have to go on to well, I don't know if it's just for patients because I did it through my chart.
okay.
But you
just
basically
Googled it.
have to give up your right in advance to your body.
Okay.
And
So you
say,
can't be an organ donor, right?
yeah, well, you can be an organ donor.
Oh, okay.
I'm still able to be an organ donor, but after they're done with my organs, the rest of me is going to Duke.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna sign up.
Yeah, I guess you're
My
not
organs are useless.
you don't donate your brain, right?
Well, I'm gonna donate my brain and they pay for everything. I forget where it is, but I know if you Google it, donate brain, it pops up and you're supposed to, like Tosher said, sign your document so that way when you do die and tell people, you're supposed to tell people and sign the documents
Oh, I had
ahead
to
of,
get mine notarized.
yeah. Yeah.
A lot
And
of the hospitals have them on staff too.
they pay
Yeah.
for it.
I signed up the day of my surgery. Well, the night before my surgery, when we were going through everything else. I was also like, okay, because they always say there's always a 1% chance that you won't wake up. Sorry, this is now coming back to me. And they had me sign a piece of paper. They had to have someone else, not my mom, but someone else. They had another person's family member come in to sign as a witness. I had to have two witnesses, me, and the basically the stampy person. I forgot, notary.
Notary.
Yes,
Yeah.
Yeah.
stampy person.
Yeah. Well,
The
hey, I
That's
get
stamping
it.
another
person. I like that
character.
one better.
No, that's what Sai
But-
is going to be. She knows legalese. She's
There
going to
you-
be our stampy person.
there you
yeah.
go.
Legal signing legal documents with a paw.
Perfect.
But yeah, I hit concrete so many times where I don't even know. Like I hit so many hard surfaces that are beyond like, like concrete and metal surfaces and stuff like that where I could have had concussions and they never checked for it. And it's just, you know what? I'm going to donate my brain for CTE studies.
So out of these other conditions that you guys have been diagnosed with, does any of it cause gray matter or white matter, something that can be picked up on an MRI?
Not that they haven't checked yet.
Okay. That's one of the these whatever you call it, smart people articles. I forget what it's called. Those Wiley ones. Yeah, some of these academic studies are just verifying how to read an MRI better. They're still making like leaps and bounds of calculating what part of the brain to remove in a resection, because apparently, like you said, these other conditions that mimic the effects of epilepsy on the brain as it appears on an MRI could be why they don't take out the right part of the brain or not enough, or sometimes even more than they need to during a resection.
And MRIs are getting so much better. It's crazy. The level of detail, the strength of the magnets that they're able to make these days. It's insane. Like I just had the MRI that I have most recently done. The stuff that they could see in there. I mean, it was clear, but there would have been a lot of stuff that they could have missed just based on the resolution from the MRI that I had like 50, 20 years ago, 20,
A lot of stuff they
20,
could have
20
prevented
years,
or stuff.
20 years ago. Hold on. No, nothing that.
Yeah, so it looks like surgical outcomes can definitely be better with all this better imaging.
22 years ago. Everything's all still like fuzzy and stuff. Like the resolution, the pictures they showed me, they wouldn't print it out. I was really disappointed.
So, bro, you got your MRI from 20 years ago framed.
Yeah,
So, were you
yeah.
proud of that tumor, or what did they find?
They told me I don't have epilepsy.
Okay, okay. So you framed the perfect brain,
Right, yeah. Well,
and here you are.
I don't know. They were investigating me back when I was 15 and learning to
Okay.
drive. I kind of had a scenario situation. My mom was the adult supervisor, and she said that I was continuing on, like I was gonna hit the back of a pickup truck that was making a turn. But so I didn't see it or something. That's what I said. I'm not sure. The details that far back are kind of fuzzy. But yeah, we went and we had the MRI. I had the sleep deprived EEG. Like Pinky promised that I stayed up late all night beforehand. They didn't take me in or anything. It was just a quick 30-minute EEG in the office. And I didn't have a seizure in that 30 minutes there. So they told me, you're fine, you don't have epilepsy. But part of that was the neuropsych evaluation, like a full breakdown. That process is what led to my Asperger's syndrome diagnosis. Um, so that was good. Um, and now, what was it, 20 years later, it turns out that I really do also have epilepsy. So, yeah.
Well, you didn't even have your whole frontal lobe when those last pictures were taken. So that would be fun to compare too.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's, yeah, I was 15.
That seems like an
So I
all too
still
common
had
theme
a
when
decade of development there to go.
yeah, when people
And
go in like their high school years, they don't get diagnosed or definitely get misdiagnosed quicker than that, more often than not, because catching a seizure on an EEG, a live EEG, is like, talk about 1 in a million unless you know your triggers already.
yeah,
And that's just hard to do.
yeah, I don't have any identified triggers
Or if they're
except
constantly
stress.
going off like absences.
Yeah. I
Oh
mean,
yeah, and they'll
as
be
far
quick to
as
call
I
that
know, I don't,
psychiatric.
yeah, I don't have any absences as far as I know. I don't think that I had an absence then. I don't know. At the time, I felt like my mom was just overreacting, and it's hard to get past the emotion of that memory that she was still just overreacting. But I kind of suspect that maybe something was actually happening, I guess. So I don't know. We'll see.
Well, thank God you
Uh,
didn't get behind the wheel again. I'm assuming you didn't.
yes, I did. I went ahead
Oh,
and I mean, because I didn't have epilepsy, right? So I went and
oh, okay, okay.
I drove really fast. And I mean, I got a fast car, a Bimmer. I was one of those BMW drivers. So you know what I was like. Yeah, I drove like it too. Uh, I got better at driving, and by the time I gave up the BMW, I wasn't driving like a jackass. But um, yeah, I think everybody's probably better off that I'm not behind the wheel anymore.
There you go.
So yeah.
I feel the same, especially after I hit a wall. I was glad it was Christmas and there wasn't people out, but
You drove into a wall?
I hit the center divide.
Oh my gosh. How fast were you going? Oh,
Maybe not that
hold
fast,
up.
maybe like 20. I don't
Do you
think it
guys see here?
was like
How's it?
around the turn. So I guess I didn't turn all the way. So I hit the center divide, and when the airbag hit me, it kind of just brought me out of it, and then I just pulled over, and then another one started. So then, yeah, they were able to. There was actually a doctor near, and he was in a Santa outfit, and he had seen it
Oh,
passing us as it happened. So when I kind of came out of it, he's running towards us because he passed us. So he's running back towards us. And I'm kind of looking at him like, what's going on? And I forgot it was Christmas. I forgot everyone who was there. Yeah. Then I got a funny story
oh,
afterwards that the guy was the doctor and all that. He had just left work. So I would say, I guess, luckily he was there. I mean, he didn't help much, but he pulled over because he seen it.
yeah.
But talking with you guys, it made me realize how much I don't go to the hospital. Everyone's always talking about, oh, I got this appointment for this, I got this appointment for that, I'm going for this, I got an EEG this day, MRIs coming up.
Yeah, I got a cardiac MRI on Saturday and got another sleep study coming up, you know, yeah, it's constant appointments. Do you not go and get all of these tests? I guess you're not so new in all of the diagnosis, are you?
Nope, it's been
known,
about 20 years.
yeah.
Yeah.
So you're not as interesting to them anymore. They've already poked you and found out what makes you go off. So
They actually haven't, but
no.
Exactly. Once it's been 20 years and they can see how many referrals or how many tests, and for some reason they don't tend to do the same things, even though seizures get worse, like decade to decade, epilepsy changes for sure, especially when you have like those drug resistant and whatever that other label is. That means they like intractable, I think they call it, where like you never actually narrow down the real
Refractory.
cause. I was saying
Refractory.
intractable epilepsy is in
Intra-
the one where they can't tell if it's genetic or if it was from in brain injury, or like they never found the reason. So
Yeah.
now that
Oh,
I've been, you know, had those at the top of the list, even when I see new neurologists, they tend to just say, okay, so what do you want to do? It's been a long time since the doctors actually had input on what they think would make a difference in treatment, especially since the RNS. Now
my
every
last
appointment is all about just messing with these settings. Yeah, go ahead.
At my last appointment, because like I think I've said, I don't know if y'all remember, but I'm going through perimenopause, so my seizures are getting much worse. And I went to my neurologist last time and I had told him what we're doing. And after coming to this Zoom, I was like inspired to be like on top of it, go there and be ready to tell him my ideas of what to do. And so now he's doing a sleep deprived EEG at the end of the month, which makes me nervous because sleep is one of my biggest triggers. So I'm really nervous about that. But we're talking about doing like potentially like progesterone hormones because estrogen actually is a cause of seizures, but progesterone helps calm your mind. So that's what we're doing. And I've had it for 20 years, so we're trying to figure out new stuff.
So how well do your doctors work together? Because I'm sure you have like an OB and a neuro and, you know, a little bit of a
Well,
team now.
I just got a referral for an OB, so I haven't seen one in a long time because my youngest kid is 11 and I don't know, I have so many other doctor appointments, I don't make that a priority.
Yeah, yeah, that's kind of a back burner thing.
So yeah. So we'll see how they work together.
That just sounds like such a delicate balance when it comes to hormones, especially if your neurologist changes the dose on the medication. I wonder if they would suggest that you actually tell the OB, especially if they have you on those kinds of things, because they all work together, that's for sure.
I mean, I just can't imagine them being that uh knowledgeable
Careless. Oh,
about
okay.
epilepsy, the OB doctor. I have a feeling they're just gonna be experimenting on me.
That's the vibe that I try to avoid. But
Yeah.
if they narrow down something like a diagnosis and there are known treatments, I
Well,
still feel like you're gonna have to keep that like self advocate thing in
yeah,
mind. So don't put that on a
definitely.
sticky note.
Because I know it's my hormones because they've gotten a lot worse these last 2 years. And even before that, mine would be right around my period time. So I know for sure that that's a trigger for me.
Another step in the right direction. All right, hopefully we got somebody else visiting soon, a new diagnosis, and it sounds like she's just feeling lonely for some reason. So maybe some of these cases that take a long time to figure out and diagnose definitely take a lot longer to treat. Do you guys think your social circle kind of got smaller before the diagnosis? I know I definitely didn't want to go out.
I was in a gang, so no.
All right, ride or die.
No, my social circle pretty much stayed the same. If anything, it grew.
I mean, now it's there's no circle. The circle is as small as a hula hoop, and it's empty hula hoop. So
Hey, we're part of your circle now.
hey, yeah, I can just put my phone in the hula hoop. So yeah, we're all there. But yeah, I don't think now. I wouldn't say people don't want to be around. It's kind of everyone kind of grew up and kind of moved away. And it used to be people would come see me more, like, how you doing? But I guess people started having kids and families, so I kind of understood it a little bit. But some of them, I see that they just kind of distance themselves and they still get in contact and how are you? Where are you at? Stuff like that. I'm still here. Want you to come see them type stuff. But I guess they forgot I have epilepsy and just eventually distanced themselves for too long, and I forgot that they were even a friend. There was like someone who sent me a message and he was like, I remember your mom used to have your hair looking nice. And I had to go through a bunch of people who we had mutual friends with. And I asked my mom, did you know him? She's like, no. So yeah, I found someone who told me who he was, but his face still doesn't look familiar. And he was talking about how my mom used to do my hair and stuff. So I'm lost. Yeah. So I also told another friend that it's my memory. I don't remember his face at all. And it's been 20 years since high school and teens, so yeah, there's that. Anyone else? Social circle got interrupted?
I would say no, not really. I had good friends after I got diagnosed. I made friends during teenage years, but then when the epilepsy got really bad, you know, around you know, 19, 20, 20, those years, but life changes and everyone goes their separate ways. So they all kind of disappeared. So I've been pretty much alone since then. Besides you guys, of course.
Yeah, I kind of gave up on I don't know, reconciling or just like reconnecting with anybody that I knew before. I just call it the move. And when we bumped into somebody who apparently I was best friends with in, I think my mother said middle school. And I'm really, really glad I was there with little one after he first learned how to walk, because I had the best excuse for just like staying out of that conversation because I did not know this person. And she started ranting about, remember when we did this and went here, and I felt so stupid and clueless. I would literally just rather talk to my son who doesn't even like speak yet. I felt more comfortable literally talking baby than I did with this person who knew me but I didn't know her. So that's the other thing about past relationships that I would just never even bother with if they did reach out.
That reminds me, when I came back to Charlotte, I had to get a new primary doctor. And the first time I met her, she's looking at my name. She looks up at me. Then she looks down at my name. And then she's like, do you have a brother named Daniel? And I was like, yes. And she's like, I think I used to be your next door neighbor. And she was. My mom remembered her. Of course, my mom remembers everyone. She has the memory of an elephant. She has all the memory that I don't have.
Daniel, you're my brother. You're older than me.
Sing it, Angel.
I can't remember the rest. I just remember those lyrics, though.
It's all right.
Go Elton John.
I've told my mom that she's my external memory storage, you know, like plug in USB, you know, hey, what was happening? It's the last doctor's appointment when they what blood test did they order, and does it have to be fasting? She'll know exactly how far ahead of the appointment to go and get it done. I'm like, this is wizardry. I don't get it. Yes, thank God for moms.
Yeah, thank moms because my mom is my superhero. She's
Mm.
the only one that doesn't panic and send me to the hospital every time I have a seizure. And I've seen videos where she coddled me, and it was touching. She coddled me during a seizure instead of just turning me on my side.
So don't you ever say you don't have a mama bear.
Man, the thing about you said about chats with kids, yeah, those chats are pretty interesting. Like, yeah, I don't mind talking to my son because I think he's very intelligent and I'm losing intelligence and he's gaining it. So I'm throwing him up on like explaining stuff to him like my childhood. And I was like, okay, you got your dad. I'm here. I didn't have a dad until my early 20s, late teens. And he was like, how'd that happen? So I had to explain to him that my father was in prison my childhood. And he was like, for how long? And I'm like, oh, we got to go deep into this. And then he was talking about, what did he say? Oh, what for? And then I told him a few reasons. And then he was like, how long does this take? Did he kill anybody? And I don't know. I didn't know that part. And then he was like, what was the other reason he went? And I was like, he was a pimp. So we had that conversation, like, what is a pimp?
Oh gosh.
Yeah. So
Hey, you'd rather him find out from you. That's why I praise any open communication with my daughter, because that's the thing. I would much rather be the one to explain any and all of those touchy subjects to her than having her find out the wrong way or from some like gamer message board, or it's like they put some weird shit on there
yeah.
that can definitely be grown-ups.
Look at Nico.
Aw.
How do you describe to like young children what epilepsy is? Like I have um a niece and a nephew, and I mean, fortunately my sister is a nurse and knows all about it. She took care of all of that, but it had me thinking when they were born, um, at what age would I have told them about a family member like me with, who goes into tonic-clonics and, really needs to be kind of closely supervised. Uncle Mark almost needs to be babysat more than they do. Like, I don't think I'll ever get to have a like uncle sleepover babysitting event that I kind of had imagined when they were born. So, for parents, people that like those of you who've been responsible for that information, like how old would you tell them? What would you say? How to, like, because I don't know, like, just telling them Uncle Mark's brain is wired differently and malfunctions or breaks or something, you know. I mean, they know they're related to me, and will they? I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm rambling past where
You're good, Mark. You're
answers
good.
start answers should start coming. I want to hear what you think.
It's well, today is this is basically what I have said to my kids, my stepchildren, and my blood children, that Emma's brain gets sparky, and when it gets sparky, it just starts sending all the wrong signals all the time to everywhere, and that makes my body tense up and shake, and that's why I sometimes just fall over. And when that happens, you just need to, if you can, just roll me on my side and call out for daddy or grandma or Saba. And that they'll come and they'll take care of me. And it's gone to the point where it's at the Renaissance Festival. I had a seizure at the Renaissance Festival. He stood up, arms out. Don't worry. She's just having a seizure. She has epilepsy. It's okay. He got a certificate from the Queen of the Renaissance Festival of knighthood to let him play any of the games for free. Yes, it was. I know. He's my dragon knight and my
That's
Jeff.
really cool.
I
That's
have
really
I have
cool.
a collection of Jeffs.
For the parents, have you guys had to have that talk yet? Because the talk from me, I have epilepsy, so it wasn't like a big thing. I can protect you from this, so I'll explain this to you. But then it was kind of easy. My kids are kind of goofy, so, and my daughter, I was telling her mother that her best friend is gay. So I just imagine it playing out as they're hanging out, and then her friend accidentally kisses her or something, and then now, you get it. I seen it in a movie, and I just imagine it happened like that. So that's my oldest. The other ones are like really goofy, and they're not interested in being around people. They're kind of just video games and YouTube and stuff like that. Luckily, they can watch my videos and subscribe. A few extra subscribers. Anyone else with children? Don't have kids, don't want any. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say for my kids, they've been seeing me have a seizure since before they really knew what it was. So I didn't have to explain it so much. I just told them, yeah, my brain's a little bit works differently, and it's not like everybody else's, and that kind of thing. And I focus on giving them like first aid, like what to do in an emergency, like if dad's not home, you can just call dad. And if you're really scared, you can always call 911. Like, even though I don't need to go to the hospital, it's because my kids are there and they're younger. If they're scared, I mean, it's 911's right there. So my son's called 911 many, many times for me. So, and he's also comforted my daughter. My daughter would cry when I would have a seizure, and he would comfort her and call 911. And he's really good. I'm lucky to have him. And my husband, he deploys, so sometimes it's just us, and he's in the military, so we might not have anybody nearby that we know. And we usually set up a safety person before he leaves, and so he'll call 911, and then he would call the safety person and let them know. So that's what we do.
Yeah, the talk about epilepsy with my son, he's recently turned 10. So the talk me and him had, he just told me that, oh, well, my mom said if you have a seizure, or my grandma said if you had a seizure, just turn me on my side. And I believe his mom's dad had seizures, but I'm not sure if it was epilepsy or not. But yeah, so there was that. And then I told him, if you can, I guess just make sure I don't hit my head. That would be the biggest thing. And then he was talking about, they said you'll swallow your tongue, but I've heard that that's physically impossible. Heard that from a few other people. I don't exactly know if our tongue can go that far back and we can choke on it, but I told him as much as I know, I'll chew up my tongue, but if he puts me on my side, I'm going to still chew up my tongue anyway. But I had to explain to him the memory thing, and that's what caught his attention. And he was just like, "Are you serious?" And I was like, "Yeah, my memory, you have better memory than me." And I was like, "I can go to the kitchen and forgot what I went to the kitchen for." And he was like, "Wow." And he was like, "Do you forget days? Do you forget what day of the week it is? Because I remember the ambulance asking you what day of the week it was." And I was like, "Yeah, I forget the day of the week." I told him, "I forget weeks, days, calendars, the days of the months or whatever." Then I had to explain to him. I was like, "Remember the time I called you at like 7 p.m. for your birthday? Because I forgot all day." And he was like, "Oh, I didn't know that. I thought you called me when you were done doing what you were doing." And I was like, "Oh, man." Ah,
My son's 14 and he's at the age where he's like becoming a full-fledged teenager. And I keep he thinks I'm nagging him. And I'm like, dude, I can't remember anything. So I keep telling you the same things over and over again, not to be like a helicopter mom. It's just because I physically can't remember anything. So I'm sorry. That's what's going on. I'm not trying to be rude to you or helicopter. I just don't remember if I told you. I don't remember if you did it. I don't remember anything. And so that's kind of our struggle right now is my memory and how it affects him.
yeah, my other kids, they're the ones that are comfortable with it now. They're, what is he? He's 13. They're 13 and up. So my three oldest, 13, 14, and 15, they all pretty much know what it's like. And my oldest son, he kind of grew up around me when my seizures were at their worst. So at this point, he recently started making fun of them, and I had to explain to them that I can accept that from you, but you cannot do that in public, because he like tried to do the eyes rolling back in the head thing, and I'm like, "Why are you doing that?" And he was like, "That's what you do when you have a seizure." And I was like, "That's not funny." And told him, "Don't do that in public. Someone's gonna hurt you, or something bad is gonna happen." And yeah, I don't laugh.
You're gonna get a wallet in your mouth.
Put a wallet in my
Yeah.
mouth.
Yeah, somebody will stuff a wallet in your mouth.
Someone ever did that to you? No one did that to me so far.
No, I don't know. It seems to be a trope on the subreddit. Someone shoves a wallet in your mouth when they see you convulsing out in public. Something to keep you from dental damage. I don't know. You just gotta bite down hard enough and not give it back.
My mom said I had a girlfriend who put her hand in my mouth because I
Or
had
their
gold teeth
wallet's
at one
full of
time,
cash.
and I had fangs and I had gold teeth, and she tried to like take it out of my mouth. Well, she did, tops and bottoms. She took them out, and my mom was like, your hands could have been like really chewed up. Because, like I said, they were fangs and they're metal on both my fangs. So yeah, there was that. Yeah, you can chew some stuff up, but a wallet, my kids would have to go in my pocket to get a wallet because, of course, they don't have wallets yet. Um, but yeah,
Well, no, I
it's,
mean maybe out shopping or something, some stranger sees you there, you know. I don't know. There's got to be some route to identity theft there. Somebody has probably come up with at this point.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine
Maybe
someone
they
putting
maybe
their
they
wallet in
hide
my mouth.
like hide one of those what wireless near field NFC devices like steal it
RISD or
and
something.
stuff it in their mouth and then start the convulsions to get the wallet in there close enough for their mouth thing to read all the credit cards. If a gas station little slider slot can do it, I bet my mouth can do it.
I imagine someone's wallet being in my mouth as a bad thing. I couldn't imagine someone just pulling their wallet out of their pocket.
That particular scene was actually based after my ex-husband. He would do that because that's how he was trained, even though he was told not to again and again and again and again and again and again. Don't hold the person down. Don't stick something in their mouth. Side, not back, side. But they don't know how to do it right. That's not how you do this properly. I know how to take care of you properly. Okay, I'm done. Rant over.
Was there training that like from back in like World War II or something? No. Oh,
I got one here.
oh.
It says, anyone else child free? I don't have kids, don't want any. Stress and lack of sleep are my biggest triggers, and my body can handle so much. I'm off Keppra XR since that caused Keppra rage, stuck only on 2 meds, and if I want to give birth, I'd need to go off to Paramite. Not sure if I wanted to ask anything. Plus where I live, I need a car to get around. If I lose my ability to drive, I can't bring a little Susie or Timmy into the soccer practice, piano lessons, school meetings. I can't drive to work, etc. I feel it would be unfair to me and them. What this feels like dating is a nightmare because no one gets it. Anyone child free going through those thoughts? A lot of us have kids in here, I notice.
I don't have kids.
I don't
I
have
don't know
kids.
if they mean like the child-free community in the like sub community in Reddit that is dedicated and child-free by choice and intend to remain so forever, or if they just mean child-free like they are at a point where they haven't had, you know, had
Yeah, it sounds like a female also. Because, yeah,
yeah.
she should give birth and going off of other pills.
Okay, in that case, I guess I'm not child-free. I just don't have kids yet. That
Yeah, I know
sounds
people
like
who
a
are
weird
child
sentence.
nephews and nieces.
I'm sorry?
I said, I know people who have a lot of nephews and nieces instead of children of their own.
Yeah, yeah.
I
I've got
operate
a few nephews and nieces. I hope to have children someday of my own. I hope to be a father, but circumstances have not allowed that, or not allowed them, have not happened. I don't know. I was trying to come up with something poetic, but that's not coming to me right now. So, yeah.
All right. I
I
got
guess I'm
something else.
not child free by choice, but I operate more as like an uncle. Like that's the vibe I give where I need to be able to go home to where it's quiet. I respect all you parents for able to put that off and just go noise all the time, but I could not do it. So yeah, if it happened, I would love that kid so much, and I would and it would happen. But not looking for it to happen, I guess.
Yeah, with my kids, it's pretty much quiet. They're 10 and up. They're not running around excited like my son used to be. He didn't have problems uh, fighting with himself, jumping around, making a bunch of noise. I'm like, what are you doing? Who's in there? It's just him. Um, he doesn't do that anymore. So I don't have a lot of noise these days. It's more turn the TV down. I don't want to hear YouTube, stuff like that. Yeah, just for some reason he feels like it needs to be loud enough for the neighbors or whatever the case. Um, but yeah, like now I told them, I'm doing this. They know what I'm doing, and I told them this is what's for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Let me know when you want it. I'll come heat up whatever the case, or reheat, or you can put this in the microwave if you can. So he pretty much got that understanding. So when my son comes in the room, he's like holding a can of what's it called? Ravioli, and he's like holding it in the air, and I'm like, okay, bring it. If you guys didn't see me, I'm like opening a can of ravioli for him so he can put it in the microwave. Yeah, there's that. That's being a parent. Just gotta let him understand sometimes you're being too loud, or I'm doing this and I'm doing that, and I need a little peace. I don't suggest running away. But something new here. It says, my husband is on the brink of leaving me. Anyone else went through this? So today I was absolutely exhausted after spending several nights attending to my baby, who still wakes up several times, and taking care of my oldest, who has been down for a couple of days with spiking temperature. This is on top of a deadline to submit unfinished paper for my online courses. I confess that I was not far from a breaking point. My husband came back from work, and I immediately went for a nap, even after I told him that I needed help. I felt like I was going to faint, and I could feel pins and needles starting in one hand. Shortly after, I was down on the floor with a seizure. With my children nearby. When I came back, my husband was screaming at me like never before. We have 3 kids, and I heard him say that he doesn't want a fourth one to take care of. How had this become his life? How I'm not me anymore. All in all, he let his anger out, which is certainly better than keeping it bottled up inside. The children were crying for the first time since this shit show started. I wonder if he was staying in this marriage out of obligation. I wondered how close he was to reaching his breaking point. Of course, I understand this is not what he nor I signed up for, but now I'm scared. I cannot even imagine having my children taken away from me. Does this even happen? I really think that my husband is waiting for my new dosage to kick in before telling me that we're at the end of us. I'd be grateful for any advice that may help me navigate through this. Ladies, people with husbands, boyfriends,
Marriage therapy, counseling.
can they take your kids?
No, but that's for the relationship.
Oh yeah, marriage counseling.
I can't say anything because my relationship failed horribly. So
Been there.
yeah.
How do
When your
you,
relationship ends with you going to jail,
Oh,
it's time to end the relationship.
oh yeah.
like,
Yeah.
how do you afford not being married?
I don't. I live with my parents. I live
Huh.
off of them. While I'm going through the divorce, and I'm. I know I talk about my parents all the freaking time, but I am so freaking lucky. My mom was a teacher, or actually a child psychologist, and my dad worked at a university. So education was a big part of my life, and I can't get any control of my stepkids, but I can have control of somewhat of what Jeffrey sees. And Jeffrey lives with me now. And I'm rambling on. Sorry.
All right.
What was the question?
It was just basically helping you navigate through this time of husband wanting to leave and
Oh.
take kids.
It really depends on what partner you have in your life. Some people are really, really understanding, and others just aren't. And I don't know what else to say than that.
Yeah, I don't think I've had anyone leave me for my epilepsy. At least no one has verbalized it.
Right. But the stress of taking care of you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm shutting up now.
Caretaker fatigue.
What'd you say, Angel?
I was saying caretakers fatigue.
Sometimes
They
I
get
worry about
stressed
that.
out.
Yeah. Sometimes I think about that myself. Like, is he stressed out or resentful, of taking care of me sometimes?
I've noticed the difference now that my caretakers are my parents again. With my parents, if I say I'm feeling sparky, my mom says, sit down, lay down. At times, my dad will say, go take a nap or go write, just do something calming. And it's, yes, there is a little bit of friction, like, oh my God, I have to take you to Taekwondo, or I have to, or you drink so much milk, stuff like that, just little things, but it can get to you. But you can also tell the difference of, I don't really care, this is a problem I can fix, versus everything is your fault because you are this way and you are epileptic and I have to fix this somehow. There is a real difference between just caretakers just burning out for a moment. Because a real caretaker will come back. I've had my dad say, I gotta go to my room. I've had my mom say, I'm going to paint. And it works out. But again, that's me and I got lucky.
Okay.
Sounds like you have great parents.
That brings a little bit more perspective to the picture. I think maybe sometimes my husband gets burned out then, not really, telling me I'm dumb or stuff like that. I mean, he does get upset if I miss my medicine, but I mean, if you're helping somebody with epilepsy and they forget their medicine, that would be annoying. I mean, if I was the caretaker.
Yeah.
Most definitely. But my mom has also found a way to help me with that. She has a giant sign that goes on the fridge that says, take morning meds. And I can't miss it because I'll go in there for my for a Powerade. And I'm like, oh, yes, I need to do that. My mom's motto is this a problem we can fix?
That's a good motto.
That's
Yeah.
that's a good motto.
She says
I
it all the
like it.
time to my Jeffrey. Sorry, I miss him, and I actually have to get off because I need to get dinner, and then I get a call with him tonight. He's visiting his dad.
Nice. So we'll see you later.
Yes, you will. Hugs to everyone, and a snickerdoodle to Jeff.
Right. All right. What was I gonna say? Oh, something kind of connected to that. I had something. To like people getting burnt out. It says, how do you deal with people not taking your restrictions seriously? For instance, not driving. I got diagnosed with epilepsy recently after having my first seizure last year. And until we are sure what the cause is and can make sure my seizures are totally controlled with the meds, my neuros have obviously banned me from driving. My family is starting to think that I'm abandoning them because they all live over an hour away and I'm not able to drive to come visit them anymore. And they refuse to come visit me since I live in the city with a roommate. They all think my reasons for not driving are weak. You'll be able to tell if you're about to have a seizure and just pull over, right? You've only had 2 or 3 seizures in the last year anyway. Why can't you bathe? That's stupid. I'd be bathing anyway. You can't let epilepsy control your life. Oh. Yeah, it says they all think my reasons for not driving. Oh no, it says, yeah, totally let me just casually risk my life. My doctors totally don't think or don't know what they're talking about, and neither do I. I'm just making my life exponentially harder for no reason. How dare I let my life altering disorder change my life? Um, yeah, has anyone not taken your, what's it called? Restriction seriously? Yeah, been there. Been like, I can't do this right now. And it's like, yeah, you can. You're a man. You're the only one who can lift this. Even possible. It's like, hey, I need you to do this. Um, anyone else?
Well, something not precisely like related to that, not a restriction on me personally, but a little I don't know, I guess personal family anecdote or something, but my grandparents on my father's side had died in a car accident, and apparently the witnesses had said that the vehicle was just going, there was a curve in the road, and my grandmother driving just drove straight and went straight into a tree, and um uh the theory, um sleep problems run on that side of the family, and they had just been moving from selling their own home to um like assisted living facility. But n- now that that same sort of outcome, that same sort of scenario, to an external observer, she could have been having a seizure just as easily as she could have been falling asleep. And, that's, that's another factor personally that I have to, not want to drive. It's kind of an extra emotional aspect to that beyond just the 6 months and whatnot. And I don't remember the initial question and how I thought that this was related to it.
Um,
But
the question was, how do you deal with people not taking your restrictions seriously?
yeah, I don't deal with them. I take my restrictions seriously, and if they don't, then they're not gonna be the boss of me for long. I don't know. I haven't encountered anybody who was like intentionally telling me not to, like, don't take my except the doctors at the EMU, don't take my meds. That's really it. No, aside from that, no driving. I can't really think of any other major restrictions that would, I don't know. I should probably give someone else a chance to talk.
Yeah, well, the doctors at the EU want you to have a seizure so they can capture it. So they're not
Yeah,
really, yeah.
yeah,
But
that doesn't count.
yeah, um, yeah, you have to set up your own boundaries and everything and realize where your boundaries are. You know, if they're not going to follow your boundaries, you gotta say, no, you know, this is my life, you know, and I have to be here for my life, you know, whether, whatever your reason is, like if you want to go on for your children or whatever. Um, that's basically it. You got to set your boundaries up and they have to respect it. They can't control you.
Hold on. All right. Brandon, you haven't been here. Well, you've been here, but you didn't get the opener question yet. The question was, how do you cope?
Well, thank you for the introduction. Wonderful.
It's been a while, but go ahead.
How do I cope? I just try to take it one day at a time and really appreciate what I have. Because obviously there's stuff that, is going to be an annoyance, but if you're just focusing on it all the time, it's just going to drag you down, I think. And so I try to just ignore the bad stuff and help keep myself in a positive mindset, which is hard sometimes, but we all know that. Especially with our medications and everything, it can really affect our moods. And having good, like, friends and family, support, that are willing to see past the bullshit, that we all have to kind of go through and put them through, even though we don't have a choice. Um, you know, Knowing that there are people there to support you and focusing on the good things is how I cope, I think. Yeah.
I like what Jeff said. He was like, you just got to push on, one foot in front of the other.
Yep. Take it one day at a time and just day by day. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, Angel, well, there you go. You didn't get that question yet. How do you cope? Even though it's been as long as me, how do you cope to this day?
Um, yeah, it's just you take it one day at a time. Yeah, I got God on my side, and I got my daughter, and I just, look for everything that I can do to keep my mind from going negative, you know? And it's hard. It's hard sometimes with these negative side effects, but it's it's just, just keep your mind on the positive and everything. Like focus on the future and let God guide you.
It's a good one. I got something here that says, need advice. My wife had a seizure yesterday. I've been with my wife for almost 5 years now, and she's been seizure free the entire time. Her last seizure was 6 years ago before we met. Early in our relationship, she let me know she had experienced seizures 2, 3 times in her life. Though she never officially diagnosed, they all seem to be stress induced. So I've always done my best to help her manage her stress levels. Recently, I came home early from work after experiencing multiple anxiety attacks and complaining of a bad headache. Since anxiety is something we both struggle with, I didn't think too much of it at the time. I just encouraged her to rest, but she couldn't sleep that entire night, and I suggested she take off the next day of work. I'm so grateful she made it home safely and that she wasn't alone when it happened. For anyone who's never witnessed a seizure before, it's hard to describe how intense and scary it is. I was told I did all the right things, but I didn't feel smooth or easy in the moment. She fell off the bed and got wedged face down between the bed and our dog's cage. I tried to pull her out, but I'm small and it was a struggle. I finally got her loose, but then she collapsed on top of me, and I was pinned underneath her for a few minutes before I managed to free myself. During all of this, I already dialed 911. It took them nearly 10 minutes to arrive, which felt like an eternity. I don't usually sleep much, and I live with anxiety and PTSD. So this whole experience has made everything heavier. I just needed to vent. This was my first time experiencing anything like this. It was traumatic, but I'm incredibly thankful that she's okay. Did I do everything that I could to keep her safe? I think so. Advice.
I have to give all the props to this person. Like, it's terrifying, yes, to have it next to you, but like to have the person that you love seizing on top of you, and you still manage to like call 911 and do everything right. Like, this person needs a round of applause, 100%.
Right.
And it also sucks that, uh, you know, as someone who, also has like anxiety as well as everything else, although I think the anxiety just is a culmination of just all, life. Um, Sometimes with my partner, it's tough to sort of talk to her about like my anxiety struggles, because then it stresses her out, and she actually takes medication for her anxiety. It's like, for her it's a real thing. And so I hold off on talking about stuff sometimes because I don't want to freak her out, you know.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, this guy, he's doing what he should be doing as a, did he say he was her husband?
Yes, 5 years.
He, he's doing exactly what he should be doing to support her in every single way. And um, keep on top of, like, you're doing what you need to do. It's, you're not going to be able to handle every single little thing, but there's still going to be stresses that get by. There's still going to be unknown things that get by. If she's working, who knows what's going to stress her out at work. It's, there's little things, and like, there's just a amount of things. You're not going to get to everything, So don't try to burn yourself out, but you're doing exactly what you need to do. And you're trying to handle every little thing. Um, and just, you know, like keep the stress and anxiety low, and it'll be fine. Just say everything's going to be okay and support her as best as you can.
Yeah, I say he did pretty good. Yeah, he was wondering if he did it right. Came to the right place to figure it out. I think he did everything right. Yeah, that's like his first one seeing it. I believe he said it was rough, so could fully understand that. Not that I've seen one, but yeah, I can understand. Hear from other people how bad they are just watching it. Got one here. It says, "I can't do it, guys. I don't know how much more of this I can take. I am losing myself and I can't handle it. I've had 10 seizures last week. When I dropped, I landed on my face and I'm covered in bruises and scrapes and I destroyed my tongue. I feel like I'm at the end of my rope and I feel like I'm going crazy and I just can't take it anymore. I don't know how many more times I can go through this. I need advice from people going through this like myself." There's a lot of these people who are saying what they're going through and they just need advice, but I don't know if his is early in, but I just always tell people, like, when you're feeling like that, just know that this shit gets better. This shit gets worse. It gets worse, but it gets better with time. Some time might be a long time. Depends on how you take care of yourself, because it took me a long time to get mines, because I was running the streets, I was in gangs, I was doing a bunch of other stuff instead of paying attention to my health. So yeah, it took me a little bit longer than it might take any of you.
You're going to have your ups and downs, I think, and trust it. You can handle it. If, you know, I I thought I couldn't handle a lot of the stuff that I've been through. And here I am 28 years later. And yeah, you can handle it. It gets more manageable and easier with time. You just gotta, find your way how to do it. And that's that's all it is. It's a managing game.
I words of that I can tell you right now, because the place that you're at, that I remember, that it's such a fragile state that you're at right now. You really do feel like you're going crazy. I mean, it really does. You're such a, it's, and I, I can say all the words that it will become more manageable, like Angel said, and it will. Seizures do change over time. Your body chemistry changes and your metabolism changes, but I don't know what to say to you to make you feel better. It's just right now your mind is just going through such a rage, and it's I just all I can say is we've all been there. and we know, we understand, because it's so tumultuous and it's awful. And we know, we understand.
Okay.
We need Tom
Okay.
the Pioneer for this one.
Yeah, his got way better. His just ended.
I hope
But
so.
this one says, I need some advice. I had to stop taking my medication. It made me feel so foggy. I felt so sick. I just never felt good when I was taking them. My epilepsy isn't terrible. I stopped taking the medication a year ago or two ago, and I've only had, I think, 2 seizures. The thing is, I just turned 18. I'm still living with my mom, and she doesn't know I stopped taking my meds. I know it's maybe not the smartest idea to stop taking my medication, but I can't stand how I feel on them. I don't feel right. I'm seeing my neurologist next week, and I just don't know if I should tell my mom about the medication or if I should just talk about it with my neurologist. Again, I know not taking my medication could kill me, but when I was taking them, it made me most miserable I'd ever think. There was no outside pressure or ideas that gave me the idea to stop taking them. I decided to try not taking them for a bit, and it made me feel much better. I don't want to get too into it, but suicide attempts genuinely became a regular thing for me. That wasn't just the medication, it was just making a bad situation worse. But since stopping, I've only attempted once, which is massive dip compared to previously. Ugh. I guess I had one time, but I was just contemplating walking into traffic. That's the time that I contemplated suicide, and I was just like, maybe it's not worth it. Then I started having kids, so now it's all about living for them.
Yeah, stopping your medication is not good. You've been running on, I should say, luck, basically. But as far as, and I understand these medications are horrible. We don't like the taste, but they do what they got to do, you know. They prevent us from having more seizures or try. And you have to, when you're facing real bad side effects, you really have to communicate that right away with your neurologist or epidemiologist, because they have to know this in order to know, okay, this treatment's not working, or we can't go higher, or we got to go lower on this dosage and add another treatment. You know, this is how it works with epilepsy. Like, you just can't say, okay, well, this medication makes me want to do this, and not say anything to the neurologist, because they don't know what you're thinking, you know? This is how the, what do you call it? Medical therapy works. You know, you have to communicate with them.
Yeah. But you said you heard it.
Do anybody want to say anything while Pookie is off? So we're not listening to him.
Okay,
Hi,
sorry.
Annie.
Kids.
Oh, there he is.
No, we didn't hear Sunshine. Yeah.
Yeah, he wants to go swimming, but he needs that swim cap. Couldn't let him just go swimming because washing hair like this is so much of a hassle. And Yeah, I don't want to be washing hair tonight, especially that's not mine. Anyhow, got some other one. It says epilepsy diagnosis at 39 years old. I've had a migraine with aura since I was a young child, but as I've gotten older, I no longer got the painful headaches, just the visual auras. I recently started with a new PCP, and I mentioned getting the migraine auras happening multiple times a week, and I've also been collapsing from time to time, not for long. I've also been collapsing from it's also been collapsing, but I also just drop and then I'm back. I feel disorientated, confused, and tired after both migraine auras. And when I pass out, but otherwise, no major issues. I have started to have some pretty major memory and focus issues, though, that I've progressed over the years. So they sent me for an EEG, which came back abnormal with bifrontal sharps or something like that. They had me consult with a neurologist, and she thinks I have focal epilepsy with drop attacks, and started me on Depakote, working up to 1,000 milligrams a day. Honestly, I feel like a zombie on this stuff though, and maybe a little more anxious. They also did a cardiac bubble test on me and found large right atrium shunting. So I'll be seeing as cardiologist in a few months as that could be related. My dad had seizures as a kid, and my 10-year-old has started having seizures, and I was diagnosed with epilepsy. So I'm sure this is a genetic link for sure. But my son goes rigid, and all his muscles tense, and his eyes roll up in his head, then drop back down, and his pupils dilate hugely. First time it happened was on a flight, and I thought he died for a minute. Scared the hell out of me. I just randomly dropped like a sack of potatoes, apparently. Anyways, I find it odd that suddenly at middle age I they decide I have epilepsy and take my driver's license away. Plus, I have a hole in my heart no one noticed for 40 years. Anyone else had late in life epilepsy diagnosis? Oh, Jeff does. I was gonna say no.
Jeff does that, either 74 or 75. I'm not sure which. Or wait, 75 or 76. But that was my diagnosis. And my first seizure was in 22, I think it was, December of 22. So it took till, I guess, last year to get diagnosed.
Wow. So like do they have a reason? Do you have any like brain trauma or anything?
They have no idea. And they've had me in the EMU, they've had EEGs, and they just have no idea. What are you going to do? That's just the way it is.
Right, that sucks.
It does suck. But, I don't know. Does it suck more for me because I'm fading away anyway? Or does it suck more for somebody that's younger that has to live out their life like that? I think about that a lot because it's kind of easy for me in a sense because I've lived my life already. I'm at the point where I'm just, relaxing, enjoying life, and that's great. But for you guys, you have to go through your whole life with this, and that's tough.
Yeah, you lived all your fun days epilepsy free.
Yeah, and I had a lot of them.
Yeah. Missing out on all the fun. I got something else here. It says, oh wow. It says earache advice. A little backstory. I had an MRI 2 years back. And ever since that MRI, my ear The one that's hurting right now has never been the same. It's always hurt and gets affected by cold water or if water goes in by mistake. So, and I did go to the doctor for that, but they just gave anesthetic ear drops to numb the pain. The cause wasn't found presently. I had developed a cough and colds 4 weeks back, and it was normal like any other. I just had around 100-degree fever for 2 to 3 days, then sore throat, runny nose, and I was really weak and tired as much as if my muscle mass was zero. And by the end, I completely lost my voice. However, I recovered from it 10 to 12 days back. Then, since the last 3 days, I developed a sore throat very suddenly and rapidly out of nowhere, which followed by immense and severe chills of 102 degrees Fahrenheit. The fever stayed till morning and dropped by afternoon time, so I thought I developed a cold again, but I felt so surprised because I had just recovered. But as the day passed, my fever increased again to 100 degrees Fahrenheit, and I had really bad cold, sore throat, runny nose. The fever later passed away again, but came back again too. Then dropped me again yesterday. Banned all, and all this made me unable to properly eat something. I have mostly been drinking tea or eating a little fruit if I can. But today, what happened in the morning is suddenly I developed a sharp earache and a dull throbbing headache. I felt it's due to the cold, so didn't pay much attention to it. But unfortunately, the earache kept on increasing and increasing, and now it's aching to the point where it's unbearable. It's making me nauseous, and I developed a 101-degree fever again, which is refusing to drop. I don't know what to do because here the doctors don't consider a patient with too much care unless the patient has to be put into ICU or something. God forbid something like that happens to anyone. But for the small things like this, they won't give that proper attention. I get it because there are more severe cases to be handled. So even if I do go to a doctor, they would prescribe me painkillers and I would never find out what's wrong. And I can't swallow tablets right now. I will hurt my ears. It will hurt my ears. I just discovered there's pus and a little blood in my ears. So maybe it's an ear infection or something related to it. That may be the reason my fever is not dropping. But I don't know. So the people here, anyone, if you please know what's wrong. And if any remedy can help, I would be extremely grateful if you could please suggest. I've got the ringing in the ears, and I've got the feeling of like the heartbeat I can feel in my ears, and I can hear it. You ever be like the feeling like where you're in water, and you can't hear anything, but your ears are just like ringing? I go through that
The
kind of time.
Or get that on like one side or the other, and then it usually goes from that to like a high pitched ringing. It's like dull, like everything is deadened underwater, and then just ring, but higher than the normal tinnitus that I have.
Angel, were you gonna say something?
Oh no, I was just saying the swoosh swoosh, but I do get like just like when I'm walking by areas and stuff, I'll hear like the wind pass me real by, and it sounds like that fuzzy, like it blanks out all my hearing noise sometimes, but it's not always.
I got something that says advice for nocturnal seizures. Prime Sleep Recorder app. Hi, everyone. I've noticed so many posts about seizures while asleep lately, and I comment the same thing every time. So I just want to post my advice in general. I recommend everyone who has to experience maybe nocturnal seizures to start recording yourself during night. My seizures started at night and found out because they woke up. They woke up my mom, but I didn't remember anything besides bite marks and bruises. Then throughout the day and more often, but it was really hard to explain for my mom to record. I know a really good app that I've been using for years, Prime Sleep Recorder. You have fragments. This is a guy, he's promoting something. It took me that long to notice. One says, how can I be supporting? I just wanted to start by saying I don't have epilepsy. My boyfriend does. I'm trying to learn how to support him the best I can. I've been doing research and reading posts here, and I'm always trying to stay informed. A little background. We're both 18, live about 30 minutes apart. I can drive, he can't. We both work and go to school. So seeing each other isn't always easy, but we can make it work. We talk every day and each other when we can. We've been dating for about 6 months, and he's had epilepsy since birth. He mostly has nocturnal tonic-clonic seizures, and stress is his big trigger. He's talked to me a little about stress, but it's not something that can really be fixed. He's also a bit hesitant to talk openly about his epilepsy, which is totally respect. I don't want to push him. He's been slowly opening up more, and I'm really grateful he feels safe enough to hear that. Feels safe enough to do that. Recently, he had a seizure while we were on the phone, and another one shortly after. I called his sister, and he ended up needing to go to the hospital. It was scary, and I wanted to be as prepared and supportive as I can be in situations like that. I've already found some great advice in this subreddit, but I wanted to ask if anyone had tips or suggestions about, especially since we're a bit younger than most of couples I see posted here. Anything helps. To support him, you just got to kind of be there for him. Just kind of, tell him everything's going to be all right. It's not going to work because I've never taken that in. It's going to be all right because it's not. But someone else, you got to comfort them. Just be there. I just need someone to be there. I don't need you to necessarily cry with me or coddle me or anything. Just someone there is fine with me.
Not
As my
around and
sister was,
available, but not like actively going and yeah. So that's the extent. Sorry.
Go ahead, Angel. Oh, anybody?
as as my seizure sister say, get yeah, you don't do much. You just, you know, you're doing what you can. You're there for him. It's just trying to keep the stress, and if stress is one of his triggers, you definitely just want to keep that off of him at home. And like you can't always keep it off of him because if he's working, he's gonna have work stress. But you just try to relax, do some relaxed things at home, keep his mind relaxed, and just support him as best as you can.
Guys, what would you suggest your girlfriend help you?
I think Angel said it best. Just be there. But
Yeah.
the thing that I feel is that, I mean, she's 18. They're so young, and they'll figure it out. They have to figure it out as they go by, because we're all different that way. You know, we each of us need something different, but just be there for them.
Yeah, it was a good way to put it, Angel. It says help, please. I have these terrible headaches, especially after waking up from sleep, which is really severe. That feels like a squeezing band all over my head, especially near the ears and the back of my head, spreading to the jaws, and my face feels hot and it's contracting near the jaws and near my neck. I usually get such a headache with seizures, but I haven't had one, and I have a complex partial ones. Is there any remedy I can try apart from the usual ones that could be of any help? Anne was in the comments. Let's read that. It says, are you not sure it's an aura? Do you have rescue meds for your complex partials? Get a glass of water and relax. I have a tendency to get over anxious when something doesn't feel familiar. Just the anxiety can feel like that. Do you guys have any advice? Come on, even if you don't have advice, just tell the guy something. Keep your head up, something. Come on.
I don't know. I don't know what an aura would look like for me, but it's just like definitely keep your rescue medicine close. Definite. If it's a complex partial, um, if you feel something, I guess anything, let anybody know. Tell them to time it. That's the first thing you should do, because people often forget to time it. Tell them to time if you do go into a seizure, time it. And if it's 3 minutes, tell them to give you your rescue medicine or your nasal spray. And if it goes beyond 5, tell them to call, go to the emergency room.
Always be also like, I love everything that Angel said because it's correct, like in every way. Have any of you guys also kind of gotten into the habit, and I'm sure this would help this person as well? Every time, like any room you walk into, you kind of do like an unconscious scan for a soft surface just in case.
I think every time I walk in my room, I look at my bed instead of my chair.
Well, I mean, if you're out and about, if you're out like in the world, you walk into a room and you're just like, okay, I don't know where the soft spaces are. And if I start to seize, that's my spot that I'm going to make sure that I'm laying on.
I've done that at a train station, but it was more like I'll just sit here instead of standing there, because I was thinking maybe if I have the seizure, I might fall on the tracks. So I just backed up and sat down, and like 10 minutes later it came. I wasn't all the way feeling exactly 100% then, but yeah, I know what you're saying. Like find somewhere comfortable to sit. I've done that at the train station, but in public it's hard to find places unless you just want to lay on the grass somewhere.
I was in a Home Depot one day walking around, and there was so much stimuli from all the different things and all the labels and everything that I started feeling like I was going to seize. And the only thing I could find to sit down on was one of those orange Home Depot buckets, and everything around me was metal or, concrete floor. I was like, this is the worst place in the world to have a seizure. Oh my God.
Yeah, I would have laid down in there. Wow.
No.
I don't know. I don't think they have anything
You should
soft.
went to the lawn furniture section or whatever.
They sell like those packs of bubbles, the bubble wrap.
Excuse me, I need to borrow your bubble wrap for a minute. Can you just it's for a medical reason, I promise.
So, got something else here. That's something that everyone could answer, hopefully. It says, "Am I wrong for thinking I shouldn't get treated like this? I had a tonic-clonic seizure and was hospitalized early in 2025. I actually called transportation to arrange for getting myself to the ER ahead of time for my physical health, knowing I was going to have a serious health effects from prepping for another medical procedure, one being severe dehydration. On the way to the ER, I had a severe tonic-clonic seizure. I didn't even realize I made it to the hospital until I partially restored consciousness hours later and was in a hospital bed. Now, apparently, my father decided to call my brother and sisters-in-law to have them come visit me while I was inpatient. I wouldn't have wanted this, but my family makes some irrational decisions regarding my health anyway. My father being an alcoholic doesn't help that. After I got authorized to leave the hospital, I was still not fully aware and in possible state. I guess according to my brother, I said some rude things to my SIL. No idea what I said and have no memory of what I
Father-in-law.
could have said. They didn't even tell me what I told them. In any case, I called my brother recently and I didn't even realize I said anything during the episode until he said so. He requested I apologize to my SIL. I have, is that like son-in-law? SIL? I apologize to my son-in-law. I felt
I
no
think
need,
sister.
or sister-in-law, yeah. I felt no need to do so, given what I went through and how I had no awareness of what I was going through and doing
What?
or saying at the time. I apologized anyway, and my sister-in-law decided to get very grouchy to me about it. She was telling me about her PTSD and my brother's bipolar.
she's
So, I mean, this time I put.
All right. It says, I'll go back a little bit. It says, she was telling me about her PTSD and my brother's bipolar and everything they have gone through. I hung up the phone after she was getting into feeling like belittling me and deciding I needed to read her tone and be empathetic to her. She sounded harsh. I have no words for that other than that I just was treated very unfairly given what I went through and what happened in my seizure. And neither my brother or sister-in-law seemed to care that it impacts my state of consciousness, emotions, feelings, and everything. I'm not talking to them now, and I don't have any real desire to. Am I at fault for feeling like I shouldn't be compelled to apologize for something I said and have no memory of saying while recovering from a loss of consciousness episode? There's a lot in there. I mean, there's a few things I guess I would apologize for. I mean, I'm not going to apologize every time that I had a seizure and you had to come down here, but yeah, I'm not going to apologize for having a seizure. Something we can't do anything about.
Yes, like you can apologize for like the things that were said in some cases, but as long as, and I hate to be like, as long as it's followed by a but, you do understand that it was not in my control, correct? I'm sorry it happened, but I'm not sorry for my condition. It's just what happened. You have to, be mature enough to recognize that as the person who the mean things were said to, because otherwise you're just holding on to like something that like a stranger could have said it, and you're still holding on to it. It's like this: the person who was seizing didn't even know what they were doing.
Yeah, I apologize for one, and that was the one walking into that guy's house and just kind of laying on his couch and just all willy-nilly. I put the pieces together in my head what had happened because someone had told me. Then I wouldn't apologize because I remembered, oh, that's why I went in his house.
Yeah.
I've never seen that guy before.
Yeah, I would apologize to strangers who don't know my condition and stuff. And I can't help it because, you know, they don't know my condition and I might not see them again. This is normally not who I am, you know. But for this being your in-laws, I think you need to have a sit down chat and tell them, look, this when go into a seizure, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know anything. You can say, I'm sorry for anything that happens while I'm in a seizure. That's about it.
Yeah. Yeah, so another question that was part of that is, am I wrong for thinking I shouldn't get treated like this? That's a hard one. Are you wrong for thinking that? Well, no, because I mean, I think all the time I shouldn't get treated like this. A lot of times I'm right, but it's not like her situation. You guys get treated any way that you guys think maybe I shouldn't be treated like this?
Yeah, I think there's ways I shouldn't be treated like, but at the same time, you got to look at it from the other person's perspective too. Like, if you can think about it, like, hey, I can do this. Let me do this. And they want to treat you like you're fragile glass or something. It's, you know, you got to think they're thinking about you. They're trying to worry about your safety and stuff. So there's you got to see the other person's perspective too, depending on how they're treating you. But in this situation, it's you had no control over what you could have done, but I think there should be a sit down, like I said, so that way they know in the future, okay, this is a seizure.
The feeling like people are sort of, I guess the word is patronizing. Yeah, it feels very patronizing to have people, act like you can't do something. And sometimes they don't understand how their message can come off, when they say like, "Oh no, I got this." It's like, okay, are you saying that because you got it, or are you saying it because you think I can't do it? Because I can do it. I swear.
This is kind of one I think I want Kevin's opinion on. Tom, you're requesting to stop AI companion?
No.
It says
No,
Tom the Witness is requesting you to stop AI companion. These features will be stopped. Smart recording. Delete message SS.
No, I was picking stuff and I picked up by mistake, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
I just did that so you would turn me back on.
Tom's pressing buttons without knowing it.
So it says
You still won't turn me back on, so okay, I'll push another button.
You back on?
Hello.
Hey, there you go.
No, it says you cannot
Hey,
start
Mom.
video because it's disabled by host.
Can I have some ice cream?
Oh God, I wish. You know what? I've been going over the flavors that we had, and I honestly, I can't believe the things that we just had every single day. It blows my mind. And he let me take as much as I wanted. It was unbelievable. I guess, well, he said
There it is.
he said I increased their sales by 30% on my own. So I guess you can let me take as
there
much
she
ice cream
is.
as you want, right?
There she is.
How are you guys?
Good. So
Good.
first,
How's your mom?
go ahead.
Hi. What's that?
I said, how's Sarah's mom?
Yeah, you know, well, okay. I had a seizure before I went to sleep last night. Usually my husband would already be asleep, so we're lucky. Like he caught me and he was like, "Here, take this or this. Which do you want?" And I was like, "Okay." So, yeah. But yeah, you know, I'm sorry I'm late. I got left alone here and I've been trying to feed my children. They won't eat anything. Finally got them to eat.
That's why all the other ladies left. It was like children issues. Yeah. Annie was like, "What is this dude fest happening right now?"
I'm so sorry. Gosh.
Kevin was the second person I met. How was that, Kevin? Great experience.
I don't know. Yeah, just let's give it a try, you know? Always new stuff, you know?
Yeah, Kevin popped in. He was
Is
instantly
Discord
talking.
going on or what?
Yeah, it was you, me, Kevin. Oh, where's he been?
Mo and Rick.
Oh, Rick was there. That's right. Yeah, I was thinking of Mo. Yeah.
Rick came last. You came after Kevin, but there was one guy there for like 2 minutes. His name was Jamie. Remember that?
Oh yeah, he like hopped in and it just seemed like he didn't know where he was or his internet was bad or something and he just gone. Like, okay.
Yeah, he was talking about his Kepler rage and stuff like that. And yeah, he was there in and out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I talked to my my neurologist about Excalibur today. I'm still on Capra. Yeah, we'll put that to an end. Whoops.
I got something here. It says 10 years free, comes back stronger than ever. Hey, I just to preface this, I had my first seizure or so around 10 and last tonic-clonic at 12. Every time I had one was usually around Christmas, getting too excited and having too much sugar and staying up too late. I would get a seizure aura at night and my tonic-clonic sees what happened. Now as an adult, I've been tonic-clonic seizure-free and even no seizure auras until the past 2 weeks. I'm 22 now. I believe it's been triggered from stress, etc., from exams, but what confuses me is I've done so much worse for health between that time, never even got the slightest feeling because I thought I was free from this. I was diagnosed with benign Rolandic epilepsy. Every night I get a seizure aura. Even during the day, I got put back on Keppra. I was off since I was 16, but now I'm on 100 milligrams. And the shit sucks, to say the least. It's barely effective, and I get side effects. I don't have an appointment with my neurologist until August 15th, but I really don't want to have a tonic again because number one, they make it more likely to happen again, and number two, it's painful and extremely scary to deal with as well as experience. Number three, I really like driving. My question is, what do I do to mitigate or eliminate it again? I've never tried anything or other than Keppra, but I was thinking of trying Vimpat or off meds or anything that I can. It sucks so bad that we have to deal with this, and I thought I could finally be free of it. Any ideas of what is going on with me? I have never been seizure free for more than 3 months. This is one for Kevin. Kevin, what if your seizures came back?
Well,
let's knock on wood for you.
I kind of am expecting them to come. I'm not being negative here. I'm just it's just kind of like a matter of time. You know, like I said earlier, you know, the body changes over time, and it's just, hey, if it happens, it happens. It's not gonna be the end of the world. It's just it's a matter of severity. And they said this person says they're 22.
Yeah.
And they've been seizure free for 10 years. That's actually pretty good. And I don't want to say this is a bad thing, but but I don't think seizures go. I don't know of any case of seizures ever or seizure condition or epilepsy ever going away. I don't want to damper their mood, but I don't think it goes away. It doesn't go away. Anyone back me up on this?
Yeah, I feel like you just got to be ready for it. It's like,
Yeah.
it's like,
Epilepsy
let's say
is for
my
life.
break
Yeah.
compared to your 7-year break is like a few months. I'm always like on edge. Like I still have it, and you're probably like the same thing. I still have it, so I'm always wondering. It's always on my mind. It's on my mind every day, twice a day when I take those pills. It's just start thinking, oh, I have epilepsy. Sometimes I forget until it's medication time.
But I just want to
I gotta take those freaking
congratulate
pills.
that person on 10 years. That's actually excellent, but I would evaluate anything that they did. I don't know how what big changes they need to make because they were doing so well. It could just be anything simple in their life. Like I said, a change in their biology or anything simple. Like just don't get too worked up about it. That's all I would say. At this point in my life, it's what the person mentioned earlier. The sword of Damascus. It's always you always got that fear hanging over your head. Just don't worry too much about it. You're so young, and God, Jesus Christ, man, just don't worry.
Yeah, man,
Person
that's
early
that's
in
it in a
would say,
nutshell.
"Don't worry." Not easy, but yeah, that person's been in it for a while. Tom, do you have something? Oh, go ahead.
I just said that's it in a nutshell. I mean, it is what it is, right?
Yeah.
We are epileptics. We will be epileptics, and that's the way it is. I talked to my doctor today, and it was funny because I made that comment, and he kind of his jaw dropped. What? That's it? Because I told him ex-cop right wasn't an option. And I said, well, unless they come up with a cure, I'm epileptic. And that's just the way it is. I want I want to get back on Keppra.
We can't say epileptic anymore, Tom.
Who can't?
No, sorry. It's a joke. Joke.
Tom's like, who said that? What?
And I got an adjustment on my VNS.
Today?
Yeah. Yeah,
So you
that's
should
what
see like
my,
a change soon.
see, there goes my voice. Yeah.
Oh. Oh, is that because of the VNS then?
Yeah, they just had it. I had it adjusted.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't seen my a neurologist in a while, and they changed the calibration on it. Upped it a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, there it goes.
So maybe you won't have so many, I gotta go take a naps. Maybe.
I wish it was that easy.
Yeah, I know. My husband's always like, why are you always so tired? Well, even when you're not on a ton of medication because you've managed to cut down, you still tired. It happens. Nora,
Hello.
whatever.
I was
Right?
just telling my mom today that I just got, hey, my dose just went up on Xcopri, so I'm going to be getting more tired. And in 2 weeks, it goes up again.
Lufa and Sailor Mom, you guys are the newest, and I didn't. Oh, and Tom, you're here. Oh no, Tom,
Yeah,
I
wait,
asked
wait.
you.
Where's Lufa?
Hello,
Oh,
I'm here.
I think you accepted my invitation
For what?
for
Where?
Zoom.
For
Is that
what?
correct? For
What?
Zoom to come on to this
Like
support group.
who invited you for the first time to come and join us?
I believe it was Tom. I believe he
Yeah.
did send me a
Kiki?
message. Yes, I think I was added to the Epilepsy Universe thing, and then I joined the first time. I think this is my third meeting.
Okay.
The
I haven't
second
been.
one I left really early because I had a seizure the night before, which was the day of the move, and I was really trying to hold on for y'all, but I just could not, and I ended up passing out for the rest
No,
of the
it's highly
day.
understand.
So I
That's what
figured y'all would
happens.
be fine with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I joined earlier, but I was at the pool and then we left and we just stopped and I think I'm getting a
Well, that's
gym
good. It's good to
membership.
have you with us.
Yes. Very excited. Very excited. I was actually gonna say something about the having like being seizure free and then having a seizure after. I wasn't 10 years free of seizures, but I was 2-3 months seizure free of like a tonic-clonic seizure. And I mean, usually I go like 2-3 months and I have one again, but I was really hoping with like the medication it would have really held things down, but I still had one, and it honestly it kind of broke my heart. And now I'm like changing onto Abbreviact, and I just know it's not working the same as the Keppra when it comes to managing my seizures, and I'm really sad about that. So I'm gonna try it out for a little bit, and then if it's not managing it the way that the Keppra was, I'm thinking about going back to the Keppra and then adding on maybe those progesterone tablets and having the vitamin infusions and stuff so that I can keep my mental health because with the Keppra, that's the really big part, is making sure I have an outlet for my mental health and for the Keppra rage. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
So I had a question for you and Sailor Mom. The questions were, How many hours do you need of sleep?
About 7. That's about right. I get about 6 or 7. Wait,
Lufa, Sailor Mom, how many hours of sleep do you need?
oh, I get 8. I get, think 8 or 9.
I
I feel like
need, yeah, like I probably should have at least 9 or 10, but
yeah,
that is
probably
not happening unless I'm,
I need like my body needs like probably 12 to 14 if I'm really giving it love, but on a regular day, sometime recently I've been waking up at like 7 and then falling asleep at like 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. though. But I take naps during the day. But realistically I get about probably 9 hours of sleep, but my mom is really adamant that I get like she's very with this whole moving thing, we've been up late, and once it hits like 12, 1 o'clock, she's like, you gotta be like, you have to lay down, you have all this stuff, even if I try to keep going, because it's just one of those things that never fails to do it.
I'm jealous of anybody who can get 8 hours. Oh, you're all lucky.
I usually go to sleep about, what do you say, Tracy, 10 o'clock? I usually sleep around 10 and get up at 7.
that's beautiful.
I'm getting 9. Tom over here getting 9 hours.
I fall asleep when the sun rises sometimes. Sometime between 2:30 and 7, maybe. And then I'm definitely up usually between noon and 2. But golly, that's not very much sleep. But I never did get very much sleep, y'all. I don't know. I think maybe that had something to do with my problem all along. Anyway, sorry.
I think I got 5 last night.
Oh, and I'm working again too. So
I was trying to sleep a full night last night. Then the lightning decided to strike real close, and it was really loud. And
Oh
that
yeah,
woke
you're
me
back
up.
in Pennsylvania. Right. I saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah. My mom's house was getting lit up with lightning storms.
We had them too, even though I'm on the opposite coast. And it was so exciting because, like, in 20 years, we had like 3 thunderstorms. And we lived in Florida for 2 years. And the best part about living in Florida was the lightning storms for me. Like, I don't know, something about it. Anyway.
I liked Arizona for lightning storms.
And then 20 years, we had 3. It was just like, come on. We've been up here, already had 3. In 6 months. Yay! Anyway, I'll again. Sorry, guys. Oh, but I did want to say for Lufa, when you were talking about your progesterone and all of that, originally, that was one of the things that not my epileptologist, but my gynecologist said was like, oh, I think you are going into perimenopause and your hormones are a little messed up. And so that's probably causing some of your threshold lowering, and then it's triggering it like a catamenial kind of thing. You know what I mean? But yeah, so she did put me on birth control pills, which sounds insane because I have my tubes tied. But yeah. And that kind of helped for a while, but then I think I really am I don't need them anymore. I'm going to have seizures no matter what. So, but you're young, and that could seriously help.
Well,
because it did for a couple years.
Yeah, my thing with the only reason, because I have birth control already. I have the Mirena IUD, which lasts until I'm 30, and I love it. It works perfectly. It has worked fabulous, like no problems with it, unless getting it put in was the most traumatic thing ever. But ever since that, the lifespan makes up for it, kind of. But when I started the Keppra, that's when it started to like not work, and I was like, what's going on? Because like we have another until I'm 30. This should last until I'm 30 if it's been correctly, if everything's working correctly. And part of the reason I got it was because my periods are so bad, it feels like I have contractions and I have to stay home. Or we have this joke where it's like period Olivia, and I just like, it's so like my mental is so not there. It's really, really bad. And the gynecologist said, she was like, the Keppra is probably eating up some of the hormones, and so that's why I was put on it, except I'm changing to Breviac now, so I don't need to be on the extra progesterone if I'm changing to the Breviac right now, because it's gonna lower my threshold. So it's like this really weird balancing game. But if I go back to the Keppra,
Sailor Mom, you're muted.
I'll try the progesterone, really try it and see how it works. Because it will lower the only reason I was doing it though was because of being on the Keppra, but since I'm not on the Keppra, we don't want to continue with the extra birth control. Sorry, my grandpa just got home. We're good though.
I don't think you can get anything to get me back on Capra.
Yeah, see, I was on Keppra when they originally started the whatever, the unnecessary but extra. Like that was the only way they could get the insurance to cover it, even though I have my tubes tied. Don't ask me. But anyway, yeah. So
well, I was actually, my mom and I have for a really long time, we've been talking about me getting whichever one with the contrast dye, because that's the one she couldn't do. So that I don't go into menopause prematurely, but that it stops my periods and stops me from, things like that, because I don't plan on having children. I don't want to have children. It's been 20 years and my mind has never changed. I just know it's good for me. I don't need anyone to change my mind. I hate when people try and do that. It's so annoying. But it's one of those things that I might have to just wait out though, because they're like, well, you don't know, you're young, and I understand that, but in my circumstance, for me, like, it would be so beneficial. It would be so beneficial in so many ways as a female to just like get it out of there, just stop, please, just because but as a female, it's.
I so feel.
I know you do. You and your ovaries. I know.
Mine are horrible. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I can see it. I can see your
honey. I feel for you.
Thank you.
All you females.
Well,
ladies will never understand. Ladies will never understand what it's like to get kicked in the balls. Come on.
Oh my gosh, we have no idea.
Let's not even go there.
Oh no,
I understand the females.
Don't go there. I mean like that. That is true.
Actually, though, my younger brother got that, and he actually almost lost them because he got that thing with the testicular torsion, and he didn't want to admit how bad it was. And yeah, he had like 1/4 of blood flow to 1 left when they got in there to do the surgery. I know. Well, he had a daughter, so I guess he's okay. I felt bad for them child. He was like 13, man.
That probably.
I have to go again, guys.
Oh,
my apologies.
I'm
my
sorry.
Grandfather wants to eat.
Okay.
It's time to eat as a family.
Yes, ma'am. Have
Bye,
a good
guys.
one. Bye.
See you later.
Well, this was a hell of a time to tune back in.
Oh, I'm so
I
sorry,
know,
Katie.
I'm
This was a
glad.
hell of a
Great to see you
conversation
again,
we just
Kate.
had here. I'm gonna shut up now.
Sorry, guys. I had to actually wait for the fire truck to leave.
Oh. Oh, I almost burned my house down today. So hey, what's your story?
Why are we all like? All right, talk about worst day ever.
Founding fathers could never.
Rental car, 24 Jeep, testing it out to see if this is the one that we can definitely make our forever car. And I locked the keys in. Right there on the passenger seat. Daughter
Car
won't
for
ever
your
let me
trip
forget it.
around the USA.
Dog was in the vehicle. And Enterprise is closed. It was like 6 o'clock in Eastern time, so they were long closed. Jeep told me that Enterprise never hooked up the service, and this was when 911 had already pulled up. 911 said, all right, well, before we start breaking windows, the fire department's usually better with this kind of thing, so they came around the corner. I've never been so happy for like a overcast, like rainy, just shitty day. But that car would have gotten hotter faster if it was like bright and sunny. So
yeah,
they went ahead and jimmied something in the window.
Jimmy,
The one
I was
one of
gonna
the
say, did they use?
one
My
of the
dad
doors,
taught me
but
to use one of those, and we used to all have one in our trunks, just in
but
case
what
our
is the
friends
point
did
of
that.
these vehicles being
Slim
hundreds
Jim.
of
A
thousands of
Slim Jim,
dollars?
thank you. Yes.
They want like $100,000 for this car, and unless you pay another subscription to hook up that remote remote open, whatever they call it, like this is just blowing my mind. What a business this did. Oh, never, not about the customer ever.
We bought a
Puppy's okay.
new VW Atlas several years ago. And it was the worst lemon in the whole universe. And finally, as we're complaining about how bad it is and everything, they're blaming us. They all got like, what the hell is it when they recall them? Yes, they recalled all of them. And we were like, give us back the money, y'all. What the hell? We dealt with this for years, and y'all kept charging us to fix shit we didn't break. Hate it. I don't think we'll ever buy a new car again. Just, I just don't think it. My husband can fix cars, so whatever.
Hey,
Oh, like I got this. Oh, your phone's on. Oh
Go
yes,
ahead.
like I got this. Yeah, so like I got like a 2014 Toyota Corolla for my birthday, and I got I got the car keys for it, and I was driving. I remember when I stopped, like there was no car tag and no registration. I was, I mean, like I wasn't, I wasn't drunk, but like I was like, but like I was like speed chasing, like driving like at least like 70 miles per hour, like on the highway, and then like the cop tried to stop me, and then the cop tried to stop me, and basically, I mean, like, I was freaking out. So I was freaking out, literally, like just not even knowing what happened. But so I speed I turned I turned and I just I almost crashed a new car.
Wow. Okay, the opening question was, I forgot. Does anybody remember that question?
Heard that one before.
The icebreaker question?
Yeah.
How do you cope?
There was another one.
Oh, you asked Sailor Mom and Tom, I think.
How many hours you sleep or something?
How many hours do you need
That's
sleep?
when it was.
7.
Angel, where did you get that memory from? I need one of those.
Yeah, for me it's 7. Like I
I
can do
guess
a
it's 9.
I could do like an 18-hour day with 7 hours sleep.
The only reason I
Mine is, of
remembered
course,
it,
that's from working. That's the only reason I can sleep that much.
Also,
the only
also,
reason,
Kate, I think you mean a 17-hour day off of 7 hours
No.
sleep. Those numbers don't add up.
No, no,
You
no.
had to
Who,
call me
me?
out on that. You had to call
Oh.
me out. It is summer. We're not allowed to do math, remember? Not until August 20th do any addition problems have to make sense.
Oh,
So
did I tell you when I was at? No, I'm sorry. I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Please,
go ahead,
please
Tom.
change the subject, please.
Well, Matt, I had a seizure at work, and the EMT Tracy was out in the parking lot, and they called Tracy into the office. I had a seizure. The EMT comes, and she's asking me math problems to see whether or not I was coherent enough, whether or not they were going to take me to the hospital. And Tracy says, he just had a seizure, and you're going to ask him to do math problems?
That's why the do you know what month or year or city questions are the better ones,
The
to
president.
ask.
They asked me
It's
who's the
like,
president.
problems even
Or
when
who's
and
the
I give away
president?
samples. It's not as like I do I'm not making change or anything.
Yeah. Who's the president is a good one. Because, like, you can
Oh,
go back
that
in
was
time.
one. That was one.
Well,
That
so
was one.
but right now we've got the swap in between, so you could say Trump, and it's like, oh, but what year
I
did
don't
you
know
say?
that name. I don't even know that name.
That's
I'm
tricky.
sorry.
Yeah, we don't talk about him like it. Yeah,
I don't even know
I
that
was going
name.
to say Musk.
I just call all of
I
them
don't
trumpet
I
players.
don't know that name. It doesn't come out of my mouth. I'm sorry. I'm not I'm neutral.
Wait, I
There
thought
you go.
Kanye West was the president.
He said he wanted to be, but we're
No,
gonna move forward.
You're thinking of Elon
And
Musk.
then Elon Musk.
So Kanye
Yes,
said he was
thank
gonna
you,
be
Mark.
president. Kanye said 2024 he's gonna be president. It's too late now, but yeah, it's 2025. But the question, the other question, the icebreaker was, how do you cope, Kate? How do you cope?
I answered that question on
Oh yeah, you answered it in a
this one
message
here.
earlier.
Yeah, on one day ago it says I posted it. Okay, instead of looking for it now, I guess just gonna be remembering how, where how to not focus on the negative and what can I learn from this? How should I move forward? Right now, I know I'm like in my daughter's debt for a long time because she was dealing with low bro after the meltdown that I had to log off on the way home for. And we get home and she totally handled that situation, got him occupied and showed him some more of his decorations that are still up from the 4-year-old birthday party last night. And yeah, during a seizure, kind of same coping strategies. Just what else can I think about other than like what happened just now? Because I can't really remember any specifics anyway. So unless there's like an injury that needs tended to immediately, I just think about basically how this could have been worse.
Good things.
Yeah, not like the best way to end it, but just trying to keep it more on the positive than the negative side is pretty much how I cope.
I had a question about that. Like, when was the seizure? Before or after the keys? Or do you think the keys left in the car was maybe because you were gonna have a seizure? I think of like the time that I was out of it. Like I said, I woke up one day, I was kind of out of it, and later on, I actually had the TC. So I was wondering, is it like that? Like you were just kind of laid back, and then
All right. Well, I can't let the family hear now, but I took my meds 2 hours late. I've been off the clobazam now for 6 days, and I don't think I had a seizure during the meltdown, the ride home, the day at the mall, and anything today. I don't think I had any seizures. And that's exactly what I'm just going to be, praising God and like reminding myself of what to do from now on, so I don't forget my meds again. Because if they call me out on, taking meds late and then I do have one, I got to hear about that for a couple days at least.
Take
You're
your
gonna hear from me.
So far
nasalium
today,
with
no
you.
seizure. What's that?
I said, take your nasalium with you.
Oh yeah, puppy had that. She got the nasal in the service dog vest. But at this time, she was locked in the car. So I'm over here preaching to Enterprise. This is not just an animal's life at risk. I have epilepsy medication in there. And without that, if I, tried to throw that in there, and they still told us 90 minutes, 25 minutes. Yeah. Sorry,
Well, you're
Lord
gonna hear from me. You take them meds.
Yes, I took my medicine.
Oh,
Thank you for
2
checking.
years, 2 hours late. You have to hear from me, not the family. KKK. Oh my.
That's my girl.
You ever heard somebody say, "What are you thinking?"
Oh yeah, at the stylist all the time, salon. That's where I
Okay.
hear that one a lot.
So I got one here, and it says, "How can I best support my epileptic partner? My fiance has epilepsy since he was a kid. He was seizure free for a long stretch of time, about 8 years. However, last year he had several seizures. From my observations, they were due to stress. Fired twice, relationship stuff, miscarriage, premature birth, and not enough eating and drinking too much caffeine. He doesn't like to talk much about his seizures at all, but I know he hates them. I want to help him, but I don't know how. How would you want your partner to support you? Any advice is really appreciated." There was some ones earlier about supporting them when they had a seizure, but this one is much different. This is support as the person is there and conscious then.
Well, since it's him having the seizures, I would think he just wants to not, make sure you make sure that he knows he's not being judged, that you accept him with the epilepsy as, you love the whole package, epilepsy included.
And he is no less of a man
There you
for
go.
having it. You respect him completely, and it's doesn't make him weak. Maybe.
That's what I've noticed about my relationship that I'm in right now. Because we've been dating for almost a year, and it was my first relationship after being diagnosed. And for the most part, it would be like cut and run the second they heard epilepsy, sort of situation. With my partner now, it's like, I know that she loves me for me because she knew I had it, going in, and she's been there for me every time we've had a problem, or I've had a problem.
Okay.
Yeah, I would think reinforcement, and also just never hold it against them. Never hold it over their head. That one time I saved your life, how many times I've, don't bring it up as some kind of leverage. Don't try to use it for leverage. That's the only other thing.
Don't even do that for girls, guys. Don't do that for it.
Oh
Don't
no,
hold it
I'm
over. Don't do that
pulling
for your
this.
mom. Don't do that for your
Don't do
brother.
that for
Don't hold it
anyone.
over them. Cause
This
like
is
we're
coming
already
directly
like
from
all
the ex-husband's
full of
playbook.
shame and full of freaking like we're
That's
burdens and shit like
toxic.
that. Don't. It's so much worse. Sorry, I'll be quiet now.
Okay, so there's the thing, like you said, she said he doesn't like talking about it, but she wants to get an understanding for it. But if you want to get it from him, I'd suggest like asking him to like teach you more about it, or what could I do, or how do I go about this, and instead of just we're gonna have a conversation about it, because I don't like conversations about my epilepsy. But if you wanted me to tell you some things or how to do things about this, then I can do that. But
Ask me questions,
It's like-
straightforward questions.
Right. It's like asking what their favorite band is or what their favorite childhood memory is.
Right.
You know, describe something to me that I care about you
Not
and I want to
hey,
hear.
now why don't you break this down to me?
Something.
Learn me about this.
Yeah. And if he still doesn't want to talk about it, you can research online. You can join our group and just read the
Hey,
posts
there you
and stuff.
go.
I was gonna
There's all
say
kinds of stuff.
Whip
I was
bang
gonna say
boom.
offer a solution by
Come
sending
to
them
Epilepsy
like
Universe.
sort of to us, you know, like we're here to talk. And
This
if that
is what we
helps you,
do.
if that helps you open up about it in general, you know, that's just better for everybody because then his partner, you know, gets the reward of having an open conversation. And maybe they're just confused. You know, maybe he just doesn't really understand his epilepsy either. And well, wait, was it since he was a kid?
Yeah, and it's also
Oh.
her fiance. She just wants to know more, but he doesn't want to talk about it.
Oh,
So
my
I
bad.
suggest
I've
like
been living with epilepsy since the 1500s. He'll be good. He can tell you about everything about epilepsy.
Well, back then they thought that, you know, we were being possessed.
You can go all
yeah,
the way back to the Greeks where, you know, the women were actually channeling all of the gods' messages for their epilepsy.
Yep. We were like a beacon for the gods.
Yeah, exactly. Like totally we're getting those messages and telling everybody about them.
And it's just madness to us
Breathing the volcanic
because
fumes.
we don't remember what we said.
so oh man, I forgot what it was. But the thing about feeling like less of a man, that part, it gets that rough. If some of you guys don't know, some of you guys like it felt like it was just peeing at the wrong times, like pee in your car and in your room and at your parents' house. Like seizures, they happened at the worst time, and those times I kind of did feel like less of a man, even though she was kind of cool about it, and she kind of, it's all right, you had a seizure, this and this, meet me at the hospital. But yeah, that feeling like less of a man, that's hard. Yeah, especially when you pee in someone's car. And
I think that's probably the hardest thing that I could imagine that a guy would go through and that you would have trouble communicating with him about and making him feel better about. But I don't really know. I mean, they all are guys, but that would be what I, as a woman, would be concerned about, was maintaining that for you.
So overall, open communication. I mean, he has to be just as willing as her. If he really doesn't want to be open about it, about maybe, you know, what are your triggers? She could approach him from the perspective of, I've been looking into this because I want you to understand that I'm accepting and willing and, you know, want to support you. So have you ever talked to your neurologist about, you know, something like that?
You know, Katie, that was a very good point about the triggers. Because what an easy way, positive, supportive way to break the ice. That way, and once he's comfortable with just talking about that, it's breaking the ice. That's the hard thing, right? So if you find a way, something as easy as that to break the ice, good
Yeah.
job.
Get him comfortable. Give him a piece of cheesecake or something, you know?
Hey, I make
Also-
blueberry ice cream.
Only you, Angel.
Also want to recommend, so I got this a while back. It's an epilepsy journal, and it's just to help track, you know, your seizures. But it gives you a list of things to, you know, mark off and note sections, for like when it was, why you think it was, what your situation was beforehand, and if they wanted to get their fiance this, to keep track, it's a book that would be left around. They can go through and look themselves. I don't want to be like, that's prying, but it's good for the person that you're living with to know your situation. And it would at least give that person or the fiance a little independence in like, okay, I will talk about it, but to myself, sort of, I guess.
Okay.
The idea of leaving it around, but also that she can at least record for him the times that it happens, because that's so often for me. I have literally no idea. Come on, I'm like, what the? My husband always has to record it on the phone or whatever, because I'm not there for so long afterwards. Like,
That's the
I never
routine
kept a
here.
journal because I couldn't. It was me. How do you keep a journal when you don't know when it happened, how long it lasted, what kind of seizure it was?
Make a call or send a message. That's how we get the timestamps.
So it's like it gives you like a spot to record like all your medication, what changed there, and then questions that you want to ask, just like a little, this is an actual journal part, but then further on, it does actually give you like the log.
Okay, dinner's ready. Dinner's ready. I'm being tagged here.
Enjoy.
Bye, Tom. Enjoy dinner.
Bye, Tom.
Later.
You
Enjoy.
better
Bye
listen
bye.
to your wife.
Bye, wife.
And honestly, like obviously you don't have to fill out every portion, but at least having this to be able to bring to your neurologist or epileptologist would be good as well for any information that you
I mean, Dad, if she could at least record the time or how long for him, even if she says nothing else or even just describes what he looked like when it happened. I mean, that's, or even writes down how long it took him to be conscious in the post-ictal phase or whatever. Even that a little amount of information that he wouldn't be able to record himself necessarily.
make him feel more supported.
Really, really sweet. That's a nice idea. I really like that. Go, Brandon.
Also, there's
Brandon.
all the like reasons for like having a seizure that are listed too. It's like possible triggers, time of day, missed or late medication, missed or poor sleep, alcohol, mood change, missed meal. There's like so many things. And then also the what happened after, like during your recovery period. There's a bunch of things you can check off for that. And not having to write it is good. You can look down and just be like, oh yeah, I guess I can't feel my foot right now. Numbness.
Yeah, I've read that studies have shown that the act of physically writing information onto paper helps to crystallize the memory in the brain.
Yeah, that's why
It's
kids
kind
in school can't remember anything now because they're all using Chromebooks. Sorry, I'm saying this as someone who works in schools. I'm sorry. They don't write anything. They just type
cursive anymore. I think that's kind of a shame. Not that
The
it's
Pen Pal Club
particularly.
it was like a must when I heard about that. Daughters Online never went back after COVID, and Pen Pal Club was I thought it was like a godsend, and both of them wrote one letter and exchanged numbers. Like I get the idea, but it's really, really difficult to get children to write.
Yeah. They're like, oh, my hand hurts. It's like, well, yeah, because we have to work those muscles and you just don't want to work those muscles. Same with our brains. We have to work our brains, even if we don't want to work our brains.
Ow, my brain
You'll
hurts.
say you need like a new one of these to like work your hand muscles.
Well,
has anyone disconnected their shoulder during a seizure?
Yes. It was actually in this very room.
It's a good memories.
Right.
Well, I knew I was living with my mom, so and this was always my room, so
Oh, you have your height on the wall and the little door frame.
nah. We got this house when I think when we moved when I started high school. So,
Still plenty of time for good memories. That's cool.
Have you
but
grown
yes,
anymore after high school?
no, no. I don't think I've grown more since I started taking pills. I've been 6 foot since I started taking pills.
At least you're 6 foot. I'm
That's
5'9", man.
that's
Come on.
yeah. 6 foot's not a bad place to stop
It's
growing.
not a good like, oh no moment. You're 6 foot. Relax.
Right.
Yeah, that
But
it's good,
could you
man. Seriously.
imagine what a 13-year-old boy would actually how tall a 13-year-old boy would actually be if he did not take the pills? Yeah,
Can
I'll probably be
imagine.
like 6'5".
Yeah, but then you got to go to special stores to get your clothes. 6 foot.
Yeah.
Perfect, man. You're good.
Yeah.
And just to add on to those like circumstances surrounding seizures and events like that, I'm just thinking now that seizure wasn't involved today, but fire truck pulled away, and I hear Nana tell me just now that now little man says he wants to be a fireman. So another reinforcer for situations surrounding epilepsy that just feel like insurmountable and worst timing ever and all that. Like I still want to be the believer of like there's a reason for everything, and things like that that can probably help others overcome looking back that something good happened.
The reason I asked about the shoulder thing is because there's one here and it says advice on shoulder pain if you take it out of socket while asleep. Okay, it does say, I'm not sure if I was asleep. I'm not sure if I had a seizure, but I woke up and my shoulder was dislocated. I am sure I am not here alone. I was diagnosed at 17, and after a countless number of seizures over the last 15 years, my right shoulder is in a fair amount of pain, and a lot of the time, nobody will do surgery on it because my seizures are not controlled. Understandable. What if I had one during recovery? A complete disaster. Any physical therapy I have done typically gets reset to zero after a seizure or two. My question is it because I hit the ground so hard while I was tensing up? Or is that something that just happens when you have a seizure? Anyone here gotten kind of a shot in their shoulder to help with the pain before?
Yes, it was morphine. It was a dislocated shoulder, and they had to pop the shoulder back in. It could have been a numerous amount of things. For me, I think I'm trying to remember. I might have had a nocturnal and threw myself off the bed, and somehow I got caught up in something which knocked my shoulder out. But usually it won't come out on its own, I think. That's the only I'm trying to figure out. I think
So did they tell you if ligaments or nerves, how extreme this dislocation was?
no, I don't remember. This was like years ago, but I
Okay. So
remember.
the fact that it hasn't happened again is actually impressive because once it
Yeah,
happens, it's easier for it to dislocate again. You know.
yeah.
Yeah, so it
It
sounds like this
hasn't
person
happened
just
again.
needs to listen to their.
Yeah.
This can be such like an individual case. They just definitely need to follow the advice of the physical therapist or whoever is actually managing their care now.
I mean,
This is.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was also going to say this is why they say don't restrain somebody,
Right. Right. Right.
with epilepsy, because stuff like this can happen, dislocated shoulder or broken
Mm-hmm.
hands or whatever, fingers.
I used to dislocate my one hip when I was pregnant with my twins a lot. I know that sounds like what the heck, but it happens a lot when you're pregnant with twins. All your joints get all like gushy and they just so anyway, and I weighed like twice of my body weight, so my skeleton was like, forget that. Anyway, so I got in the habit of jamming my hip bone back in to socket on the couch so I could keep walking around and doing stuff because I'm a psycho. Anyway, that particular injury has come back to haunt me. Yeah, well, not just with subsequent pregnancies, but now that I have the epilepsy, it has happened where I've woken up and I'm like, oh, my hip is not where it should be. The ball needs to go back in. Oh no, I need a soft surface. Yeah, I imagine it's perhaps you hurt your shoulder once, either having a seizure or doing something else, and just your body just goes, oh, that's an easy slip. And so it just does it, I'm sorry, it sucks, but that's what I would assume is happening. And no, I don't have any particular help other than take vitamins, because all the seizure medications just drag all the vitamins out of you, calcium and like collagen and like B12s and D. D is very important. That's all I got. I'm sorry.
Also, sorry.
Good luck.
I wanted to just add on to the calcium thing. So yes, you want to improve bone density and stuff. Don't do it through milk. People always think milk is the best source of calcium. It like basically oxygenates your bones at the same time. I think that's what it was. But it actually is not good for your bones.
No, I take calcium mixture from Kirkland. And I don't like milk. So
right there with you, girl. Been vegan for 10 years.
They make many kinds of milk. You don't have to drink cow's milk. You can drink.
I was
almond
pregnant. I
milk,
always had
No,
soy
I know.
milk.
milk.
Always
Sorry,
had soy milk when I was pregnant.
When I said milk, I meant dairy milk, like cow's milk. Because as I just threw out there, I've been vegan for 10 years and I've never had any sort of calcium deficiency because I do like take supplements and drink other types of milk. But yeah, that's the difference. Anyway.
Yeah, there's a lot of calcium fortified on the shelves.
How do you eat Oreos?
What was that?
How do you eat Oreos without like milk? It's like,
Well, you just use any other type of milk.
And
Almond milk is good.
are they?
I'm an oat milk fan, but
I've never tried them. Are they like actually milk-like, or is it just this weird? I don't know. I'm kind
no,
of
it is milk-like.
afraid to try them. It is.
Yeah, give it a try sometime. You won't regret it. Trust me. You might not go back.
Might not go back.
Yeah,
You never know until you try.
One of my kids made rice milk here at home the other week. So
Everything's
That's a
expensive
good
anyway.
skill.
I know, right? I was impressed.
Absolutely. So didn't we have somebody visit a couple days ago or something saying that about eyelids twitching? Because I saw something on here about another one of these like scholarly articles saying that that's really important to note because if you feel your eyelid twitching and you're still conscious, you don't know if it's an absence or what it was. I think that that's what the post said was was somebody who was just having these weird symptoms and somebody else out of nowhere suggested that it might actually be a seizure, but they were
I
aware through the
think
whole thing, so
M
they
was saying
automatically
that.
wrote it off. And it sounds like that could be really important because it could indicate what area of the brain is the focal point. Because apparently the occipital lobe is what controls eyelids, muscles, and that's one of the really important reasons to make note of maybe how
Happens
it
with my right
starts.
eye. Yeah.
Yeah, I think M was saying that because I was asking her in DMs, like how does she detect her absent seizures?
On the last question, the person asked, "How'd you get how'd you get the shoulder out of place from the seizure or the fall?"
I think it was this. I think it was most likely definitely a seizure because I'm remembering I woke up and I just like was on the floor and I just got back into the bed and fell asleep some more. And then I woke up again, went to the mirror and saw, oh, that thing is dangling down.
The
Trust
thing with
me.
Brandon, where'd you go?
Yeah. Like that doesn't look right.
Yeah, I was gonna ask
know?
when you told Mark about going back, he'll never go back. I was like, yeah. Once I left regular milk, I went to almond milk, and I never went back, and I never noticed the difference. I don't think my kids notice either.
Yeah.
Switch milk.
What
Oh,
what
it's
was
so
which
easy
one
to
was it that you switched
taste
to? Almond
almond milk.
milk or
Almond milk is good,
Tastes are so
but
easy to change
and it
and
comes in
adapt to.
vanilla.
Like,
Oat
yeah,
milk
and
is better for the
once you leave
environment.
that and you not only feel better, but you wouldn't remember what it tastes like. I had so many like what are they called? Like Cuban sandwiches growing up. I don't know what any red meat tastes like anymore and wouldn't even miss it.
Yeah.
I don't. After you like actually change your diet and don't eat something for long enough, you won't miss it. Especially with the epilepsy. That's kind of a given.
We forget everything.
No? To make it work to our
Yeah.
advantage once in a while.
My
will say-
husband used to run a vegan deli in a little itty bitty town in the Shenandoah Valley, Virginia. That
Okay,
sounds
that's
crazy,
it.
right?
You are the dream couple. The ice cream cake decorator and the vegan deli guy. Come on, you guys have got to be a movie.
What?
can
Why
you
can't you
make
guys live in New
vegan
England?
ice
Can we
cream
hang
out
out?
of
Like,
You know,
almond
why you gotta
milk
be in
or oat milk?
California? Leave us on the East Coast, all like
It was
calling the
like
fire
there was
truck.
like four colleges within driving distance and one within walking distance. It's a big university, and so he
That's your
just
business.
found his niche. I don't know. He's amazing.
Can you make ice cream out of the
yes.
almond milk and yeah?
I wasn't even gonna let you finish.
We always had a gelato case that usually had several different kinds of non-dairy ice cream for people who couldn't have dairy. But also the gelatos. We would usually have at least 4 different gelatos at a time that we made in-house. And then we would usually have at least 2, sometimes 4 different milks, like a rice and an almond and a soy, and in different flavors.
Actually,
Yeah.
How does yours compare to that Talenti?
The what?
You guys have that Talenti gelato? That's like the most popular one over here.
No, we had like mango and lemon.
Oh, it's a brand. It's a brand.
Yeah, to let you
We
the brand.
Oh,
this was made
mango.
all in house, and
I
it's all
bet.
Silberman's ice cream. And it was like real mangoes, like it would take us hours to zest the lemons and juice them and make this stuff, like hours. The ices and the gelatos took the longest to make. It was crazy.
I have I have two students in my camp this week. One of whom we have an EpiPen for her because she's actually allergic to dairy, like not lactose intolerant, allergic to dairy.
We had a sign that said, if you were allergic, let us know. And we would take all of this equipment aside. We'd put special
Yeah.
gloves and we'd wash all our equipment before we gave it to them, for sure.
And
always.
So we have that girl who's allergic to dairy. We have another girl who's lactose intolerant. Another girl who works at her like family's ice cream restaurant in our city. And I asked her, I was like, "Do you guys have any non-dairy flavors?" And she was like, "Yeah, we do." Because my aunt is allergic to dairy. And then the first girl looked, or the other one who is allergic to dairy looked over and went, "Me too." And it was just, I'm sure that it made her feel good, knowing like, yeah, you're not alone, girl. You're not alone.
Yeah, at that age, that kind of thing is really sort of,
Yeah, because she's 8.
I mean, not sort of, that is really isolating. I shouldn't qualify something like that. When I say really, like emphasizing it, I should, and then
It's
really
like
sort
how
of.
we are, like
Yeah, it's,
you can act like it isn't, but it can feel like it is, and people don't
yeah,
necessarily take it seriously. I
yeah,
had never
yeah.
actually heard of anyone being allergic to dairy before. So when her mom told me, I was like, "Oh, like lactose intolerant." And she went, No. Like she needs this EpiPen if like she comes into
In certain fruit, like strawberries, right? So if it was in the case with the strawberry ice cream, we'd have to get out a half gallon and scoop out of that instead, just to make sure that nothing had fallen in it and touched it. But yeah, be very careful about allergies there.
Very serious.
And we did not carry any brand. Everything was made in house, and you could
Oh,
stand there and watch from the window while they made it most of the time, because the
I
machine
think
was right there.
I think Kate was talking more about like the consistency and style of.
I don't know what that flavor is.
But
I'm
that
sorry.
mango just like I
Oh,
can't comprehend it. A mango is so stringy to get the juice, enough juice out of that to
oh,
actually flavor a
Oh,
nice
when
serving. That must have taken a long time.
for
That's what
sure.
we're looking forward to figuring out too.
when you get a really fresh one, like really, really fresh one, it's a lot easier to get juice out of them. Well, like back,
Oh, they fall off some
um,
trees here in Florida, but they're
yeah,
still
yeah,
like
like right
the
off the
same
tree
consistency.
when they're fully ripe, it's
Yeah, that's true. The hurricanes don't
completely
always come at the right
different
time.
from the what you get in the grocery store thing. So
Yeah,
the closer you are in the supply chain to the actual
sorry.
source. Um,
Yeah, my boss was very particular about everything, and like, I mean, today I was using some vanilla and I thought about it, and I remember the last time that I got a shipment for him, the Madagascar vanilla was $900 for a gallon.
did you know that
And
the
that was
vanilla
years
bean?
ago.
Have you seen the
Did you,
bear? Are you ordering Orwellian butter?
did you know that the vanilla bean is actually the seed pod of an orchid plant?
Oh yes, we knew very well of like it was actual Madagascar vanilla extract.
I
Very,
had an
very
orchid.
expensive.
I killed an orchid plant last year.
Oh
or not an orchid. I killed a vanilla orchid last year. Um, yeah, I didn't kill all the orchids, so um,
This one says, do I take another dose? Okay, so I don't remember if I took my seizure medicine this morning. Normally I have a system set up to prevent that. But I'm in the process of moving and I haven't been as diligent about it. I take 1,250 milligrams of Keppra in the morning and at 9 every morning and 9 at night. I don't feel any different, so I might have taken it. Should I take it possibly again or do I wait? Currently 10:30 in the morning. My seizures are controlled if I take my medication consistently. I have missed doses in the past and been okay, but I'm kind of freaking out right now. Any advice?
How much was their dose?
1,250.
Okay. I take 750 milligrams a day. I've had that moment of like, oh shit, but I accidentally have double dosed. And I felt like shit. I would suggest kind of waiting. I would do like a 6 hour wait to see how you're feeling, and then take one, and then make it like an 18 hour, run, and then just get back to normal in the morning. That's usually my approach when that happens. It's like I'll take an early night pill and then just back to normal in the morning.
I guess I'm the only one who panics because I take another one. If I forgot, I don't want to have a seizure, so I just take another one.
I've seized from double dosing. That caused me to seize one time because there was too much medication in my system. So yeah,
That's
I know
Keppra for you.
Yeah, maybe it's just because it was Keppra.
I think so, but hey,
It depends on meds. Like, if you think you already took a benzo, no, don't take another one.
especially if you have anything to do.
Well, not only that, but if you double dose, you can't ever order those medications early.
Yeah.
You can never get an early refill. So if you double dose and you don't have a pharmacist that has one of those nice little sample packs, or the neuro can hook you up somehow, then kind of out of luck.
Oh,
Those
wait, do your guys
controlled substances? Yeah.
maybe wait, is it just because I'm on Keppra? Because like I can go, I can have pills left over and still get a refill.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Kepra's not a controlled substance.
Oh,
That's
oh,
like a
oh, okay.
Schedule
Yeah.
5
Just
or
making
something.
sure.
I don't know what they
I was
call it.
really confused. I was like,
Yeah.
are you
Yeah, I
guys
was
in
thinking the clobazam. I've had way worse outcomes taking too much Keppra than not enough. Skipping a dose turned out to be not as big of a deal as when I took 2 doses, and it was the opposite with the clobazam.
Yeah.
And it was just more of a headache because it was also the
Yeah,
controlled
you
substance.
run
I'm
out
already out of
and
it, and trying to get it done like when it happens, when I know I'm gonna need this refill. It was finally available for refill, and I was already without for 2 days. So, yeah, neurologist didn't help at all.
yeah.
Well, it also depends, like with the benzodiazepines, it depends on the early refill depends on the use. Like I'm not on daily. I have clonazepam tablets, but not every single day. So, I've got it as needed. So,
The
I
rescue med.
usually don't. Yeah. The tablets, clonazepam tablets, a handful of them each month, and then I have the nasalam spray for like the real serious stuff. So if I take it for like for auras. Honestly, I had the clonazepam as a just from my doctor for anxiety panic attacks before the epilepsy, and then he said since I was using it also for the seizures and not just as an anxiety medication, that I have to get it just from the neurologist. So that was
See,
kind
I
of a
think,
pain, but I have
yeah,
like a dozen of them and I don't use a dozen of them. So if I take a double dose of those, I don't end up short by the end of the month, usually, unless I am having a
yeah, unless
really
you're
rough month.
using it. But yeah, I think like me and Sailor Mom have the clonazepam where we're prescribed to take a certain amount daily, you know.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It
Like
doesn't
I have to take
lose
one every night.
effectiveness?
I I don't know. I I've been wanting to get off a little bit, and her husband has uh told her about it, like the dementia that benzos may cause. Um so mine saved me from clusters, so I don't really know like how we're gonna do it. Right now they got me titrating up the Excopri ladder. So
Mm. I was on clonazepam daily and I wanted to get off. I asked about switching from clonazepam to diazepam because I had read about its use for tapering down with um, alcohol addicts, and because its dosage is so much higher compared to like an equivalent dosage is so much higher. It's like 10 to 1 um, uh, compared to the clonazepam, so it makes it a little bit easier to slowly taper that down. But I don't know how much Xcopri would substitute for clonazepam, and clonazepam is nasty. Like benzodiazepine withdrawals are difficult. Um, so I don't know. I had success doing that. I tried going down on the clonazepam by itself, and it's so powerful, a 1 milligram to a half milligram to what? I mean, how can you versus a 10 milligram tablet and volumetric dosing, dissolve it in some, or they might even have a liquid solution that you could just measure out with a dropper with diazepam. But um, I don't know, just some thoughts for you.
yeah, there's some good thoughts. Eventually, when I'm done with the Excopri and getting off the Vimpat, because the Vimpat's no longer helping me. Um, I'm gonna talk to them about that because they don't want to do too much things at once because it's all affecting the mind.
About the pills. Brandon, you still there? or we can move on till he comes back. Kate, when you said about the refill things and you can't get a refill or whatever, you guys can't go to the emergency room and get a refill?
I think the last time I was in the emergency room, they just went the Nasalam route. Because if I was in the ER already, it definitely already happened. I think that the last time I did an ER trip was when I was on the something with a B. Maybe it was Briviact, and been on the Keppra forever too. So I was only on 2 meds at that time, and the last time I was in the ER wasn't on the controlled substance. So I haven't been in that situation. But I think they would definitely be more likely to just go the rescue med and get you out the door.
No, because when I run low on pills, I can go and say I lost my pills, and they'll give me a month's worth.
Probably
Maybe it's
only
just
in
California.
California. That exactly. I think that's part of the perks of living there.
Yeah, there's that part. And then does anybody get like shooting pains? Is it just me getting old, or is it from epilepsy or something? Because I get bad shooting pains like in my hands and my arms. Is it just me? I think I'm getting older than
I
all
did
you.
too.
I don't know. Angel and Keith Kevin are older than me, so you guys get shooting pains, Angel?
I got pains in my hips and stuff, but not in my arms. I don't know. I'm
Yeah,
trying to remember.
back and legs, like
Yeah.
sciatica, I assume, but not. I don't know. I'm not.
Yeah, I get them in my back
Yes,
too, but
sometimes
back,
arms
my
without
lower
even
back.
explaining it.
Brandon's not back yet.
I don't really get physical pains that much, but I don't get the shooting pains, but
Who did you just say I'm not back? I'm here.
Oh, Brandon, I got one for you. It's actually not a question that's on the list. You told me that you crushed up a pill and put it in water, and it was going good that day. How'd that work out?
Worked out fine. Yeah. Was going good. I didn't really notice a problem. I missed a pill one day though, and I was feeling like crap the next day, but I did notice that when I did the like swirling it around and letting it just sort of dissolve in the water, after I took the pill, I felt like the effects hit me faster. It was like my stomach didn't have to dissolve at first. It was like sort of a, oh shit, sort of rush job situation for my body. I don't know. I felt better immediately after I took it, so that's all.
Yeah, I was thinking about that after you said that because once upon a time I had some pills in my pocket and I laid on them and they were all crushed into pieces. So I'm putting pieces back to get a full circle pill. And I thought about it. Could I just put these in water? But I didn't know if it would work.
It
Not that I'll
depends
try it
on
again.
it depends on the pill. I Googled and like found a couple different sources that said, that Keppra was okay to dissolve in water before I did it. I didn't just go for it because obviously it can affect the potency and everything. But oh shit.
Yes, some
My
of them have a time release coating on the outside that relies on staying intact and being dissolved slowly.
yeah,
So if you
I
crush it,
I
it's
wouldn't
kind of
do it.
like the way people go and abuse some forms of Ritalin to
Never with a
bypass that
capsule.
and get the whole dose right away. Um, but
Uh, I shit. Fuck. Damn it. I had a thought. I lost it.
sorry
You looked
to
into Keppra, it was
sorry
okay
to
to
jump in.
dissolve. I know it was something about the tablet that you looked into before you went for it.
It'll come to me. Damn it. Sorry.
Does anybody
Sorry,
else get
folks.
get seizures from fast temperature changes? I see a post here from somebody saying that they had TBI in their youth, caused seizures, and they walked from the kitchen to the living room. So it wasn't even walk-in fridge or anything drastic, but do you guys notice seizures coming from, or a trigger being temperature change?
No, I hate the hot, but I don't ever notice it like changing me.
Yeah, I hate big shifts in temperature, but it hasn't caused any problems.
Makes me tired.
Yeah, it looks like the commenter saying that that heat could be a major trigger for a lot of people.
I don't know about
For me-
temperature change that fast, but definitely a trigger for me.
Changes in heat
Definitely
have
was.
never been a problem for me, but like being out in the heat for long periods of time, it's sort of like that dehydration feeling, and I can never tell if it's one or the other. But if you're dehydrated, you're definitely more likely to have a seizure. We can all acknowledge that, I think, right?
Mhm. Also, Brandon, you're the one that suggested B12. And you told me it helps with brain function and all that. Took me a little while to get some, but I got some. Well, I've been taking them for about almost 8 weeks. And
Okay, so I hate that you had to mention that I was the one who suggested it and that it improves brain function because you already mentioned that to me. It's okay. It's okay.
so you lied to me?
Isn't there a disclosure at the beginning of every YouTube and every one of these? Like, be prepared. You're gonna hear the same thing a couple times.
You're gonna hear this, yeah. And but hey, this is actually good because you're pushing B12 even harder. You know, like
You
you're really getting.
remembered it.
Someone missed the
That's
last one.
the improvement in brain function. You remembered it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember you said that and you
It
gave me an
works.
explanation. And
It
I was like,
works.
brain function. And I
Yeah.
didn't think anything was wrong with my brain, but I was like, let me try it. Brain function.
Let
$30
me
is
give
nothing for
some
some
of that a
vitamins.
shot.
But yeah, B12. Shout out to Nature's Made. I got two. You get buy one, get one free when you get it on Instacart. Yeah, so I've been doing that and I haven't had a focal, like seriously. And I feel like I don't have that fatigue that I get every day. I don't take as many naps unless I'm literally not talking to you guys, not on my phone. Yeah, I don't get it. It's hard for me to get tired now. I've noticed the difference in the energy and fatigue. And I told someone else, once you try it, let me know if that helps you because he doesn't need it for focals. He needs it. He was wondering if it gives him energy wise.
Okay.
So we'll see that.
Nature Made, give us free stuff.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Anyhow, I got one here. There's dizziness and seizures. Sorry for the long post. I've gotten slightly dizzy the last few days. Yesterday, though, I was so dizzy the room was spinning. I couldn't even get up because every time I tried, I had a partial seizure. I was awake during it, and I had it, and I thought it was due to dizziness, but my husband told me it looked like a partial seizure, and I was having involuntary movements. I was dizzy for a second. I was dizzy for a while and nauseous and throwing up. I used to get slightly dizzy when I was breastfeeding, but this isn't happening. This hasn't happened for a while. I was also had my period this week, off week for birth control, and I've heard dizziness can be caused by that. I also feel like I have low blood sugar or some kind of iron deficiency. I reached out to my neurologist yesterday and still haven't heard back. I take 600 milligrams of Lamictal, and I don't miss a dose. I'm just really scared it's going to happen again. I have 3 kids under 2, and I need to be able to take care of them. I hadn't had a seizure in about 3 years. I have been very stressed and not sleeping well, so that could be attributed to that. Has this happened to anyone before? Could it just be an issue with blood sugar, hormone, or some kind of deficiency? Is it that simple? Could it have just been a headache yesterday that led to today? Any advice is appreciated. I never had someone like around to tell me those symptoms that she's going through, and she had someone explain it to her.
Well, if it's
Yeah,
the
I think we
blood sugar
did.
thing, you would want to just figure out which of the causes is more,
Again?
I don't know, like
Yeah.
most
What do
likely to
they
cause it.
want?
Like which one is
Can I help?
worst?
Okay.
Are you gonna
Yeah,
have
what
to
do they
start
need?
going through treatment for
Okay,
the
that's fine.
diabetes or
Shh, you're
whatever
not
that
talking
issue
about
is? Just kind of figure out which is the most pressing issue that could cause the seizures. Because there was definitely a lot going on there.
Yeah, you want to get maybe some blood work done, see what's happening, see if there's anything else besides your seizures. Remember that your medicines also can cause dizziness too and everything. And if you're on a lot of it, you may be on too much and it may be affecting your chemistry. So you may have to tell your neurologist of that. Um,
Birth
but
control is
yeah,
a big trigger for a lot of people, especially with the catamenials. That's definitely one that's gonna mess with your hormones if you skip a dose or double dose or something.
I got another one. We've kind of had something similar to this before, but this one is newer. It says, "How do I get doctors to take me seriously without being too assertive?" For those of you who have heard, for those of you who had trouble getting diagnosed or were not believed by your doctors, what helps you get diagnosed? How can I stand my ground without being too assertive or rude? Does anyone else's seizures when being too assertive? Oh, wait, I got lost. I'll start over. For those of you who have had trouble getting diagnosed or were not believed by your doctors, what helps you get diagnosed? How can I stand my ground without being too assertive or rude? Has anyone else's seizures been missed or misdiagnosed? For those of you who have been diagnosed or misdiagnosed with PNES, what happened? How do you politely correct doctors when they get something about your medical history or symptoms wrong? How do you get doctors to take you seriously? Doctors outside of California suck. No, I'm playing.
As somebody who's been misdiagnosed before for like the last year with PNES, I didn't even do anything. I just started going into status epilepticus, for I think it was like 2 days. But it was kind of like in between. And I got like super injured. Um, I had a head injury. I had raccoon eyes, bit my tongue really bad, peed myself in the hospital. Um, and then they were like, "Oh, I don't think she'd be doing this stuff if it was in her head." And then they decided to go a different route and put me on Keppra. And then now I'm here, diagnosed now by a new neurologist. So yeah, I can't really suggest anything that you could do, but if you have evidence of the things that you've had happen to your body from the seizures, then you can share that and it helps. The clinical signs do help. Not all doctors take them seriously, but some of them do.
There's a comment here. It says, "Find a new doctor. It took me 3 different doctors to find one that listened to my concerns. Doctors, especially some specialists, are very arrogant." So yeah, get a second opinion, I suggest, because You don't want to keep going talking to different doctors and stressing yourself out, because I know talking to them over and over and they don't listen. That shit is stressful. Um, yeah, maybe it's just me.
Getting a
I
new doctor is like a job interview now.
Right. Go ahead, Mark.
went in there with a witness, and that seemed to help tremendously, as far as being taken seriously. I'd had tonic clonics before that, but this one was in my parents' house, and my mother had heard it from across the house and called 911, and the EMTs showed up and saw me convulsing, and then saw it stop and asked me questions until I could walk out to the ambulance myself. But having that to get taken seriously quite a bit, and then about 4 weeks later, 4 weeks later, I had another tonic clonic, and that time my mother was there and able to record that one, and she showed my neurologist that. So we had those two before I had the successful EMU stay. So my neurologist had seen me in the middle of a tonic clonic there and knew. I mean, nobody is that good of an actor to imitate like a um genuine convulsions like that. But um yeah, I know it's kind of a luxury, or a roll of the dice to have somebody witnessing it and be able to come and attest on your behalf. But getting an advocate, even if they haven't witnessed it, getting an advocate to go with you, and even for moral support, just if for no other reason, because memory and communication can be kind of difficult sometimes. So my mother still comes with me to every one of my appointments with the neurologist, because she I mean, she's going to be my emergency contact. She's got to know all that. And there's no way that I would be able to relay all of that back to her uh, secondhand. So that's,
You got your go-to.
yeah, I wouldn't be able to do this alone. So, yeah.
You'd be surprised. Never say you can't do something. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
know
they can't
my,
deny it. Like you said, they can't deny it eventually if you have the TC in front of a neurologist, or if you're lucky enough to have one on an EEG.
yeah,
But it is tricky to be able to provide undeniable evidence. It never
yeah.
happens at a convenient time.
I gave him two on an EEG. The first one they did, they gave me, it lasted long enough that they gave me the the IV midazolam, and then like 40 minutes later, with that midazolam still in my system, I went into another TC that went over 5 minutes, and they gave me another big. So yeah,
Yeah, at least you weren't
they
misdiagnosed
got
right off
them.
the bat. That's the most frustrating
No,
part that we hear from so many people coming on that just didn't even have the right diagnosis to begin with. Were being treated for something completely irrelevant and, if anything, just suffering worse side effects from the medication they didn't even need.
well, I mean, my first MRI was 20 years ago. Um, yeah, I was not diagnosed with the epilepsy for, 20 years, but,
Oh, you think you were having absence or seizures that whole time?
yeah, well, that was, I don't know, didn't I, didn't I tell the story earlier? Or,
Probably. I probably
or
just missed it.
did I? Okay, well,
Yeah.
yeah, I still have, yeah, they, they gave me my MRI
Yes. Of the
back when
perfect
I was
brain. There you go.
15. Yeah, so, yeah, when I was learning to drive, I had an incident where I was going and I didn't see a pickup truck that was turning, and that freaked my mom out. So, we went in, I did an MRI, sleep deprived myself before an EEG, like a 30-minute EEG. They gave me a full neuropsychological evaluation, and that's what led to the Asperger's syndrome diagnosis. Um, but the EEG was clear and the MRI was fine. So I was assured I don't have epilepsy, and but I do have Asperger's, and sent me on my way. And then um, a few years later, I started having weird physical sensations, and um, they gave me um, uh, yeah. After long enough, I started complaining about it. They gave me an MRI. Again, that one, they didn't give me the picture. I asked for the picture. Again, I wanted to frame it side by side. But anyway, um, they told me I didn't have epilepsy, um, multiple sclerosis, um, but said it was fibromyalgia, and that those weird periodic sensations were just panic attacks. Um, and then I don't know, like around the lockdown, I was living alone, so I don't know what was happening. I know that I definitely had, in retrospect, a few tonic-clonics, waking up on the floor with like that headache inside of a headache type of sensation. Um, and then, yeah, eventually I had a couple in front of a roommate I was living with up in South Dakota. Um, moved back down to Florida, living with my parents, and they yeah, when I had that one in front of my mother, that's when she pushed for treating, and that's when I got the official diagnosis in my medical record.
All right,
But
glad to hear you got a good team behind you now.
yeah, yeah.
So a
But
couple hours ago, somebody says my SO told me I'm violent when having seizures. All suggestions welcome. I'm worried about her. I have epilepsy as a result of brain damage I sustained in a car accident. My partner and others have told me that they are scared I'm going to bash them or worse when I disassociate before having a grand mal. This is incredibly shameful to say, but apparently I make threats of self-harm and violence and say a bunch of unsavory things between screaming and falling over and thrashing around in my house. I'm a bigger guy who used to box and trains most days. The last seizure I had left my bathroom looking like a bloodbath. My partner insists on intervening when this is happening so I don't hit my head. She thinks I'm having dissociative episodes which trigger the seizures as a result of some past trauma. He says I don't believe that to be the case, but I'm also not the one who has to witness this. I've asked her to leave me be, take the dogs, lock the door, and wait till I'm done. I love her dearly, but it's selfish to burden her with this. Has anyone had similar experiences? Open to all suggestions. He's saying he's on 400 milligrams of Lamictal a day. I
So
think
I'm
this guy
gonna
just, yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
I'm gonna assume that he's already diagnosed then with
With the
'cause
medication, I would think he is diagnosed,
yeah.
but the way he's making it sound like he just wants to know what to do about the disassociative, like so much violence before the seizure. But I mean, he needs more insight. I would say, like, I agree with one of these comments that says, like, talk to her about getting it on tape.
Yeah, like I would get cameras or something, set them up and see what's going on and then like show that to your doctor. Because if it is that severe, then that's something that definitely needs to be addressed, not just, pushing your loved one out in a way when you need help.
Couldn't have said it better. That was perfect. Don't push her away. She does want to help you. Take the dogs and lock me in the bathroom. No, nobody's going to be cool with that.
I got something here. It says seizure threshold and grad school applications. I haven't had a grand mal in 6 years, but I'm currently applying for doctoral programs and I can feel my threshold lower. I've been taking my ER med every few days and doing other stress management things, but is anyone working a high stress job in grad school? I'm really beginning to wonder if my brain can take it. Anyone on a high stress job? I think Brandon's the only one working.
And I guess it, like, in comparison to a lot of jobs, my job does seem very stressful. It's like physical, stressful because you're surrounded by kids. Also, the stress of these kids falling over and hurting themselves on a bike. Lots of stuff that has to get taught in a timely manner. Yeah, I could say it's pretty stressful, but I don't know. I love my job, so I don't know, it's whatever.
I
I got
mean,
something.
applying for doctoral programs, they must be passionate about what they're doing. They must really want to follow through. I mean, see what do they, how's it go? Like light at the end of the rainbow kind of thing to work through it because you know you have something to look forward to. If you do this right, you can get into that program and maybe have a future because a lot of other patients don't even make it this far. So good job on getting through whatever degrees you have already. And
And
very,
if
yeah.
it's a medical degree, like if they're looking to get a doctorate, like a medical doctorate, PhD, um, it's like
or MD, sorry, um,
Yeah.
then they would just be a great advocate for other people like us. You know, it's like none of our neurologists have epilepsy, I believe, right? No, I don't. Raise your hand if so. So they try their best, but they don't. Oh, okay. All right, Saya. All right. Or is that just a statement? Or hang on.
Oh no,
Oh no,
go
I
ahead.
just have something I want to say. It's okay. Finish up.
Okay. Yeah. Just saying, like, if they did have epilepsy, some of the stuff that we talk about with them would make a little bit more sense. They hear it secondhand every time. So
I
Even
was
if
just
they didn't hear it secondhand every time, they wouldn't understand each individual, or they wouldn't understand more than each individual's experience. Because I doubt that my experience of, a focal is the same as yours.
this is very true. Yes, you are correct about that. I can't deny that. So
We need some kind of randomizer to like shuffle it up and give them some kind of combination of everybody's little bits of everybody's, and boom, then they've got their own unique seizure to let them understand.
Yeah, I would never wish it on anybody else,
Yeah.
especially the induced ones.
Oh, my Amy has come.
Yeah, the seizures they induce. Pookie, what do you use? Mazani? You like any Mazani hair products?
I'm all natural. Anything in the
Yeah.
hair except water, shampoo.
Did somebody say my name?
Huh?
Yeah, you got your hand up.
Oh yeah. I almost forgot. No, I was just gonna say, Angel reminded me in the chat that, and Kate, you know this, Pookie, you know this, Angel, you know this.
I seen it.
Parenting is one of those jobs. It's not technically a job to me. Like I feel like I'm not allowed to call it a job. And if I say that, I'm gonna like offend somebody, but it is a job. It is a lot. You have to do a lot. And especially as like, as a stay-at-home parent, when you have to clean and cook and watch them and take care of them, and especially when they're young. I have two toddlers, so they're being amazing right now, but normally they are little monsters and it is stressful, and I have had seizures induced at night when I'm trying to put them to bed and everything is absolutely insane and there's too much noise and I'm really hot, and then all of a sudden, boom, seizure. And I've fallen in the bathroom because of that.
And babies crying and waking you up means less sleep.
Oh yeah, don't even get me started on the lack of sleep.
Yeah, the mom part is harder than it is being a dad, but I praise you. Happy Mother's Day for every other Mother's Day that I might miss.
Thank you.
Got something that says, "What even is this anymore?" A few months ago, I had an EEG done and it detected the brain waves during what they thought was an absent seizure. Now the neurologist isn't even sure it's the case now. My current neurologist seems to not even want to help anymore, so I'm getting a different one. Any advice or ideas? Couple different opinions. You don't have to listen to one doctor. If you want to, then you can, but sometimes if I think maybe I might be right or maybe that person might be wrong, then I get a second opinion. Even if it's an emergency room, somebody's gonna tell me something.
And some doctors give the vibe like they're just not giving you all the information that's important. You don't always know what's the right question to ask until, sometimes something happens and you find out way too late about some kind of medication that interacts with an over-the-counter supplement. And yeah, if a doctor gives a vibe that they just don't like their job and they don't want to help you, then that's all the reason in the world to get another opinion. That's never a bad way to you're getting the right treatment.
Not even just for like epilepsy or brain conditions. A friend of mine was in a wheelchair for several years because of a back problem that got misdiagnosed, and he's been walking ever since. Like after like 3 years in a wheelchair, they got him walking again, but he is still actually. He told me today he's going to get printouts of his spine, so that he can take them and just bring them to new surgeons to get second opinions, because he's had a couple be like, no, no, this isn't right. Like we could have done more, and it wasn't done even after the so yeah, several instances of bad doctors back to back who just didn't deal with the problem appropriately. So yeah, it's doctors across the board need to get their shit together.
I have this thing because I've seen a lot of doctors over the years, ever since I was a little kid. And when you go to a doctor and they make you wait for like an hour for an appointment, because you have your appointment time, you go in and they tell you, oh, well, they're running a little late. Usually that's a good sign to me that they are sitting in there talking with their patient and actually listening, and then I'll go into the appointment and they do the same thing with me. They go past the time that, they're supposed to be allotted. And they listen to everything and you're able to let them know everything that you're concerned about. And that's usually the good doctors. The doctors that suck are the ones that are like, oh, you're late, so we have to charge you $100. And oh, you get there and you go right in and then they kick you right out. So little things like that. Little things like that. And you definitely gotta get a second opinion.
Yeah, that's great insight. That's a good way to look at it. This person is asking, it sounds like probably about absent seizures, because they're saying, how can you guys tell if you've had a seizure in your sleep? Are you more sleepy the next day, bad headaches, or worse brain fog than usual? So I'm thinking, obviously, with the TCs, you got, the bit tongue, the sore muscles, the headache beyond any other headache. But do you guys, can you ever tell if you've had an absent seizure in your sleep unless somebody's with you and can tell it's not a dream? So, Jeff.
Yeah, Kate, I can tell every time. Uh, you get the headache the same as any other seizure. You get groggy just like any other seizure, or foggy, and confused. Maybe not as bad as some of the others, but it's still the same, just on a less severe scale. Finally, something I can comment on.
Hey, if you have any stories, sounds like a pretty crazy night for a lot of us.
Yeah, one time I had one. Most recently, we talked about that. I went to the doctor and they were just like, "You don't have any signs." They did the whatever head scans there were, CT, MRI, all those good stuff. And then they was like, "Your mouth isn't chewed up. You just said you got a headache." They were like, "Was there blood? Your nose bleed, anything?" And I'm like, "No, I didn't have anything. Just woke up with the headache, and this headache is a one of a kind headache." They didn't want to take that. They were just like, "No, you didn't have a seizure. You can go home. Done what we can." Yeah. Go ahead, Brandon.
This is not a story, but has anybody checked or seen the news today?
No. Talk about it.
17 million
Yes.
people to lose health coverage because of Trump's big, beautiful bill. So watch out, all of us, because we absolutely need our health insurance. Fuck.
I'm very, very disappointed in that. I saw that as well.
Brandon, that's not the worst part. I mean, he can cancel elections. He can jail so-called enemies of the party. I mean,
I know. And it's just it just happened today, so it was
Yeah.
healthcare related. I know there's so much shit, but I just felt
Yeah.
like wanted to make sure everyone here knew, despite
Before
how
I look it up, do they get any more specific about whether it's Medicare, Medicaid, or like
slashes
income
Medicaid
based?
funding, phases out ACA subsidies, imposes new work requirements on both Medicaid and SNAP recipients. Yeah.
So
It's all
they
the
might
poor
want
people that are affected.
they
Huh?
might want
Yeah.
the neuro well, I'm thinking they might want the neurologist to, give more proof more often
That's a
that,
good.
well, I guess they're gonna have to start giving me my data.
I gotta
I
check
mean,
my
I got no
information
problem proving
because
it.
that instantly gave me a migraine. I gotta go get new pills.
Yep.
Oh
yeah.
I was gonna ask that, like, since the prescription was wrote a while back, are my refills already covered?
Go.
No.
I feel like here's what you do. You go to the pharmacy with the Good RX app. You find the pharmacy that or whichever one has the refill, information. You just go in with the Good RX app if you ever need health insurance, or don't have health insurance, and pay the $10 for the Good RX Gold. For anybody who needs this info, $10 for Good RX Gold, you will end up saving like over $100 sometimes on your pills. So it is worth that $10. And you don't even need it to use it, but it just makes it a little bit cheaper.
Yeah, last time I didn't fill out my health and my insurance information on time. The thing elapsed or whatever. And I think my pills were only $65 for 90 days worth. But still, now if it's nothing at all, I'm gonna go get that checked out. I might go to the emergency room just to see if that's still going.
I wanted to add about the bill thing. It's going to be a problem with paperwork. They're really going to kick people off Medicaid by just making the paperwork overwhelmingly complicated. That's going to be a huge problem for people with disabilities, and
They
yeah.
based it all off the Georgia health plan, and that was everyone's main issue. Was so many people got kicked off because they were like, I can't take off work to go get my information from my doctor once a month because that's just not feasible. So I lost my job and healthcare, and now I can't get healthcare because I don't have a job.
Right.
It actually, anybody who hasn't seen the latest Last Week Tonight, check it out if you want any more info. If you're confused.
Okay.
I got caught up doing other stuff.
So I know seizures, relationships have been kind of a theme tonight. It looks like somebody else said, please help. I was in a relationship. I ended up in the hospital because of a really bad seizure. He told me it was my fault and I was trying to ruin his. Hold up. You said ruin his fun before. You read this one?
I think
Anyway.
so.
They're saying we broke up. Want to feel like I'll never find love or some. Well, there's more people here now. I just want to feel love like I'll never find love or someone who can put up with my seizures. I constantly feel like a burden to others. I know I'm only 22, but I feel like I'll never find that unconditional support that I crave so bad.
I believe I
Yeah,
read
I
something
guess I
similar to that.
I guess I could see how that's easy to feel at 22, especially.
That's what I was gonna say. At 22, it's very easy to feel that way. It's even if you don't have, a debilitating, you know, mental illness sort of thing.
The burden thing, just being so embarrassed. Not really the kind of thing that you can go into a relationship without disclosing, especially when it's not managed or controlled or whatever they call it.
So I got one said, do anti-epileptic medication change behavior? We've been through this. Hi, I've had epilepsy since 2020 from the COVID vaccine. I have been taking Depakin Chrono since then. It says one of the ASM available in Slovakia, so this is probably another country. I have been taking Depakin Chrono since then until like almost a year ago when my mom brought me another box of pills called Tamano, which contained carbazepine. Everything was fine until the beginning of this year. I started feeling like something is not right. I would be compulsively do one specific thing over and over. I would have very bad intrusive thoughts, basically would do things very similar to OCD, which I don't have. At first, I could not find out what was happening to me until a while ago. I decided to do a bit of research about the mentioned substance and experimenting. It does, however, have rapid mood changes as one of the side effects, but also I have discovered that there have been records from some patients that do take pills with carbamazine or carbamazepine that they do in fact have OCD like behavior, also like me. Have any of you experienced or experiencing something similar? Do you think it's just me who experiences this? I've heard of other pills causing other things, but maybe it's just me or this person. Yes, I believe the pills change. They change your behavior, especially after being diagnosed. Does anyone think the medication changes behavior?
100%, all the way. It's messing with our like brain equilibrium. It's gonna mess with way more than just keeping our seizures under control as best they can.
It's curious though that this one's on carbamazepine, because carbamazepine is actually not just an anticonvulsant, but it's used to treat bipolar. So if they're having outbursts or any kind of instability from this one, that's definitely literally like made to mess with your mood. So maybe
Yeah,
it's not doing the right
Lamictal
way for you.
is also a mood stabilizer that's used to treat epilepsy. It's interesting that seems to be. I wonder if they share a common something in common structurally. The molecules are just a slight alteration of each other, perhaps, or something. I don't know, but that's interesting.
You say Lamictal or Lamotrigine? I'm seeing Lamictal or Lamotrigine is
Lamictal.
generally tolerated better than.
Lamictal,
Oh, okay.
glucosamide is
Yeah,
glucosamide.
they're different.
Lamictal is a bipolar, like a mood stabilizer, bipolar. High dose is used for anticonvulsant. Yeah.
I take that for just for my seizures. I just take
Yeah,
200
it looks like they
milligrams.
literally out.
I guess my mood is pretty stable if you guys can't tell.
So according to this little AI overview, right, you chill. Lacosamide primarily enhances the slow inactivation of voltage-gated sodium channels, while carbamazepine blocks those channels. So I can see how they're kind of in the same family, but they.
I got one here. It says, how long to feel mentally normal again after a seizure. It's been 2 weeks since my last set of focal seizures, and I still don't feel like myself. WTF. This happened to anyone else? Usually I'm back in a day or two. Personally, it's never took me 2 weeks. I've never felt signs and was like, oh, I still feel like I did 2 weeks ago. Anybody took 2 weeks to come back and feel normal? I mean, everyone is different, but this person said focals 2 weeks ago. Yeah.
The longest I've
That must
heard
have been a hell of a cluster.
The longest I've heard was actually from the friend of mine who I was talking about earlier with the back misdiagnosis. His brother a few weeks ago had he was seizing for 10 hours, just like off and on. And it like 5 days later, he still thought that it was 3 years prior, I think. And he's fine now, but it took him about a week. But that was after like a major series of tonic clonic back to backs. Like his brain was going through a lot, and he still recovered in a week. You know.
That's impressive.
Also, I am trying
That
to
must have been so
get
scary just to think, are we ever going to get them all the way back?
I am trying to get him to come on also, by the way, Pookie.
Thank you. I got something here. It says male 22 confused. Hello, gang. Just gonna start out with saying I am not diagnosed with epilepsy. Now for the backstory. A couple days ago, I gained consciousness on my floor, right beside my bed. I was only wearing my gaming headphones, LOL. I lost 2 hours before losing consciousness, so I was feeling very confused as to why I was on the floor. I noticed a pain in my back and my head, a pain in my back and in my head that stuck around for 2 days. It noted my clothes being dropped in a random pile right beneath my chair. Also noted that my PC was angled weirdly. After gaining consciousness, I told my parents, and they asked me things like, what did we have for dinner? Or what did we do today? Went to the mall. I couldn't remember. We went to the mall, but I couldn't remember. They also noted that it had seemed like I was just talking to someone a few minutes ago, and I must have been talking really loudly since we live on separate floors and I had the door shut. I keep asking myself if I could have gone to bed and just fallen out, but never go to bed at that time. Plus, why would I be wearing my gaming headphones? Ha ha ha. Anyhow, I went to the ER and wow, they took what I was told they took what I told them really seriously. That surprised me. Constant EKG, multiple blood tests, blood pressure monitoring, head x-ray, EEG. Results of the EEG was inconclusive from what I understand, but they worded it as more likely I have epilepsy than not. 1.5 days later, I walked out with a Keppra script and will get referral to sleep deprived EEG and MRI. Side note, the doctors became more suspecting of epilepsy when I let them know that I had previously dislocated my shoulder in my sleep. Got friction burns on my skin. The past couple of years, my memory has been sort of disorientating. trouble remembering conversations and such. I can't really imagine that I have epilepsy, but this piqued my interest as it would explain my previous injuries. The ones of you suffering from this disease, what do you think? Anything sounding like textbook epilepsy? Kinda. I mean, every time I woke up on the floor, they told me to stay on the floor and wait for the ambulance. So, anyone that sound like anything?
The rug burn stood out to me.
Hmm?
Could definitely have been convulsions on any surface.
Oh,
They said something about rug burns.
go ahead, Sia.
No, go ahead. My daughter's just hitting me in the face.
Oh, okay. Well, um, got something else here. It says, why do I feel completely off and black out after a strobe light exposure? I used to visit a haunted house pumpkin patch every fall with friends as a kid. I always knew that if I encountered strobe lights, I'd end up feeling off for the rest of the night. As soon as we reached the part of the strobe lights, I'd start to feel really foggy, like I wasn't fully in control of my body. Even after we moved past that area, I wouldn't feel better for the rest of the night. I keep having these strange moments like blackouts where I'd suddenly come back to reality and realize I had zoned out or lost time for a few seconds. It was like time would skip forward and I'd feel extremely tired, almost like I was constantly nodding in and out of consciousness without being able to stop. Does anyone else experience this kind of reaction to strobe lights? Is this something I should be concerned about? This person is asking you guys a serious question.
Well, they must have done a test for a diagnosis to uh, verify whether or not they're photosensitive. I would assume. Usually, when they do like the full workup to get the diagnosis, they would do some kind of test for that for photosensitivity.
Toaster, what'd you say?
I was saying something. Oh yes, it's concerning. Photosensitivity is no joke. My brother hasn't been diagnosed with epilepsy. Oh, am I answering the wrong one? Wrong question. Oh, okay. Um, my brother suffers migraines like my dad does with flickering lights. But other than that, it's just migraines. But I can imagine that photosensitivity is probably like that, or photosensitive epilepsy is.
I would imagine that would suck because I don't have photosensitivity or like strobe light sensitivity. Like I can go to a concert or whatever, but I would imagine that would be really tough since it's also like when you think of epilepsy, that's like the stereotypical
Yeah.
thing. I would imagine that would suck.
I'm just glad I don't have it.
It's actually hilarious how many people think that if you're epileptic, you're guaranteed photosensitive because what is it? It's like 1%, I think, of
1% of us 1%ers.
yeah, exactly. The odds of being
Yeah.
photosensitive epileptic is so low, but we've all seen every movie. Or also played a video game where it was like, just watch out, we've got some strobe.
Yeah, I don't know what led up to this guy's
possible seizure. But my very first seizure was a photosensitive seizure, and I never had another photosensitive seizure. But I mean, he could have been up all night drinking Red Bull, and I don't know, lots of caffeine, no food, no sleep. So it could have just been in one thing. It's possible it was just an isolated incident or something. Maybe he passed out. I don't know. But it's better safe than sorry, right? Get all the tests and everything. Just make sure there's nothing wrong in your tinker or brain, whatever they call it. Tinker's the right slang for brain, right?
Yeah, why not?
What? What'd you say?
I don't know. I'm just babbling.
I missed what you said. Pat was here saying something I didn't hear.
Well, this one is asking for advice on whether or not they should get the surgery. They're saying, for context, I have a 5 centimeter cyst in my right prefrontal cortex. I'll have another MRI before I see the neurosurgeon, and my guess is he'll decide what will happen next. I have mixed feelings about going forward with this. I'm scary to think about. It's scary to think about. I'm feeling kind of defeated. I'm not even sure why I'm posting this. So yeah, this person's definitely just anxious to even hear what the neurosurgeon's going to say, but I know I felt the same way when I got the referral to the surgeon in the first place, that the neurologist was just already positive that they'd seen this before and this is the next step. And you know, yeah, the referral kind of said it all for me too. So once again, do your research, be your own advocate, be prepared of what questions you definitely want answered for that appointment. What do you guys think?
That's a pretty big one. But honestly, like a cyst, I don't want to do surgery. They keep wanting me to do surgery, but if there was a cyst, I might consider it because I had surgery as a kid because I had cysts in my sinuses, and never regretted that. So no, I don't want a cyst in my brain. But that's personal, I think. Anybody else?
Honestly, I'm a little behind, but I'll catch up on the next topic because I don't want you guys to go back.
Well, the other thing about cysts, though, I would think that if that's the kind of surgery where you have a hope for a cure, not just, you know, keeping it under wraps, like if I could have gone back, I would have definitely asked more questions like that. If I'm going to do brain surgery, what's one that will have a better chance of actually stopping these seizures altogether instead of just stopping the worst of the worst?
We agree. If there's something there, you have to take care of it. You can't just leave it and hope. Like, if there's something they can actually do, go for it. I know it's scary, but it's so much better than leaving it. Who knows? You know?
You got children.
It's okay, Pookie. Kids are life.
Yeah.
That's right. Kids
Well-
are life.
Well, this life of having dreads, he couldn't keep the swim cap on, so now I gotta dry him, and I just dried him, and now he's in the shower. So
Without the hair cap,
yeah,
of course. You have to dry the dreads again.
yo.
Oh, that's
That's a-
because it takes time.
That's the voice I use when my cat has like jumped up on the counter.
So that's not the authority in the classroom when somebody's acting up.
No, no, you gotta be gentler. You gotta be like, hey bud, I know you're feeling like, this is the best idea, but maybe think maybe think about how this could play out, okay? And also, Pookie, I sent a message, but I don't know if it's probably backed up now. I sent a message saying, "Tell your kid that their hair is awesome."
Yes, it
Yeah.
is beautiful. I'm sorry it's a pain.
Yeah, when I yell out, yo, everybody says, huh? I don't know. Something about names. I seem to go, yo. Everybody gets everybody's attention. Well, my kids. My kids, they're not sure who I'm talking to, so everybody answers.
Well, so that's actually what I was gonna mention. Because you have three kids, my great grandmother used to just yell out all three kids' names in a it was just like sort of a Betty Buster. Oh shoot! Now I'm having a brain fart. But it was like all three names in a row. All three kids would come down, and then she would just point and go you, and the other two would leave.
Yeah, my Grammy had 5 and she did the same thing. Even as adults, like if she wanted one of them, she would go through, if it was a daughter, she'd go through the 3 daughters' names till she got the right one. If it was all of them, she'd go through all of them. Even as adults.
I got another one. This one, there was another one earlier, just like it. Exactly like it. Someone said, did anybody dislocate their shoulder during a seizure? I had my first epileptic seizure this past Saturday. Seeing a neurologist tomorrow to see what can be done. I'm already taking Keppra since Tuesday. Unfortunately, I dislocated my right shoulder during a seizure. Posterior dislocation. I had assumed it came from the fall and me landing on my arm, but after doing some research, it dawned on me that it was actually from my shoulder muscles tensing up. Just goes to show how much force is involved during a seizure. So yeah, I actually dislocated my shoulder using the force of my muscles. Did this happen to anyone else? So Angel said he had it, but he said he woke up on the floor, so he wasn't sure. Let's talk about these shoulder injuries.
I have hip, not shoulder.
Ankle. I mean, I actually have dislocated my shoulder before, but it wasn't as bad as breaking my ankle.
You broke your ankle during a seizure?
Yes.
Oh, man.
I fell down and it snapped.
Oh, shit.
The
It's
worst
never
I've
been
gotten. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
No, keep going. Sorry.
It's never been the same since. That's all I was gonna say, Lucy.
Dun dun dun. I was just gonna say I've only had concussions, but my joints or whatever, like my shoulder muscles and my knee, like they naturally pop out of place, and so do all of my joints just pop out of place naturally without any pain. So luckily, nothing crazy feels bad, or yeah.
Hyperextension in all your joints. One of my daughters has that.
It works out for being epileptic, so.
Okay.
So you could be one of those people who could fit in a box.
Yeah, like my thumb moves all weird ways, and yeah.
I think you could fit in a suitcase.
Well, yeah, that's what I was getting at. Sorry, when I said box, I meant more like suitcase. Yeah.
I don't know what you guys are planning, but I'm not getting any.
They better not be planning anything.
Human trafficking is not my thing, guys.
Thank you. Toaster, contortions. Yes. Like the videos of contortionists are wild. It's like, how the hell do they bend their bodies that way? It makes
I
no sense.
thought it was normal up until people told me it wasn't. It's not even something I trained to do. I thought it was normal.
Just glad there's no pain with it. That's amazing.
Right. So, next one would be. I'm sorry, guys, I get lost sometimes. Could my not yet ministrating kids TLE be hormonal, cyclical? My 9-year-old daughter has been having what seem like non-motor aware TLE since February. I am tracking them and taking notes in the spreadsheet with a couple graphs. Probably sounds crazy, but I have experience working with kids with seizures and tracking them, and I am in general experienced with data. There's an emerging pattern that, and the very beginning of the month, it ramps up, and right around the first of the month, she'll have a day of multiple ones. She hasn't started ministrating. We have an EMU stay coming up, but it just made me curious if it could be related to puberty, hormones, staying up too late. Change in sleep pattern also seems to trigger, and they primarily happen just before bedtime or sleep. I don't know anything about the menstruating stuff.
I don't think that until you officially start your period that you have any sort of like cyclical anything. But as far as like hormones and each month it happens at a certain, like, periods are not like that. Like they don't happen on the same day every single month. Like the length can change, and especially when you're like very, very young, it can change very drastically. And so like some adult women have like 28 to 32 days, and then when you're young, it's like kind of all over the place. So I wouldn't really say that I don't think that that's hormonal. Yeah.
Either way, this mom is a genius for keeping track like that. If she's noticing the first of every month and the bedtimes, that's a great place to start, because from what I'm seeing, even before menstruation, catamenial seizures can happen, because there are still phases in the perimenstrual phase that apparently progesterone levels still fluctuate in every female. And I mean, we have cycles even before menstruation, so catamenial can, but like you said, when you're younger, things are all over the place. So I don't know how likely it is, but that's
I
definitely
would
something to
say it
bring up to the
depends on,
neurologist.
yeah, how young is she? That's,
I
you know,
think it said
8 or
9 years old. I think so.
So probably not.
I believe it says 10.
Oh,
okay.
I wish I could
well,
say
I mean, yeah,
they're not going to, but they could get it
Evidence is
anytime. I'm sorry, but you know, from personal experience and friendship, I can say 100% it's possible to get it that young. So, but it is amazing that she's got this spreadsheet. That's incredible. Go, mom.
Isn't if she's saying that the daughter is 9 years old and having menstrual cycles, isn't that all? Is she saying that is that what? Did I
No, what the
mishear
post
something?
was saying. Well, what the post was saying is that she was curious about whether she could be having some kind of hormonal cycle to trigger the seizures, because she's not menstruating yet. I don't know if that explains that any better.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I don't have any input there, but that's a good question. I have no input there, but good question.
I think
So
that
yeah,
all of
some
us
of
kind of
these,
develop patterns. And so it's extremely smart to catch the patterns. But it might not be the cycle.
yeah, some of these words you guys pronounced the first time correctly, like silical, silical or whatever that word is. You guys, you know that word. I didn't even know what this post was about.
Cyclical?
Cyclical.
Is that correct, ladies? Like cycles?
Yeah, it's
cyclical?
cyclical.
Cyclical, right?
Yeah.
Cyclic
And then
bonding?
and then when you have what is it? It's catamenial. That's
So the root
when
word
they
is
definitely
cycle.
are attached to your
The
cycle.
root word is cycle.
Right. So
I don't know
Cyclical
any
root
of
word is
these words.
cycle.
This is all new to me.
Well,
Yeah,
catamenial is the
was-
name when your seizures are connected to your cycle.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh my god! Fun! I write that down. Cool.
You just learned something.
Yeah, it's so fun.
How do you
And
spell
so cool.
that?
How do you how do you
It's
spell that?
it's CATA. Hold on a second.
Yeah,
I
hold
had
on.
to learn about this too. One
Wait, I
second.
gotta find my
It's
page.
CATAMENIAL.
Thank you.
C T A. Wait, CATA. I'm sorry.
CATAMENIAL.
As we were going to spell it, I was like spelling it out as well, hoping that I got it right. And I did. I was like, yes, I can spell stuff by sound.
Usually I can
Yes,
spell things by
yeah, me
sound.
too. I got it right. And just
Oh, knowing the meaning makes a big
yeah.
difference because that is not a phonetic word.
Yeah, cyclical. Yeah, never mind. It's like saying Kepra, the generic version. It's just so many. It's all over the place. There's one that says seizure from Mounjaro. So I started taking Mounjaro 9th of May on 2.5 milligrams, and I also took the golden 5th dose, which I took 6th of June, and then ordered the next prescription, which started June 26th, and that was 5 milligrams. So essentially, I had a 2-week break in between. Anyway, I ended up having seizure the following evening, and my partner thinks there could be a connection. I wonder if anyone has experienced this. My trigger is alcohol and sleep deprivation. I do not drink alcohol anymore, and I'd slept perfectly fine. I had no problems on 2.5 milligrams. Of course, I will contact my neurologist. However, I am intrigued to know if this has happened to anyone else. Does
What
anyone know what
is
Mounjaro is?
Mounjaro is? What is that?
I'm unsure at this point.
My phone says it's for diabetes. No.
Oh, well, that makes sense then, maybe.
Is it
I
one
mean,
of those weight loss drugs? The
Yep.
That's Ozempic, I think.
semaglutides that people are using to drop.
The curve hunger?
No, well, I don't know. I don't know what it is, but
Oz
like Ozempic.
Yeah, my dad
It-
takes that for his diabetes and it kills his appetite.
Yeah, that's what someone told me. Is they take it to curb your appetite and you lose weight essentially. 'Cause
Yeah,
you're
they
not
say that you do have an average weight loss with it, but it is actually an insulin like leveling out drug, I guess.
if they have diabetes and they're taking it for
Reporting it
that, then maybe it's a blood sugar issue. But if they're taking it for weight loss, I mean, it could still be a blood sugar issue, but it could also just be that you shouldn't lose that much weight that fast.
So 2.5 is the starting dose and is not meant for blood sugar control. Now, I don't know exactly what's going on with that. I'm not sure, but interesting.
Yo.
That's
Oh, my
that's
bad.
definitely never the first choice for epilepsy.
Mm-mm.
So it sounds like there's definitely, like you said, more to this case, like, or a reason this doctor would have chosen this med to start, because there's too much regulation going on between the appetite and the digestive system and the glucose. It sounds like it even increases the insulin secretion from the pancreas. So this drug does a lot to a couple things.
Increased risk of pancreatitis. Yeah. Oh.
Somebody else here on another post was saying, I don't know if it happens to you, but as a result of encephalitis, I developed a sense of smell. Encephalitis is that the swollen brain? Okay.
I
I
think so.
developed a sense of smell and epilepsy, although my seizures are nocturnal and I have mostly absences. And I often notice that in addition to the discomfort related to smell, I also have chills. These chills are very present in my days, so I can't distinguish if they're due to hyperstimulation or if they are real cold shivers. Does it happen to you? None of my senses have been altered, and chills can be, something that definitely happens after, especially during like the longer absences. Then if I come back and I'm like really chilly, then I know something just happened. It's cold.
I don't have experience with encephalitis, but yeah, like Kate said, I get chills sometimes, I get hot flashes sometimes before, sometimes after. And then my sense of smell can be different with auras. Like I can smell like really nasty stuff that I don't want to smell.
I've even smelled roses.
Hey, that's a nice one at least.
I know. I was like, wow. Oh no. Yeah. Yeah. Usually it's like burning rubber or something
Or
like
trash.
that. Or
That's
trash.
a bad
Something
one.
not good.
Or
Yeah.
cigarette smell. That one's
Oh.
nasty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Roses one time.
I hope for that one day.
All right. It says, what are some ways of making videos accessible to people with epilepsy? I have no idea, but I've also made it a point to make sure videos I make or edit are friendly to epilepsy folk. Obviously, I avoid flashing lights if it's unavoidable. Like if flashing is baked into a video itself, I turn down the brightness, as I've heard that can help photosensitive. This person looks like they just need some help online. So I got a different one. It says, how may this vaccine interact with epilepsy medication? I should take the vaccine against cervical cancer, but surprise, I've started to trust doctors less and less. How could it potentially interact with epilepsy?
There's a vaccine for cervical cancer?
That's what the person says.
I think it's the HPV vaccine. I don't
Ah, I
know
see.
if I would
Yeah.
call it a vaccine against cervical cancer because, if cervical cancer runs in your family, for instance, I don't know if it's going to stop that.
Yeah, I think you're kind of screwed either way at that point. But for HPV, yeah, it helps, I guess. I think that, for people that are sensitive to medications and stuff like that, you should probably ask your doctor, your neurologist before getting it.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like if you're already at the point of not trusting doctors and you have epilepsy, you're gonna be in for a rough ride because we need our doctors. Like if you're just trying to tough it out based on I don't trust doctors, it's not gonna be a fun time.
Yeah, I guess that is the point ultimately. I mean, we all have problems with them, but they are the gatekeepers for the medicine, and that is what saves us ultimately. So,
You could say instead of
yeah.
I don't trust doctors, or well, yeah, you could say that you trust your neurologist at least, but you could not trust regular doctors instead.
And
if you don't trust a certain doctor, there are many. Just find a new one that you do trust, who hears you, whatever it is that you need from, your uh point of care. It's like you should be able to find it. So just look around. It's not a
Yeah.
one-stop shop,
Anyhow, it says worth telling doctor about breakthrough seizure. I was diagnosed with TLE last year, and I've had seizures about completely under control until yesterday. I switched one of my medications, non-seizure related, to an injection form, but I hate needles. I thought it would be okay for my boyfriend, licensed pharmacist, gave me the injection, but I had a breakthrough seizure before he even took the needle out. My arm and face were jerking, twitching, and I felt like I couldn't move or breathe, and I didn't understand what was going on. Is this worth bringing up to a neurologist? Obviously, only a doctor would be a true answer, would have a true answer, but my insurance sucks. Should I just keep an eye out and make sure nothing gets worse?
There's a lot of red flags in that. She had her
Yeah,
boyfriend do the injection, and also, what was the injection? And is it a prescribed medication, or that's confusing?
yeah.
And if they already hate needles, it's like, okay, you're not going into this relaxed, clearly. So we've all had stress-related seizures, so that could have been the cause. The medicine could have been the cause. Where it was injected could have been. There's so like many things. So toaster, yes, you can look away from the needle, but if you know it's coming, you're still going to be stressed.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I used to be a phlebotomy tech, and we'd ask people, "Are you afraid of needles? You afraid of needles? Okay, I'm just going to have to turn your head. It's going to be over quick." That's what I meant. Not just I didn't mean for it to sound like I was discarding
Oh,
what
okay.
they felt
Gotcha,
about the
okay.
needle.
That reminds me of like when I give my mom that little thing on her arm. I don't know if anybody's seen it before. It's like, I guess for diabetes, put the little thing on your arm and it stays there for some time.
Yes. There's also
But
another
every
one
time
I
I
know
put it
that goes on a
on,
chest.
every time I put it on, I'm like on the count of 3, and I do 1, 2, because otherwise she's gonna jump on 3. So I do it on 2. Mom, if you're watching this, yeah, I got you.
I
Count,
have
no
to
3 count.
I have to give my son injections for his eczema because he has like really, really, really bad eczema. Um, and it's like every other week, and he's so scared of needles that I have to do it while he's asleep, which could be traumatizing in a completely different way.
Yeah.
But I always give him the option. Do you want to just go ahead and get it over with, or do you want me to do this while you're asleep? And mm, every once in a while, he'll say, "Yeah, let's get it over with." When that happens, he gets a treat. But I'm not going to wake him up in the middle of the night after I've injected him just to give him a little candy, because then he will never go back to sleep.
So do you guys suggest telling your doctor about breakthrough seizures, even though you had a
Pretty
seizure
much.
because you're taking something else?
I do suggest you tell them about breakthrough seizures. Isn't that what they want to know? No? Anybody?
Especially at the beginning.
Do you bring up the medication you've taken through a syringe?
Absolutely. Whatever it was.
Can her boyfriend get in trouble? It says he's a licensed pharmacist.
I guess they don't have to mention that part. Like they could say they injected it themselves, and the result would end up being the same. Like, oh, you injected it wrong. It's like, okay, well, I know that was my boyfriend, but now I know for the future.
Yeah.
You won't get in. He won't get in trouble.
Yeah, that's an easy way
Those
to
are
avoid that.
they're meant even when you see like the packaging, they will even say where you can self-inject it and where caregivers should inject it. Like if you're self-injecting, you have a lot more areas.
Well, we still don't know what exactly she took, though.
No, we don't.
Yeah.
But also,
But
she
I
had the
agree that the
seizure.
doctor needs the big picture.
Yes.
The doctors definitely should know what all she took and, how that could have contributed.
But she could tell the doctor, I had a seizure when I was gonna get the shot, because she said she didn't get it. She said she had the seizure
Oh, I
beforehand.
thought it said that she had the seizure before he took the needle out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was
Before he
while it
even
was
took the needle
in.
out.
Oh, I thought she meant like out of her skin.
It just says needle out.
I
And
see.
it says my arm and face were jerking and twitching. So
Okay, so
yeah.
there's more info that I think is needed. But all in all, I think we're all in agreement that yes, this person needs to tell their neurologist about the seizure and
Yep.
the medical is and the possibly if there's doctor patient privilege that can extend to the boyfriend, I guess. Definitely mention that he was the one that did it, so that way he can get some knowledge on how to do it correctly.
I do suggestion bringing up breakthrough seizures. Could be something you don't see personally. This one said, why do some of you with epilepsy have no shame or fear in even having any seizures at all? And why do others seem to have fear of everything causing a seizure? Personal accounts, please. For me, this is my fourth diagnosis. I've been disabled since birth with an autosomal recessive disease called, someone write this down. It says ARTHRYPOSIS. Arthrogryposis. That's what it looks like. Yes, that's what it is. See,
Arthrogryposis.
did I pronounce that right?
Arthrogryposis. Close enough.
Okay. Gonna start over then. It
Super
says for me,
stiff
this
joint,
is
it
my
sounds
fourth.
like.
For me, this is my fourth diagnosis. I've been disabled since birth with an autosomal recessive disease called arthrogryposis. Multiplex. There's a few other medical terms. Whoever's reading it pretty much knows. I've never personally had a sense of normalcy, or as the famous Mordecai Adams said, what is normal for the spider and chaos for the fly? I think for me personally, I've never been what you'd call functional. I believe most neurologists push fear of death too much from a seizure, so an inherent fear of the unknown. I just noticed the two extremes. There's near a go whatever that word was, near aggro something, or like I'm walking 10 miles in a week. The heat is of necessity. I'm wondering your personal mindset of how you view epilepsy. For me, it's an inconvenience. On the flip side, I've watched people who've seized, and it's more horrific to watch than to experience this. Even with epileptic friends, I seem strange, at least my perception of itself. What's your view on reasoning? Everyone gets enough vote for me. Yeah. Should we move on? That one is a whole lot going on there.
Agoraphobic.
There we go. Agoraphobic.
So they mean like scared to go outside and do stuff, basically. Yeah. Because agoraphobia is a fear of people.
Yeah,
No,
it's
Being
two
outside
different
and stuff.
agoraphobias. I know it's the same word for two different things. One
I-
is fear of crowds, which I know very well, and one is just fear of open spaces.
I actually looked up the exact word arthrogyrosposis. It's a rare genetic mutation, present at birth, that causes joint contractures, meaning that the joints are stiff and have limited range of motion. In other words, the joints may be stuck in one position and can't fully bend or straighten. And the key features are multiple joints are affected, most commonly in the arms or legs. And I think it, it's related to neurological or muscular disorders. So I don't think it really has anything to do with that other thing.
Well, I think from what I can gather from what they said, they're they're trying to figure out like why some people are like extremely afraid, or some people are like the extreme opposite. And I think that just really goes on the way that people cope with chronic conditions. And like some of us laugh, and some of us cry, and some of us don't want to keep going. Some of us feel like we have to. So yeah, I think that's kind of a very subjective topic. It's different for each person.
So you guys gotta listen to this because it's very long. Need you guys to listen because I won't remember one bit. It says, I only have a basic understanding of psychogenic seizures before I became disabled back in the 90s. I was a direct care worker. So before my husband was diagnosed with seizures back in 2022, I had witnessed clients a few times with tonic-clonic seizures before and helped. They had epilepsy. The seizures were somewhat different from the ones my husband had, being that they regained normal breathing before EMS came. My husband had 3 tonic-clonic nocturnal seizures and needed emergency care. Before those were diagnosed as seizures, bizarre things had happened in his sleep for quite a long time. There's a possibility my husband has had both epilepsy and psychogenic seizures. The EEGs so far haven't shown epileptic activity. He has to go for an inpatient study. I already wrote a couple of support posts. I am just wondering some things. Can psychogenic seizures cause the need for emergency care and a person being rendered unconscious with respiratory distress? Do psychogenic seizures get better with seizure meds? Does anyone know if psychogenic seizures can cause lactic acid levels to rise in the blood afterwards? Has anyone who had a systematic infection had psychogenic seizures and needed to be incubated? My husband had sleeping testing a couple of years ago. Severe periodic limb movements disorder was diagnosed. At that time, no sleep apnea diagnosis was given. He has to get a new sleep doctor. Can limb movement disorder during sleep be mistaken for psychogenic seizures or vice versa? Also, if someone on high dose seizure meds, can it cause epileptic waveforms to not show on EEGs? I am hoping the upcoming inpatient EEG test, once scheduled, will help us with neurologists get more specifics. I am hoping we can get more direction in what my husband needs. We may have to set him up with a psychiatrist per the MP. I just don't want my poor husband to be put on even more things that make it hard for him to function. I'm sure Social Security won't care in his case that he is so affected by his meds, but if he needs to see a psychiatrist, then we will do that too. I am making all the calls and appointments pretty much. He is tired and has low motivation a lot. He struggles with concentration and memory sometimes. I love him, and if he doesn't ever win his case, I don't want him returning to stressful work environment. We will have to figure things out. He's a good guy, and I don't want him to have to go through all this. No judgment here. I understand all too well the side effects of the meds. I am a neurotin of neuropathy, and I have anxiety and depression. I know what it is to be like judged and treated poorly by others because of having health issues and being disabled. My heart goes out to all those out there struggling with any kind of seizures. I wish all safety, but advice, please. Can this be psychogenic? I'm no doctor, but I kind of remembered some of that. Then it left.
That was a long one too.
So according to what I looked
don't
up,
even remember it.
it does not require medication to keep you breathing if it is a PNES seizure. That is, and anti-seizure medication could make them worse if they are truly PNES. So I would definitely tell her they need to get the in-hospital EEG, because sometimes that's the only way they actually catch them. I mean, come on, everybody knows, right? We go in for an EEG, and if you don't have that seizure in that 10 minutes or 15 minutes or whatever, then, and really, like, you know, most of us have to go a little further than that to get a real diagnosis.
You need someone that can properly read the EEG as well.
That too. But yeah, he should be under observation for more than the length of time that it takes to do a regular EEG, I would think. And definitely what I looked up, it does not sound like he has PNES as the main thing. Like, he probably has epilepsy, and then he may have some seizures that are related to PNES, but if so, the medication wouldn't help him. It wouldn't bring him out, according
But
to
I know with PNES, I have the diagnosis with both epilepsy and PNES. And I think Annie was too, but she got the PNES taken off. But 30% of people who have epilepsy also have PNES. And it's basically your brain saying, oh God, it's overloaded, and it's saying, oh God, what do I do now? And that's when it decides, oh, I'm going to short circuit because this is how I'm supposed to do it. And it doesn't have the actual sparks, if that makes any sense. But your body already knows, okay, well, this is what I'm supposed to do. You don't have control over it, but yeah. But I also, I agree. You need to get a long study done, and that way you'll know
just to
for
be
sure.
100% sure, you know. And he could have both, like you say. I mean, I'm not saying he doesn't have both, but it sounds like if you had to take him to the emergency room and they had to help him breathe, that's not usually a PN. It says they can have it before or after, have trouble, you know, breathing, your airflow may not be the same, right? Like you heavy breathing or panting, whatever, but hyperventilating, anxiety, those kind of things. But yeah, that it's different when you absolutely stop breathing. That's more like a regular seizure. Anybody else got anything to say?
I just have a question. For I don't know, because I've never really found any information on it, but do people with PNES lose consciousness like fully? Because from what I've read, most people don't.
No, Oh, at least I don't, not with my PNES ones. It's very
Okay.
interesting with comparing the focal to your PNES. With the focals, I get just a sense of huge world ending dread, universe, everything. It's just it's leaving, it's going, it's the end. With a PNES episode, yeah, I guess I should call it episode. Um, I it's not dread of, oh my God, something's gonna happen. It's the dread of, oh my God, I'm anxious. I gotta get out of here. How do I get out of here? Do I go
Oh,
that
so
way?
it,
Do I go
it
this
feels
way?
like I guess, is it like a worse panic attack?
Yeah,
Maybe?
it's like a
Yeah.
panic attack on steroids.
Okay, yeah.
Um, my my mom would call me feral. Um, but it one thing that my neurologist always tells me is that PNES seizures are still seizures. It's why seizure is in the name. Yes, you may react differently afterwards. You probably don't need as much recovery time as someone who has electricity going through them. I mean, if it is a PNES. But I've never really lost consciousness, getting back to the original question.
Okay, so it's like if I can think properly. Um, I lost it. I'm gone.
A terrifying panic attack.
Okay, yeah. But what I was gonna say is a seizure without the electrical activity,
Yeah.
basically. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
That's what, yeah, that's what it looked like from what I could read. So, thank you very much, Toaster. Appreciate it.
Anytime.
I got something here. It says postural state after TC. Hi, you guys. I'm new to epilepsy, but I know what a TC is. I had one in my sleep a few days ago, and it's really been messing with my head. I don't have any questions in general, but I need some advice. That was all.
Oh, okay. I thought there was gonna be more. Yeah, TCs are rough post-ictal. They suck. They're really hard on the brain, they're really hard on your body. You wake up damaged and you wake up very confused, and usually head is hurting really bad.
Your
But
brain needs to rest as much as possible pretty much after a TC. It has to repair the, what do you call it, the neural ways that happened
The neural
during the TC.
pathways.
Yeah, but yeah, that's pretty much it. That's why they're so rough. Um, but yeah, if it's a nocturnal one, it depends on when it happened. You might feel you you still might feel like you need more sleep, but you'll definitely feel the, like, your bones and everything out of place.
Yep, agreed. My epileptologist always says a single seizure, even if it's just an aura, is like a 16-hour workout for your body and your brain. So sleep as much as you need to.
oh, and electrolytes too.
Yeah, and water, lots of water, and electrolytes. Yeah.
I got something here. It
And a
says,
nanny cam.
oh, yeah. Gotta get one of those. It says, is this feeling odd? Some of the newer posts in this subreddit talked about death, SUDEP, and how they are perceived. This has got me thinking. 22-year-old male. As someone who's had multiple status episodes and recently went into pulmonary arrest, is it odd to have more fear of coming back from a potentially lethal episode than actually dying? I'm sure some of you know the ictal feeling of literally fighting to stay alive, and it isn't fun. I was almost certain that I'd die from the last episode, as did everyone who witnessed it. But kicking the bucket is not a fear of mine. I've gone through quite a few losses and stages of grief, except the inevitability and whatever comes with it. So is this odd? Does anyone else feel this way?
Desensitized a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. Seems like you finally got with it and got over it. Advice though, you guys? Anyone else feeling like that? Does it sound odd? No, it doesn't sound odd, personally.
I mean, if you're
No, it
wishing
doesn't.
for death, then maybe see like a therapist. But if it's just like you're not afraid of it, then it's not odd.
Yeah. I think these pills kind of cause emotional things. There's some stuff I'm kind of not sensitive about. And I'm more like, why are you guys so angry? Or they're looking at me like I'm so nonchalant about things. And I'm like, I think it's the pills. Like the look on my face doesn't go with the expression or the emotion that they're feeling. So that's what I get. People are like, you're not even listening to me. And I'm like, I'm listening. Just my facial expression isn't going to change every bad word you say. I got a straight face.
Flat affect, yeah. If they're referring to like a lethal attack isn't coming back and then their body is permanently damaged in a way where they can't live life comfortably, then I would empathize with not wanting to. I would rather be put down than live where, a seizure just completely took me out, which sounds kind of shallow to some people, but I mean, it just depends on the person, I guess.
I don't think it's a bad thing to feel like that, because like I mean, yeah, you don't really know what you're gonna wake
Yeah.
up to. You don't know anything's happening, and you wake up and something completely different has changed and your
Yeah,
life
what
has
if
changed.
they
Like
broke their entire spine and they're in a
paralyzed and
yeah,
stuff.
they're paralyzed.
Yeah.
I personally, that would be my last straw. I'd be done. I'd be like, cut me out. Like,
Yeah, I can understand that because that's
so
life changing even
if
more on
that's
top of it.
something that they genuinely would rather, that's a genuine feeling to have. I have that feeling of if I had a seizure and something crazy happened, I would wish that, hopefully it would just take me the easiest route because, for some people.
Oh, yeah. If I can build on that, it's that morbid feeling that a lot of people talk about. It's kind of like a two-part thing. It's, I know I don't really have seizures anymore, but I still think that one day I could just not have any auras and have a seizure and die, from something. That thought is always in the back of my head, but I'm always sad and depressed and have that, you know, that negativity that comes with it is there's that other side of morbidity that comes with this that thinks, well, maybe I just shouldn't be here because I'm just bringing everyone else down, and maybe I should just end it. And that's the other half of it.
You should be
That's I know, but that's
The unlogical
also
part of your brain.
that's yeah, I know, but that's also in the back of my head. It's always just lurking there, and it's hard to shake. It's just very hard to shake. And I
You're
think
never gonna shake it all the way. All you have to do is,
yeah,
well, not all. You just gotta
and
be aware where it is in your head, if that makes sense.
yeah, and I think that's where that those I guess this person is to answer their question. I guess that's where these feelings come from.
I
So
just want to say something positive about SUDEP. It's almost extremely rare to happen. But
come in.
yeah,
Also, I just want to say really quick, Kevin, that sounds really hard, really scary to have to experience. And I never really thought about the idea of not having seizures anymore, and then constantly thinking about if you're going to have one versus having your seizures. And yes, they suck, but at least you know you're having them. That's scary.
Yeah.
I got one here. It says, "Is it okay for me to get mad?" My family was talking about epilepsy the other day, and my aunt suddenly said, "It's all because of these phones." It's all because of these phones, and I got so mad for her blaming all the suffering I went through on a phone. Is it valid reason to get mad, or is it an actual fact? It's been 6 days. How many people are still finding it? Um, I doubt it's the phones. I've had seizures and I haven't looked at my phone for hours. Um,
My mom told me one time that it was my AirPod.
Sorry
I
about that.
That's like telling me books cause seizures.
I got told every single little thing. It's from watching the TV. It's from going outside. It's from not going outside. It's every little thing, you know.
Yeah, blaming it on a cell phone. I have not heard that one. I think, but yeah,
Probably
to
the
say
5G. That's probably what she was thinking of when she said it.
these new 5G. That's what it is.
They're probably thinking of photosensitivity seizures and they're not aware about that.
Could be. Sounds better to make fun of it, but yeah. Yeah. It's okay for you to get mad if somebody tells you that your phone is causing your seizures. I do agree with this person. You can get mad as you want to. I don't know how old you are, but it's okay to be mad. I wouldn't say to attack anybody, but it's okay to be mad. Someone says, "I'm done. I'm tired of spending so much time and money and still being sick. I have a connective tissue disorder, so I basically just have comorbidity after comorbidity, and it's just not just epilepsy. But as far as my epilepsy is concerned, I give up. I've been having episodes consistent with temporal lobe focal seizures, and they've been occurring 0 to 5 times a week, sometimes multiple in a day. I told my neuro, and he ordered a 30-minute EEG, came back normal. He decided no changes in treatment plan. So I contacted my PCP to ask her about what my next step should be, because at this point it seems like my neuro doesn't think they're seizures. She had me schedule an appointment, so I had some hope. That appointment was this morning, and the gist of it was go talk to your neuro. And honestly, I'm a little angry. I just feel like I'm being judged and I'm going to end up stuck with no answers and no help again. I don't want to make an appointment with a neuro. I just know I'm going to be brushed off again or asked or told, do you really want to increase your dosage or do you want to wait and see what happens next? Maybe I should figure out Dr. Otto because that's kind of your job to figure out what to do next. F this shit, man. I am overwhelmed, but still have positive vibes. I think that was more of a rant. Actually, there was a few questions in there. Advice for this person. Second opinion.
Second opinion.
Second, third, or whatever is necessary. Especially when you can't get doctors to listen. So.
Well, if you're having frustration with your doctor, I think we mentioned earlier, there's always more doctors you can go with. Well, with and always have a plan going forward. You know, you want, your demands. If your medicines aren't effective, uh, make that clear. I did not, in my younger years, I did not make that clear to my doctor. Um, my mom had to make that clear. She had to, you know, she had to kind of break that.
Advocate.
Yeah. I was sitting there. I was like, my medicines work fine. Let's get out of here. But she had to like stop me and like literally say to the doctor, we need change here. So always always get your thoughts aligned and what you're going to say to your doctor. That's really important. So just get your shit together before you see your doctor. That's all I can say.
Yeah, I agree with that. I was actually gonna because I have scattered notes all over in different notebooks, so my notes get twisted around into different notebooks, and when I get to the neurology office, I'm like, or the meeting, I have like 50 different notepads, and I'm like, I don't know what's happening. So I would recommend like having a designated notebook just for your epilepsy and for like if you had a TC, like write down what may have triggered it, when did it happen, any medication conflicts you can write down in that notebook so that when you go to the neurologist, you can also have like a binder of things and section it off if you need to as well. So that when you go to the neurologist, you have just one set thing that you're like, here, this is all of my neurology stuff. And that way, too, when they look at you, they're much more likely to take you seriously as well, which sounds silly, but oh shoot. But they like organization and they expect organization sometimes as well. So
They also do have apps too. I use an app. It's called Epsy, and it tracks my medications and my seizures.
I use the same app.
It's good. It works good.
And to piggyback off what Kevin said, with like talking to your doctors and stuff, let them know like if you can't tolerate yourself a simple side effect, let them know that because communication is key with them.
Yeah, so the next one would be, I'm so disheartened over my memory loss. I don't know if it's epilepsy or the lamotrigine, but my memory, both long term and short term, is shocking. I graduated top of the class in law and political science, and everything I learned has been wiped. Worse, my capacity to learn anything currently has disappeared. I read a book last week and I could read it again today because I can't remember the plot. People think I'm uneducated and unintelligent because although I spend a lot of time learning and researching, it all disappears. My only type of smart was being book smart, academically smart, and it's gone now. I have no other skills, and when I try to learn new ones, it just doesn't happen. Each time I try, it's like for the first time. I never progress. Anyway, I just had to share and wondering if anyone else has been through this. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, meds and seizures. Both of those can definitely affect memory.
Yep, every single thing will affect your memory pretty much. These meds target your brain, which, yeah, they're going to change up. I just got prescribed Excopri, which specifically says may have a side effect that messes up your cognitive abilities, and yeah, seizures cause confusion and everything, and over time, yeah, your memory's gonna be all screwed up.
Yeah,
I
the part
oh,
about
for
like
sure.
bring things to, yeah, like learning new things. It isn't impossible, but it's hard. It takes repetition for me to do something, read it and read it and read it and read it. Then, oh, I understand. Well, not I understand. I remember how to do it. I think my dad said something like that. He was saying things over and over to me, and I didn't tell him, I hear what you're saying, taking it in, just not using it. Because once it comes time to use that knowledge, you told me, I kind of remember it when it doesn't become that time to use it. Um, Lufa, you had something?
I was just gonna say, as someone with short-term memory loss, it it's kind of it's kind of ironic because now I forgot what I was gonna say. So I don't know. I forgot.
We were talking about short-term memory.
Yep,
So,
we sure were, and I forgot what I was gonna say. Sorry.
it's all right. We understand.
It's funny
Happens.
because I was talking with my mom last night about my seizure history, and I wanted to get just just some information. And at the end of the conversation, she said, "You know, Kevin, it came to me. We had this same conversation 3 months ago. You asked me all this stuff." And I'm like, "Oh shit, I completely forgot all of this." And we have this conversation every 3 months, basically, and I forget it. But it's fine. And but as far as this person who's talking, or the person who asked the question, yeah, college is going to be really tough, and you have to adjust. Um, it was really awful for me because I could not remember anything. I would read things 1,000 times, and yeah, but people like us are just going to have to work harder, I guess. I don't, I don't know if that's good advice.
Finding ways that work for you, like ways that you learn specifically how you learn best. I find is something really good if you highlight on where and how you learn best. Like really, even if it's like the way I hold a pencil is like this, and it's not normal. It's not everyone thinks it's weird and comments on it. It's all these different ways, but I it's just how I hold it. It's not comfortable for me, but I don't know how to hold a pencil any other way. And I've tried a million times to hold pencils the way everyone else does, but I've accepted that I just hold a pencil differently. So just accepting that you learn differently now and that you might absorb information differently is a really good, like, I am taking workout classes with old people. Jazzercise. Why not? You know, I fit the demographic kind of, so just emphasize on what you can do.
I like that.
Can't
Go with what you can do.
try Zoe's, I guess.
Yeah, I like that too. Is it possible to have a seizure? Oh my goodness. Is it possible to have a seizure because of stress? We can go past that one. Does anyone else struggle? Huh?
I said that one's a hell yes.
Yeah, that was the only question. There was nothing after that.
And it could be PNES or regular epilepsy.
What's you said ENS and PNS? Is there two different things?
No, I said it could be PNES or regular epilepsy. Stress can trigger a seizure.
You got one here. I think you're gonna get another hell yes, but we'll do it anyway.
And I just later I'm leaving now, so good night, everyone.
All right,
Bye,
you have a
Kevin.
good night.
Good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Good
Have a good one.
So it says, does anyone else struggle with loss of words? The more seizures I've had, the more difficult it has become to find anything but the simplest way to state my intention. This is probably tied to my loss of memory, and I know many can relate to it, but has anyone else experienced this frustrating mess? This happens almost every day. I can't think of words during an in-person conversation or when texting, journaling, or writing, email, poetry, etc. I look up synonyms and ways to rephrase sentences constantly. I also forget things like movies, shows, books, music, etc. But I've learned to live with that and laugh it off. I know it's tied directly to memory loss. Oh, is this tied directly to memory loss? Yeah, I guess. Struggling with loss of words, had anything to do with memory loss?
I mean, it could be, and it's also like a cognitive thing, like the way that you're processing what you're trying to say can get jumbled.
You get that when I'm reading time to time, just jumbled words.
I guess, like, with loss of words, I guess it would be like, because for me with the electric convulsive therapy, since they shocked my brain basically, it's kind of like they just shocked some things out of me. So part of that is like relearning really small things, which has its good and bads. I didn't understand my they and theirs, the different types of they and they are, but I do now after electric convulsive therapy. But other than that, I guess it would just have to do with the memory aspect of your brain and how you're like it's developing, and if it's how your vitamins are. Make sure you're doing a lot for your vitamin complex. That's very big. Uh, yeah, that's what I would say. I have a similar memory to my grandpa, and he has dementia. So it just depends on the person. And if you have severe memory problems, I would probably get that advocated for because it's tough, especially if you're younger, to be taken seriously if you have memory problems, because then you're just seen as lazy or you're not paying attention or this or that. But if you ask my mom, I go to do something and 2 seconds later I'm walking back like, what? And she's like, I love you. Yeah, this is the third time I've asked you this, like, but she's patient with me, which is good. Anyways, there's my memory rant.
Yeah, I had memory problems. I think stress part of it increased the memory problems, and it just you can yeah, it's like Lupa said, memory therapy can help you out, which I had to do for about a good half a year. Um, and there's also your diet. Watch what you eat, you know. Um, if you want to increase your memory, the good foods to eat are like fatty fishes, you know. They have the good vitamins for you that will help your memory. Or if you want to go in Pookie's route, some B12.
Shout out to Nature's Navy. This one here says, do you sometimes feel off but not seize? Like the title says, I understand that seizures can take a million forms, but I wonder if anyone ever just feels a bit like their brain's electric circuit is misbehaving slightly, but does not bring your usual seizure pattern. I sometimes get days or hours rather than seconds and minutes, like a normal seizure, of feeling like the early stages of the seizure, but that's all. I had an EEG that confirmed my diagnosis, but I did not seize during the test. So I wonder if perhaps it's possible to feel these smaller disturbances in the brain's electricity too. Do you ever feel off but not seize? That was the question. Yeah, but I heard that those vibes are seizures. So if you get an aura, it's kind of a seizure already. You guys got anything?
There's days I feel off. It's not an aura, sort of say, but it's like I gotta be careful. Like maybe I woke up dizzy or something like that, you know, and I take extra time to get myself in place. And if I can't shake that off, then I take extra precaution into the day. Like when I used to work, I would, if I couldn't shake off dizziness or whatever ness when I woke up, I would, like, within a half hour, if I couldn't shake it off, I would call out because I rather not seize at work.
Yeah, I get
Yeah,
those
that's for sure.
feelings too sometimes. and I can't always tell if I'm just gonna have a seizure or not. Um, Sometimes I don't, but that is still, I think, technically a seizure because it's still like it's just acting funky.
Yeah, it's an aura, right? So an aura,
Yeah.
according to my epileptologist, is a seizure. Just hasn't gone all the way around your brain yet. It's just sticking on the one place for now. Yeah. Um, for sure. I have days where I feel like, oh boy, definitely something's gonna happen. But I guess it depends on what I do, and if I think I am gonna have an aura, then my doctor said I could take the rescue meds or a half of a rescue med, just try to stop it, and sometimes that does. So yeah, definitely there are days when I feel off, but I don't have an actual full blown thing. At least not while I'm awake. I don't know. What do you guys think? Anybody else?
Well, like I said, sometimes I get that odd day to where just kind of feeling a little weird. So yeah, I get those vibes where I'm a little off, but I don't seize. But most of those times, I think it's me more in my head sometimes. So like I get a weird vibe and I'm sitting there thinking, is this gonna be a seizure? So I get that kind to where I feel a little off. But most of the time it's in my head. And I'm like, maybe I was tripping. I tell myself that later on. Maybe I was tripping. Maybe it was just me. So I get those.
I don't like the ones that are the only ones that I kind of forget what we were talking about, sorry, but I think I remember, but I think for me, like the myoclonic
What
jerks, I feel like, does that really?
The
So,
days when you have myoclonic jerks, but you
yeah,
don't have a full on seizure. Yeah,
yeah.
that's
So
a
like,
thing.
yeah, so like I would say that the myoclonic jerks are worse than the full on seizure for me because I'm awake
Yeah.
it feels like
And
I'm awake for the seizure, and I am sometimes like
I feel
bedridden,
for you.
and it's like, yeah, it's hard to explain. So it's like
mhm.
those days where you kind of have like that aura of like, oh my gosh, like, am I gonna have like a seizure? Kind of, I have that same like feeling, but also for like the myoclonic jerks, because even if I just have like one small one in the morning, which I usually do, it just sets me off on like a
You get the
spiral in my head
worry.
of like,
Yeah,
okay, like
the
I just don't want to
worries.
have this all day
Oh my
because
god.
yeah, there goes my entire day.
Right.
Yeah,
And
I feel for you, Lupa, because I had a full on cluster that was tonic clonic, and I was aware for it, and I know what that feels like, and it's it gives you PTSD.
Yeah, because it literally feels like you're being like electrocuted. Like it's like, and then you have the feeling of sometimes if it's so clustered, you have the feeling of the post ictal phase almost after it, where your body's just so worn down, but it's like you were just awake for it, and now you're awake for the aftermath of it, and it's like then there might be more coming, and it's just exhausting. It's really
be
tiring.
right
Then
back.
you have to see your family's face too at that, and it's like, oh no, I didn't want to do this to them.
yeah, like the 12 I had when we went down for my son's graduation. It was just, I mean, awful. My husband was giving them back to me today so I could write them all down. And then I had another two after we got back home. That's, gosh, I'm sorry, everybody who has clusters, they're the worst. well, maybe not the worst, but they're pretty damn bad. And if you
They're
can
bad.
remember it,
They're
I could remember about maybe an eighth of them, but that's all. And thank God. I'm sorry. I feel bad for you, Angel and Mufa. Sucks.
I don't know if I was cut off on that one. I said I think the 6-hour one is burned into my brain.
I did not know I was on mute. I was reading something. Wow. Okay,
I was
so
about to say, why can't I hear Pookie?
does anyone else never believe someone saying you had a seizure when you wake up? Countless times I've woken up as a child. My twin brother doesn't have seizures, but I do. Most of them in my sleep or most of them at school. When me and my brother would go to school, sometimes he'd tell people I had seizures in my sleep on days that I didn't have seizures. And then we would argue, yes, no, I didn't. Yes, you did. No, I didn't. And eventually I'd give in because I was the one asleep. Now that I'm in my 20s, I wake up with a person over me saying, hey, buddy, you just had a seizure. And one of my go-to responses is, no, you didn't. Nah, you're lying. Please say I'm not the only one who's going through this. Do you believe everyone when they say you had a seizure? Well, it also says sometimes this feels like fake news.
Only when it first started, then I would argue, but I don't argue anymore because I know I don't remember diddly crap. And the very few things I do remember, I'm like, oh God, I do remember like right up until that second, and then that's it. So no, I don't argue anymore,
Yeah.
but that's me. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
Yeah. Every time someone said you had a seizure, I would be like, no, I don't. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I got to do this. I got to do that. Yeah. It's like a, you want to deny you had a seizure, but yeah.
Yeah, but then he has a brother who was faking him his whole childhood and like telling people he had a seizure at school and stuff. You had a seizure last night. And then you're like, no, I didn't. Yes, I am. You're going through that now. You're older and you got the ambulance in your face. I guess I could understand. I don't. That's messed up. I guess if it's the ambulance, then you like, yeah, I had a seizure. It's that serious. They're here, but yeah, he didn't exactly say the ambulance. But yeah,
Yeah.
I believe people
The
these
only-
days. I stop arguing about it. I try to just put the
Yeah.
pieces together and see how long I was gone and what may have or haven't happened. Other than that, I'm through arguing about the point. I'm just like, I have seizures.
The only comfort I can give to him is everybody's body and brain is different, even if you're twins. Now, twins might have a connection, but it's still different. And you know your own body more than anybody else. So when your body feels different, yeah, you're going to know something's off.
I'm gonna head to bed, guys. It is
All right. Good night.
almost 10. Good night, guys.
Good
It was great
night.
seeing you all.
Lufa.
Good night.
It's great talking.
Bye bye.
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 So I got one here says, I got my degree. Next I got my degree. Next step is find work. I'm gonna be a psychologist. I missed graduation because of a seizure, my first seizure. Now 8 years later, no job. I can't drive because I can't get there. Then there's in those quotes, can't get there on time at least. I haven't dated in 8 years, and last time I dated someone, he left, and I think it was the medication because someone told me something about Kepper rage, and everyone thinks for years I just been being a bitch. Wow. Now I don't have kids. I can't live my life. I can't drive. I can't party. I can't drink. What do I do with my time? I hate my. Damn. I hate myself because I feel like I did this to myself drinking in my early teens. Is there any way to not feel like I did this to myself? My neurologist doesn't know why I have epilepsy, but I was diagnosed with epilepsy. Could it be my fault?
I think
That's
guilt
rough.
is a huge part in having epilepsy. Like you're always gonna feel like it's your fault, but I mean that's why we need. I think I'm a huge advocate for therapy. I have missed my last couple of appointments, but it is very helpful because you need to talk about how you're feeling, and I think for a lot of us, we end up feeling like we did something to cause this, but most of the time you won't know.
Agreed. Guilt, and you always think you what horrible thing did you do to curse this upon everyone and yourself? But I don't know. I mean, I was really relieved to find out that I didn't in any way affect it. But I'm sure drinking in your teens didn't do this because, I mean, seriously, hundreds of thousands of people drink in their teens and they don't get epilepsy. So I don't think that that's it, okay? I mean, what do you guys think?
I think it's kind of crazy how she said, my doctor doesn't exactly know why I have epilepsy, but I was diagnosed with epilepsy. What does that mean? Like, you're going to say I have epilepsy, but you don't know why? Is that a thing?
There's a form of it, it's called idiopathic, which means that they don't have a known reason for it.
Yeah, mine used to be like they used to not know why. It took a bunch of different MRI specialists to go over my MRIs to find, even though they knew where like the area was coming from, for whatever reason is so small or whatever, they couldn't, see it. So yeah, you can have it for a long time and they still can't tell why.
Is it a big thing? Since, well, you guys are women. Is it a big thing if you were told you can't have children?
It was for me.
Like before you started epilepsy, and they'd be like, "Oh, you can't have children." She's kind of down about she can't have children. She said, "I can't have kids. I can't have a job."
Well, I mean, she can't have kids because of the epilepsy and the medication.
It didn't really go too much in about the epilepsy. She just kind of said, I had a seizure. I couldn't go to my graduation because I had my first seizure the same day. I went past it, I left it. But yeah, she's basically like, I can't date because people think I'm just a bitch. And yeah.
I think that might be just, you need to maybe talk to your doctor about changing your medication and stuff.
Yeah, she said
I think it's
something
also
about,
too like she's saying she can't have kids because she can't find a partner, maybe. But I
Yeah,
mean,
but
at that point, you can still do other options.
For sure.
But maybe she doesn't trust herself.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, I know that like Katie, has kids and she's had kids after she had epilepsy. So, I mean, because I wasn't diagnosed when I had my children, and I obviously I had it because the injury was still there. It didn't go anywhere. So I guess I'm lucky that I had them, but they used to tell me I couldn't have kids when I was younger. They used to tell me, oh, you have, your abnormal pap smears, right? You'll never have kids. And lo and behold, I have 5 kids, man. And maybe they don't know.
I have 2 miracle kids too.
Yeah,
I was told that I shouldn't have been able to have them, and then afterwards was told that I won't be able to have any more, but
well, you got kids, right? So like
yeah,
maybe she
yeah.
shouldn't give up about this yet. This is not the end of the world just yet. I understand the whole like weren't able to go to your graduation and you haven't been able to get a job. Maybe she should look at some other ways to get to the job though, or maybe look at some like disability things. Like they have to give you a certain amount of leeway if you've got medical conditions. So,
Yeah, there are forms of help out there, especially if, you really need it. Like if you're alone like that, there are options and you should definitely seek them. And
Mhm.
also, go talk to somebody about
Therapy,
how
yeah,
you're feeling. Yeah.
definitely. Because I
Helps you
don't,
see the positive side of things.
right. And maybe come and see us. Maybe
Yeah.
talk you up a bit and support you a little. Or at least maybe point you in the right direction to find some help.
And
Yeah,
good
that's
research.
the only thing. Oh, go ahead, Tia.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
I was just saying that's the only thing I thought we could, or you guys could kind of relate to, because I mean, we didn't understand everything else. She was
Right.
like, I can't drive, I can't have kids, I can't work, and the working and driving, we all got that. But the kids, I was like, is that a big deal to you guys not being able to have kids?
When I was told, yeah. I mean,
You're on mute.
You muted.
I'm sorry. When I was told that I couldn't have kids, yeah, I mean, for me, it was kind of a big deal. And thankfully, my husband didn't care. He was like, I love you, and we'll work it out. And we didn't have to do anything special, so yay. Sometimes it
Same
just
case here.
happens, right? Sometimes it just
Yeah.
happens.
He actually, the way she put it, I was thinking maybe she was thinking it because her age, because she was like, I haven't dated in 8 years, I can't have kids. So I thought she was meaning she was getting old type of thing, but it could be that. But
Well, if she graduated at, like, even if you say she graduated at 23 or 24, she's still only like 32 or something, right? I mean, that's pretty young still to
My
have
mom had
kids.
me at like 42, I think, or
Yeah, I
26.
mean,
Yeah.
I'm saying for
Yeah.
sure,
It's still
especially
always possible.
nowadays.
With surrogacy and like oh, not
There you
surrogacy, but
go.
IVF.
Hey.
IVF. Yeah, stuff like
Or
that.
even if she's worried about the medication, surrogacy, always an
Yeah.
option.
Absolutely.
Adoption, always an
Adoption too?
option.
Yes.
There are
I'm
plenty of kids
male,
who
but
need homes.
I know this is a female question, but I'm male and I was 38 when my daughter was born. You're
I
on mute,
thought
Mom.
maybe. Taylor, Mom, you had something? I thought like maybe like at like 50 or like now I'm done with kids because I don't want to be raising teens in my 50s. Yeah, my last ones they're almost out the door, so
You
I
don't
don't
want
want to
lucky
raise
number
teens in my
7?
50s because teens these days, uh,
Cookie,
yeah,
you don't want lucky number 7?
uh, might, but right now, I'm at no.
It might happen at the weekend concert.
No, it won't.
Night,
Not at the
everyone.
concert. Um, that's a good one though. Oh my. Not at the concert, I'll say that. You get me in trouble. Um Yeah. But yeah, she can't drive. She can't have kids. You guys gave her the full spiel. I can move forward. How many of you guys don't have a real reason for your epilepsy? All of my EEGs, CT scans, MRIs always come out normal. Yet 10 years later, I'm still having seizures. I've met a few other epileptic people at support groups, but most of them have a reason as why they are seizing. Just wondering if there's more people on the same boat as me. That was just exactly like the last one. I'm not going through that, but you gotta just get a second, third, fourth opinion. Because I mean, if you're having seizures, I want to know that. I want to know a reason. That's like the other person. The doctor doesn't know why. Goes find another doctor. Because I want to know, why am I having seizures? I want to be 100% sure that you know this reason. Because it just sounds uncomfortable. Just yeah, it's like sneezing and drooling and runny nose, but you don't have a cold. It's like I want to know, why am I getting these side effects? And
It's the reassurance of knowing what it actually is, for sure. Because it is kind of reassuring. Like, yeah, you still have epilepsy, but at least you know why.
wow, this was 4 years ago. So yeah, but yeah, I say don't give up. Just get some more opinions. Try other hospitals, maybe. Um, since it's 4 years later, I hope you got that figured out. I really do. Oh my. I'm sorry, you guys. It says, does anyone else with non-photosensitive epilepsy have heightened sensitivity to harsh light and loud noise? I really cannot deal with harsh white or blue light from those light bulbs, the bright LED, etc. And when, for example, someone's showing me a video on their phone and it's on full volume, I have to ask them to turn it down because it just causes an upset in me and I can't stand it. Hard to describe. It's not a trigger or an aura. It's just my body seemingly overreacting. My triggers have always been sleep deprivation and stress. Yeah, we all have non-photosensitive seizures. I mean, none of ours are. So, what do you guys think? Loud things don't bother me. I kind of like loud music.
I
When
do
it's
have some sensitivity.
oh,
And I have my phone on constant what's it called? Uh what's the name of that? God, I can't remember what it's called. There's a setting on the phone where it's orange light instead of blue light.
Oh,
And
I have my
yeah.
phone on black screen.
Yeah, black screen, no white screen. Can't have the white screen.
Yeah.
Bye,
It's just
Jason.
it's very uncomfortable to look at.
But the sound, I guess, would be like auto sounding, where it, I don't know, you set it to your comfort level.
yeah. So the person says it kind of just body overreaction. No. The question was, does anyone else with non-photosensitive epilepsy have heightened sensitive to harsh light and loud noise? No, because I like music to be louder than me singing. Yeah, and then lights, no.
I know I can't do IMAX movies and VR. That's about it. Those
I
things
did
will
that.
bother me.
I did
And
that to test myself, and it didn't do anything.
Yeah.
We have one, but I have not done it to test myself.
I can't do it. I think the last time I went was what was it? The Star Wars movie #7. And I got sick and I said, I'm not doing this no more. I'm not doing IMAX no more. I got sick. I got sick. I didn't even watch the whole movie.
Yeah, I did the virtual reality one time and I didn't think about it. I did that, me, my son, and his mom. It was like last year maybe. And that was pretty fun. There's this place called Sandbox VR. It's cool. But there was another place on my son's birthday. Yeah, my son's birthday, we were at a bowling alley that had laser tag and they had an arcade. In the arcade, they had the virtual reality thing, and I tried that, and I didn't even think about it. That was the worst time to try that. I was sitting there thinking, I don't want to ruin his party and go in there and play laser tag. And for some reason, I went and played virtual reality and thought nothing of it until right now. Yeah, that could have been bad too.
But nothing happened, right? So it's okay.
Right, nothing happened. Yeah. Yeah, so there's that. Someone said, why is epilepsy rarely talked about in public? It really surprises me. I had temporal lobe epilepsy. I had temporal lobectomy in 2020 and have been seizure-free since surgery so far. I continue to suffer from memory and learning problems as a result from both of the seizures and surgery, I'm guessing. Anyway, I'm having a tough time understanding why epilepsy is rarely discussed or even acknowledged in the public media, etc. I understand there's a stigma still. There is zero excuse for the lack of seizure first aid taught in schools, but maybe it's better now that I'm older. There are so many diseases to get so much attention and awareness and funding for research. Why can't epilepsy be one of them? I really wish more people understood how much this disease can destroy lives. Why is it rarely talked about? I think somebody said the invisible disease. It's there. It's just invisible, and people don't see it. They don't. I don't think they care. I'm not gonna say care much because maybe they have family. Um, but yeah, I feel like they don't care much unless they have somebody who has it or they have to actually deal with it. That's just my personal opinion. It's not something that's a lot widespread like some of those other things. Um, but yeah, got to get people talking about it.
That's why we have this.
Right. Okay. It says
Spread the awareness. Come join the epilepsy universe.
Make the podcast go viral.
Hopefully. Someone said, oh, I've read this one before. It says, my son is, what's your pre-seizure catchphrase? My son is, my eyes feel weird. Because of his seizures, always start visual aura. We tried to get him to say, I'm having a seizure aura. So it's easier for others to understand what's happening if we are not there, but he doesn't and he won't. My pre-seizure catchphrase, usually too late to say something.
Yep. Me too.
All right, we will see you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, everybody. Oh, wait.
You're off now. Off still?
And then there was 3.
Right.
Or
And then there was
4.
2. Oh, yeah, 4. So, you guys got a pre-seizure catchphrase?
My husband said that mine is, I'm fine.
have to know in order
Any
to
other
know.
seizure? Angel, what's your pre-seizure catchphrase?
I will have to know in aura first. Am I on?
Yeah, you're on.
Oh, I said I will have to know in aura first to know what I'm going to say when I'm about to have a seizure.
Yeah, I don't think I ever remember. No one's ever told me I said something before my seizure. I think I just always just out of nowhere scared everybody. I don't think anyone's told me. Oh, I actually someone has told me. Oh, I seen you. You look like you're about to have a seizure, but I've never like heard anyone tell me that I told them or said anything weird to them before a seizure. Um, yeah, that's funny. Pre-seizure catchphrase. Anyone else experience false alarms where you get a feeling you're gonna have a seizure and just not?
That's kind of similar to what that other post was talking about, like just feeling weird some days.
Yeah, it said just different. Yeah, it's just worded different. Do you have a theory as to what caused your adult onset epilepsy? Seems like 2/3 of adult onset epilepsy doesn't have a clear cause. I have an unsubstantiated theory that 5 years of consistent sleep deprivation paired with stress caused mine. It's been very well maintained via better sleep, meds, stress management. Anyone else have a theory about theirs? It's a poorly understood condition, and I'm curious what others may have to think. Um, Mine's came on years ago when I was a child, so
Do
I
we,
don't.
do any of us not know that's here right now? I'm not.
I was a child too. So.
Do you know why, Angel?
No, I just was walking to school one day and plop, I fell down. Few months later, grand mal in front of my whole family.
Have they told you why you're having seizures?
I have complex partial. Well, I was diagnosed. I think it upgraded itself to generalized, but I also have clusters and absence seizures.
Yeah, I mean, like, did your doctor come to you like, this is why you're having seizures? Do you have a reason why? Or you just,
Nope, no exact reason why. I stopped trying to find a reason why. I'm just living with epilepsy. Like I accepted it. I have epilepsy.
I feel you. Sometimes it's hard to accept, but I feel you. Yeah. I don't have a theory because, like I said, I got it as a teen. So it says, can a grand mal seizure be considered a near-death experience? I had a grand mal seizure and went into respiratory arrest and haven't been the same ever since. I've had seizures before, but nothing like this. My whole personality changed. Literally, everything did. I don't feel the same person. It's so weird. I had to learn how to do things again and how to keep living like the same things. Everything is so different. Even things I didn't like, I'm now liking these things now. I feel like I died and was reborn. Can a grand mal seizure be considered a near death experience? I think when you look back at what happened to this person, that is a near death experience. So I don't mind if they refer to every other seizure that happens to them as a near death experience because they had a seizure and went into respiratory arrest. That's personal trauma. So
Yeah, that's definitely that's scary. Definitely near death. That would change you.
Yeah, you never know when you're gonna come back out of a seizure or anything. So
Not to mention the go ahead. Oh, okay. Not to mention what the lack of oxygen could have done to their brain.
Could you imagine not liking peanut butter and then out of nowhere you like peanut butter after a seizure?
What if you were allergic to it and you didn't like it, and then afterwards you thought that you did like it and you forgot that you were allergic to it?
Like, give me a peanut butter sandwich. Sounds so good. Yeah. So I guess that situation. Go ahead, Angel.
Going to say about the grand mal seizures that every grand mal you're never going to know you're going to wake up from, you know. So yeah, every single one could be a near death experience.
Something else here. Do you guys sometimes get sensitive and cry after a seizure? Just curious because I've had some focal seizures during the day and probably nocturnal one yesterday. Woke up crying and exhausted. My muscles hurt and wasn't able to stop for about 5 hours. Whole body is definitely going to be spent, cozy, in bed, trying to exist and hope tomorrow is better. Sensitive after a seizure. I've been told I did some whining stuff, but other than that, crying for 5 hours afterwards, not ever happened to me.
That hasn't happened to me either.
Do you get sensitive and cry or whine afterwards?
No, but Pookie, I thought you said you cry.
I cry. I think I'm a little more emotional because of the pills. So I cry in different situations. I don't just cry after seizures.
Yeah, I don't cry after.
Oh, Angel left. Phone probably died. Someone says, oh, what were you saying, Angel?
I'm gonna head out, guys. Bye.
Bye. See you Friday. Angel? Can't really hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
What were we talking about?
I forgot, and we will move on then.
Yeah.
I got something that says decline in language. Recently noticed my vocab and language has recently declined over time. Tough to think of words, form sentences, etc. Has anyone else experienced this? Yes, I have. My decline in language, it's gotten worse and worse. It's all over the place. I don't think I could ever be a comedian. I'd forget everything. Can't be an actor. We'd have to read the script and then do it, and then probably hold the script or put it on a teleprompter or something. How about you, Angel? Any decline in language?
Yeah. I've forgotten words. I've forgotten things. I had to tell people, give me 10 minutes and maybe I'll remember when the conversation is moved on to something and it'll be irrelevant. I've forgotten memories. But yeah, it's happened.
Please take your medication as prescribed or whatever works for you. We're not doctors.